Ruth, chapters 1 through 4 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. In the days of one of the judges, when the judges ruled, there came a famine in the land, and a certain man of Bethlehem, Judah, went to sojourn in the land of Moab with his wife and his 2 sons. He was named Elimelech, and his wife Noemi, and his 2 sons, the one Mahalan, and the other Chelion, Ephrathites of Bethlehem, Judah. And entering into the country of Moab, they abode there. And Elimelech, the husband of Noemi, died, and she remained with her sons. And they took wives of the women of Moab, of which one was called Orpah, and the other Ruth. And they dwelt there 10 years. And they both died, to wit, Mahalan and Chelion. And the woman was left alone, having lost both her sons and her husband. And she arose to go from the land of Moab to her own country, with both her daughters-in-law, for she had heard that the Lord had looked upon his people, and had given them food. Wherefore she went forth out of the place of her sojournment, with both her daughters-in-law, and being now in the way to return into the land of Judah, she said to them, Go ye home to your mothers. The Lord deal mercifully with you, as you have dealt with the dead, and with me. May he grant you to find rest in the houses of the husbands which you shall take. And she kissed them. And they lifted up their voice, and began to weep, and to say, We will go on with thee to thy people. But she answered them, Return, my daughters, why come ye with me? Have I any more sons in my womb, that you may hope for husbands of me? Return again, my daughters, and go your ways, for I am now spent with age, and not fit for wedlock. Although I might conceive this night and bear children, if you would wait till they were grown up and come to man's estate, you would be old women before you marry. Do not so, my daughters, I beseech you, for I am grieved the more for your distress, and the hand of the Lord is gone out against me. And they lifted up their voice, and began to weep again. Orpah kissed her mother-in-law, and returned. Ruth stuck close to her mother-in-law. And Noemi said to her, Behold, thy kinswoman is returned to her people, and to her gods. Go thou with her. She answered, Be not against me, to desire that I should leave thee and depart, for whithersoever thou shalt go, I will go, and where thou shalt dwell, I also will dwell. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God my God. The land that shall receive thee dying, in the same will I die, and there will I be buried. The Lord do so and so to me, and add more also, if aught but death part me and thee. Then Noemi, seeing that Ruth was steadfastly determined to go with her, would not be against it, nor persuade her any more to return to her friends. So they went together and came to Bethlehem. And when they were come into the city, the report was quickly spread among all, and the women said, This is that Noemi. But she said to them, Call me not Noemi, that is, beautiful, but call me Mara, that is, bitter. For the Almighty hath quite filled me with bitterness. I went out full, and the Lord hath brought me back empty. Why then do you call me Noemi, whom the Lord hath humbled, and the Almighty hath afflicted? So Noemi came with Ruth the Moabitess, her daughter-in-law, from the land of her sojournment, and returned into Bethlehem in the beginning of the barley harvest. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. Now her husband Elimelech had a kinsman, a powerful man and very rich, whose name was Boaz. And Ruth the Moabitess said to her mother-in-law, If thou wilt, I will go into the field and glean the ears of corn that escape the hands of the reapers, wheresoever I shall find grace with a householder that will be favorable to me. And she answered her, Go, my daughter. She went therefore, and gleaned the ears of corn after the reapers. And it happened that the owner of that field was Boaz, who was of the kindred of Elimelech. And behold, he came out of Bethlehem, and said to the reapers, The Lord be with you. And they answered him, The Lord bless thee. And Boaz said to the young man that was set over the reapers, Whose maid is this? And he answered him, This is the Moabitess who came with Noemi from the land of Moab, and she desired leave to glean the ears of corn that remain, following the steps of the reapers. And she hath been in the field from morning till now, and hath not gone home for one moment. And Boaz said to Ruth, Hear me, daughter, do not go to glean in any other field, and do not depart from this place, but keep with my maids, and follow where they reap. For I have charged my young men not to molest thee, and if thou art thirsty, go to the vessels, and drink of the waters whereof the servants drink. She fell on her face, and worshipping upon the ground said to him, Whence cometh this to me, that I should find grace before thy eyes, and that thou shouldst vouchsafe to take notice of me, a woman of another country? And he answered her, All hath been told me that thou hast done to thy mother-in-law after the death of thy husband, and how thou hast left thy parents, and the land wherein thou wast born, and art come to a people which thou knewest not heretofore. The Lord render unto thee for thy work, and mayest thou receive a full reward of the Lord the God of Israel, to whom thou art come, and under whose wings thou art fled. And she said, I have found grace in thy eyes, my lord, who hast comforted me, and hast spoken to the heart of thy handmaid, who am not like to one of thy maids. And Boaz said to her, At mealtime come thou hither, and eat of the bread, and dip thy morsel in the vinegar. So she sat at the side of the reapers, and she heaped to herself frumenty, and ate, and was filled, and took the leavings. And she arose from thence to glean the ears of corn as before. And Boaz commanded his servants, saying, If she would even reap with you, hinder her not. And let fall some of your handfuls of purpose, and leave them, that she may gather them without shame, and let no man rebuke her when she gathereth them. She gleaned therefore in the field till evening, and beating out with a rod and threshing what she had gleaned, she found about the measure of an ephah of barley, that is, 3 bushels, which she took up and returned into the city, and showed it to her mother-in-law. Moreover, she brought out and gave her of the remains of her meat, wherewith she had been filled. And her mother-in-law said to her, Where hast thou gleaned today, and where hast thou wrought? Blessed be he that hath had pity on thee. And she told her with whom she had wrought, and she told the man's name, that he was called Boaz. And Noemi answered her, Blessed be he of the Lord, because the same kindness which he showed to the living, he hath kept also to the dead. And again she said, The man is our kinsman. And Ruth said, He also charged me that I should keep close to his reapers till all the corn should be reaped. And her mother-in-law said to her, It is better for thee, my daughter, to go out to reap with his maids, lest in another man's field someone may resist thee. So she kept close to the maids of Boaz, and continued to glean with them till all the barley and the wheat were laid up in the barns. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. After she was returned to her mother-in-law, Noemi said to her, My daughter, I will seek rest for thee, and will provide that it may be well with thee. This Boaz, with whose maids thou wast joined in the field, is our near kinsman, and behold, this night he winnoweth barley in the threshing floor. Wash thyself, therefore, and anoint thee, and put on thy best garments, and go down to the barn floor. But let not the man see thee, till he shall have done eating and drinking. And when he shall go to sleep, mark the place wherein he sleepeth, and thou shalt go in and lift up the clothes wherewith he is covered towards his feet, and shalt lay thyself down there, and he will tell thee what thou must do. She answered, Whatsoever thou shalt command, I will do. And she went down to the barn floor, and did all that her mother-in-law had bid her. And when Boaz had eaten and drunk, and was merry, he went to sleep by the heap of sheaves, and she came softly, and uncovering his feet, laid herself down. And behold, when it was now midnight, the man was afraid and troubled, and he saw a woman lying at his feet, and he said to her, Who art thou? And she answered, I am Ruth, thy handmaid. Spread thy coverlet over thy servant, for thou art a near kinsman. And he said, Blessed art thou of the Lord, my daughter, and thy latter kindness has surpassed the former, because thou hast not followed young men, either poor or rich. Fear not, therefore, but whatsoever thou shalt say to me, I will do to thee. For all the people that dwell within the gates of my city know that thou art a virtuous woman. Neither do I deny myself to be near of kin, but there is another nearer than I. Rest thou this night, and when morning is come, if he will take thee by the right of kindred, all is well. But if he will not, I will undoubtedly take thee, as the Lord liveth. Sleep till the morning. So she slept at his feet till the night was going off. And she arose before men could know one another, and Boaz said, Beware, lest any man know that thou camest hither. And again he said, Spread thy mantle wherewith thou art covered, and hold it with both hands. And when she spread it and held it, he measured 6 measures of barley, and laid it upon her. And she carried it, and went into the city, and came to her mother-in-law, who said to her, What hast thou done, daughter? And she told her all that the man had done to her. And she said, Behold, he hath given me 6 measures of barley. For he said, I will not have thee return empty to thy mother-in-law. And Noemi said, Wait, my daughter, till we see what end the thing will have. For the man will not rest until he have accomplished what he hath said. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. Then Boaz went up to the gate, and sat there. And when he had seen the kinsman going by, of whom he had spoken before, he said to him, calling him by his name, Turn aside for a little while, and sit down here. He turned aside, and sat down. And Boaz, taking 10 men of the ancients of the city, said to them, Sit ye down here. They sat down, and he spoke to the kinsman. Noemi, who is returned from the country of Moab, will sell a parcel of land that belonged to our brother Elimelech. I would have thee to understand this, and would tell thee before all that sit here, and before the ancients of my people, if thou wilt take possession of it by the right of kindred, buy it and possess it, But if it please thee not, tell me so, that I may know what I have to do. For there is no near kinsman besides thee, who art first, and me who am second. But he answered, I will buy the field. And Boaz said to him, When thou shalt buy the field at the woman's hand, thou must take also Ruth the Moabitess, who was the wife of the deceased, to raise up the name of thy kinsman in his inheritance. He answered, I yield up my right of next of kin, for I must not cut off the posterity of my own family. Do thou make use of my privilege, which I profess I do willingly forego. Now this in former times was the manner in Israel between kinsmen, that if at any time one yielded his right to another, that the grant might be sure, the man put off his shoe and gave it to his neighbor. This was a testimony of cession of right in Israel. So Boaz said to his kinsman, Put off thy shoe. And immediately he took it off from his foot. And he said to the ancients and to all the people, You are witnesses this day that I have bought all that was Elimelech's, and Chilion's, and Mahalon's, of the hand of Noemi, and have taken to wife Ruth the Moabitess, the wife of Mahalon, to raise up the name of the deceased in his inheritance, lest his name be cut off from among his family and his brethren and his people. You, I say, are witnesses of this thing. Then all the people that were in the gate and the ancients answered, We are witnesses. The Lord make this woman who cometh into thy house like Rachel and Leah, who built up the house of Israel, that she may be an example of virtue in Ephratah, and may have a famous name in Bethlehem, and that the house may be as the house of Pharez, whom Thamar bore unto Judah, of the seed which the Lord shall give thee of this young woman. Boaz therefore took Ruth and married her, and went in unto her, and the Lord gave her to conceive, and to bear a son. And the women said to Noemi, Blessed be the Lord, who hath not suffered thy family to want a successor, that his name should be preserved in Israel, and thou shouldst have one to comfort thy soul, and cherish thy old age. For he is born of thy daughter-in-law, who loveth thee, and is much better to thee than if thou hadst 7 sons. And Noemi, taking the child, laid it in her bosom, and she carried it, and was a nurse unto it. And the women, her neighbors, congratulating with her, and saying, There is a son born to Noemi, called his name Obed. He is the father of Isai, the father of David. These are the generations of Pharez. Pharez begot Ezron, Ezron begot Aram, Aram begot Amminadab, Amminadab begot Nahasson, Nahasson begot Salmon, Salmon begot Boaz, Boaz begot Obed, Obed begot Isai, Isai begot David. End of chapter 4. First Samuel, chapters 1 through 13 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. There was a man of Ramathaim-Sophim, of Mount Ephraim, and his name was Elkanah, the son of Jeroham, the son of Eliu, the son of Thohu, the son of Suph, an Ephraimite. And he had 2 wives. The name of one was Anna, and the name of the other Peninnah. Peninnah had children, but Anna had no children. And this man went up out of his city upon the appointed days, to adore and to offer sacrifice to the Lord of hosts in Shiloh. And the 2 sons of Heli, Ophni and Phinehas, were there priests of the Lord. Now the day came, and Elkanah offered sacrifice, and gave to Peninnah his wife, and to all her sons and daughters portions. But to Anna he gave one portion with sorrow, because he loved Anna, and the Lord had shut up her womb. Her rival also afflicted her, and troubled her exceedingly, insomuch that she upbraided her that the Lord had shut up her womb. And thus she did every year, when the time returned that they went up to the temple of the Lord, and thus she provoked her. But Anna wept, and did not eat. Then Elkanah her husband said to her, Anna, why weepest thou? And why dost thou not eat? And why dost thou afflict thy heart? Am not I better to thee than 10 children? So Anna arose after she had eaten and drunk in Shiloh. And Heli the priest, sitting upon a stool before the door of the temple of the Lord, as Anna had her heart full of grief, she prayed to the Lord, shedding many tears. And she made a vow, saying, O Lord of hosts, if thou wilt look down on the affliction of thy servant, and wilt be mindful of me, and not forget thy handmaid, and wilt give to thy servant a man-child, I will give him to the Lord all the days of his life, and no razor shall come upon his head. And it came to pass, as she multiplied prayers before the Lord, that Heli observed her mouth. Now Anna spoke in her heart, and only her lips moved, but her voice was not heard at all. Heli therefore thought her to be drunk, and said to her, How long wilt thou be drunk? Digest a little the wine, of which thou hast taken too much. Anna answering said, Not so, my lord, for I am an exceeding unhappy woman, and have drunk neither wine nor any strong drink, but I have poured out my soul before the Lord. Count not thy handmaid for one of the daughters of Belial, for out of the abundance of my sorrow and grief have I spoken till now. Then Heli said to her, Go in peace, and the God of Israel grant thee thy petition, which thou hast asked of him. And she said, Would to God thy handmaid may find grace in thy eyes. So the woman went on her way, and ate, and her countenance was no more changed. And they rose in the morning and worshipped before the Lord, and they returned and came into their house at Ramathah. And Elkanah knew Anna his wife, and the Lord remembered her. And it came to pass, when the time was come about, Anna conceived and bore a son, and called his name Samuel, because she had asked him of the Lord. And Elkanah her husband went up, and all his house, to offer to the Lord the solemn sacrifice and his vow. But Anna went not up, for she said to her husband, I will not go till the child be weaned, and till I may carry him, that he may appear before the Lord, and may abide always there. And Elkanah her husband said to her, Do what seemeth good to thee, and stay till thou wean him, and I pray that the Lord may fulfill his word. So the woman stayed at home, and gave her son suck, till she weaned him. And after she had weaned him, she carried him with her, with 3 calves, and 3 bushels of flour, and a bottle of wine, and she brought him to the house of the Lord in Shiloh. Now the child was as yet very young. And they immolated a calf, and offered the child to Heli. And Anna said, I beseech thee, my lord, as thy soul liveth, my lord, I am that woman who stood before thee here praying to the Lord. For this child did I pray, and the Lord hath granted me my petition, which I asked of him. Therefore I also have lent him to the Lord all the days of his life. He shall be lent to the Lord. And they adored the Lord there, and Anna prayed and said. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. My heart hath rejoiced in the Lord, and my horn is exalted in my God. My mouth is enlarged over my enemies, because I have joyed in thy salvation. There is none holy as the Lord is, for there is no other beside thee, and there is none strong like our God. Do not multiply to speak lofty things, boasting. Let old matters depart from your mouth, for the Lord is a God of all knowledge, and to him are thoughts prepared. The bow of the mighty is overcome, and the weak are girt with strength. They that were full before have hired out themselves for bread, and the hungry are filled, so that the barren hath borne many, and she that had many children is weakened. The Lord killeth and maketh alive. He bringeth down to hell, and bringeth back again. The Lord maketh poor and maketh rich. He humbleth and he exalteth. He raiseth up the needy from the dust, and lifteth up the poor from the dunghill, that he may sit with princes, and hold the throne of glory. For the poles of the earth are the Lord's, and upon them he hath set the world. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness, because no man shall prevail by his own strength. The adversaries of the Lord shall fear him, and upon them shall he thunder in the heavens. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth, and he shall give empire to his king, and shall exalt the horn of his Christ. And Elkanah went to Ramatha to his house, but the child ministered in the sight of the Lord before the face of Heli the priest. Now the sons of Heli were children of Belial, not knowing the Lord, nor the office of the priests to the people. But whosoever had offered a sacrifice, the servant of the priest came, while the flesh was in boiling, with a flesh hook of 3 teeth in his hand, and thrust it into the kettle, or into the cauldron, or into the pot, or into the pan. And all that the flesh hook brought up, the priest took to himself. Thus did they to all Israel that came to Shiloh. Also, before they burnt the fat, the servant of the priest came and said to the man that sacrificed, Give me flesh to boil for the priest, for I will not take of thee sodden flesh, but raw. And he that sacrificed said to him, Let the fat first be burnt today, according to the custom, and then take as much as thy soul desireth. But he answered and said to him, Not so, but thou shalt give it me now, or else I will take it by force. Wherefore the sin of the young men was exceeding great before the Lord, because they withdrew men from the sacrifice of the Lord. But Samuel ministered before the face of the Lord, being a child girded with a linen ephod. And his mother made him a little coat, which she brought to him on the appointed days, when she went up with her husband to offer the solemn sacrifice. And Heli blessed Elkanah and his wife. And he said to him, The Lord give thee seed of this woman, for the loan thou hast lent to the Lord. And they went to their own home. And the Lord visited Anna, and she conceived, and bore 3 sons and 2 daughters. And the child Samuel became great before the Lord. Now Heli was very old, and he heard all that his sons did to all Israel, and how they lay with the women that waited at the door of the tabernacle. And he said to them, Why do ye these kinds of things which I hear, very wicked things, from all the people? Do not so, my sons, for it is no good report that I hear, that you make the people of the Lord to transgress. If one man shall sin against another, God may be appeased in his behalf. But if a man shall sin against the Lord, who shall pray for him? And they hearkened not to the voice of their father, because the Lord would slay them. But the child Samuel advanced and grew on, and pleased both the Lord and men. And there came a man of God to Heli, and said to him, Thus saith the Lord, Did I not plainly appear to thy father's house when they were in Egypt, in the house of Pharaoh? And I chose him out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest, to go up to my altar, and burn incense to me, and to wear the ephod before me. And I gave to thy father's house of all the sacrifices of the children of Israel. Why have you kicked away my victims and my gifts, which I commanded to be offered in the temple? And thou hast rather honored thy sons than me, to eat the firstfruits of every sacrifice of my people Israel. Wherefore thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, I said indeed that thy house and the house of thy father should minister in my sight forever. But now, saith the Lord, far be this from me, but whosoever shall glorify me, him will I glorify. But they that despise me shall be despised. Behold, the days come, and I will cut off thy arm and the arm of thy father's house, that there shall not be an old man in thy house. And thou shalt see thy rival in the temple, in all the prosperity of Israel, and there shall not be an old man in thy house forever. However, I will not altogether take away a man of thee from my altar, but that thy eyes may faint and thy soul be spent, and a great part of thy house shall die when they come to man's estate. And this shall be a sign to thee that shall come upon thy two sons, Ophni and Phinehas. In one day they shall both of them die. And I will raise me up a faithful priest, who shall do according to my heart and my soul, and I will build him a faithful house, and he shall walk all days before my anointed. And it shall come to pass, that whosoever shall remain in thy house shall come that he may be prayed for, and shall offer a piece of silver and a roll of bread, and shall say, Put me, I beseech thee, to somewhat of the priestly office, that I may eat a morsel of bread. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. Now the child Samuel ministered to the Lord before Heli, and the word of the Lord was precious in those days. There was no manifest vision. And it came to pass one day, when Heli lay in his place, and his eyes were grown dim, that he could not see. Before the lamp of God went out, Samuel slept in the temple of the Lord, where the ark of God was. And the Lord called Samuel, and he answered, Here am I. And he ran to Heli and said, Here am I, for thou didst call me. He said, I did not call, go back and sleep. And he went and slept. And the Lord called Samuel again. And Samuel arose and went to Heli and said, Here am I, for thou calledst me. He answered, I did not call thee, my son, return and sleep. Now Samuel did not yet know the Lord, neither had the word of the Lord been revealed to him. And the Lord called Samuel again the third time. And he arose up and went to Heli, and said, Here am I, for thou didst call me. Then Heli understood that the Lord called the child, and he said to Samuel, Go and sleep, and if he shall call thee any more, thou shalt say, Speak, Lord, for thy servant heareth. So Samuel went and slept in his place. And the Lord came and stood, and he called, as he had called the other times, Samuel, Samuel. And Samuel said, Speak, Lord, for thy servant heareth. And the Lord said to Samuel, Behold, I do a thing in Israel, and whosoever shall hear it, both his ears shall tingle. In that day I will raise up against Heli all the things I have spoken concerning his house. I will begin, and I will make an end. For I have foretold unto him that I will judge his house forever for iniquity, because he knew that his sons did wickedly, and did not chastise them. Therefore have I sworn to the house of Heli that the iniquity of his house shall not be expiated with victims nor offerings forever. And Samuel slept till morning, and opened the doors of the house of the Lord. And Samuel feared to tell the vision to Heli. Then Heli called Samuel, and said, Samuel, my son? And he answered, Here am I. And he asked him, What is the word that the Lord hath spoken to thee? I beseech thee, hide it not from me. May God do so and so to thee, and add so and so, if thou hide from me one word of all that were said to thee. So Samuel told him all the words, and did not hide them from him. And he answered, It is the Lord, let him do what is good in his sight. And Samuel grew, and the Lord was with him, and not one of his words fell to the ground. And all Israel from Dan to Beerseba knew that Samuel was a faithful prophet of the Lord. And the Lord again appeared in Shiloh, for the Lord revealed himself to Samuel in Shiloh, according to the word of the Lord. And the word of Samuel came to pass to all Israel. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. And it came to pass in those days that the Philistines gathered themselves together to fight. And Israel went out to war against the Philistines, and camped by the stone of Help. And the Philistines came to Aphek, and put their army in array against Israel. And when they had joined battle, Israel turned their backs to the Philistines, and there was slain in that fight here and there in the fields about 4,000 men. And the people returned to the camp. And the ancients of Israel said, Why hath the Lord defeated us today before the Philistines? Let us fetch unto us the ark of the covenant of the Lord from Shiloh, and let it come in the midst of us, that it may save us from the hand of our enemies. So the people sent to Shiloh, and they brought from thence the ark of the covenant of the Lord of hosts, sitting upon the cherubims. And the two sons of Heli, Ophni and Phinehas, were with the ark of the covenant of God. And when the ark of the covenant of the Lord was come into the camp, all Israel shouted with a great shout, and the earth rang again. And the Philistines heard the noise of the shout, and they said, What is this noise of a great shout in the camp of the Hebrews? And they understood that the ark of the Lord was come into the camp. And the Philistines were afraid, saying, God is come into the camp. And sighing they said, Woe to us! For there was no such great joy yesterday and the day before. Woe to us! Who shall deliver us from the hand of these high gods? These are the gods that struck Egypt with all the plagues in the desert. Take courage, and behave like men, ye Philistines, lest you come to be servants to the Hebrews, as they have served you. Take courage and fight. So the Philistines fought, and Israel was overthrown, and every man fled to his own dwelling. And there was an exceeding great slaughter, for there fell of Israel 30,000 footmen. And the ark of God was taken, and the two sons of Heli, Ophni and Phinehas, were slain. And there ran a man of Benjamin out of the army, and came to Shiloh the same day, with his clothes rent, and his head strewed with dust. And when he was come, Eli sat upon a stool over against the way, watching. For his heart was fearful for the ark of God. And when the man was come into the city, he told it, and all the city cried out. And Eli heard the noise of the cry, and he said, What meaneth the noise of this uproar? But he made haste, and came, and told Eli. Now Eli was 98 years old, and his eyes were dim, and he could not see. And he said to Eli, I am he that came from the battle, and have fled out of the field this day. And he said to him, What is there done, my son? And he that brought the news answered and said, Israel has fled before the Philistines, and there has been a great slaughter of the people. Moreover, thy 2 sons, Ophni and Phinehas, are dead, and the ark of God is taken. And when he had named the ark of God, he fell from his stool backwards by the door, and broke his neck, and died. For he was an old man, and far advanced in years, and he judged Israel 40 years. And his daughter-in-law, the wife of Phinehas, was big with child, and near her time. And hearing the news that the ark of God was taken, and her father-in-law and her husband were dead, she bowed herself and fell in labor, for her pains came upon her on a sudden. And when she was upon the point of death, they that stood about her said to her, Fear not, for thou hast borne a son. She answered them not, nor gave heed to them. And she called the child Ichabod, saying, The glory is gone from Israel, because the ark of God was taken, and for her father-in-law and her husband. And she said, The glory is departed from Israel, because the ark of God was taken. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. And the Philistines took the ark of God, and carried it from the stone of help into Azotus. And the Philistines took the ark of God, and brought it into the temple of Dagon, and set it by Dagon. And when the Azotians arose early the next day, behold, Dagon lay upon his face on the ground before the ark of the Lord. And they took Dagon, and set him again in his place. And the next day again, when they rose in the morning, they found Dagon lying upon his face on the earth before the ark of the Lord. And the head of Dagon, and both the palms of his hands, were cut off upon the threshold, and only the stump of Dagon remained in its place. For this cause neither the priests of Dagon, nor any that go into the temple, tread on the threshold of Dagon in Azotus unto this day. And the hand of the Lord was heavy upon the Azotians, and he destroyed them, and afflicted Azotus and the coasts thereof with emerods. And in the villages and fields in the midst of that country there came forth a multitude of mice, and there was the confusion of a great mortality in the city. And the men of Azotus, seeing this kind of plague, said, The ark of the God of Israel shall not stay with us, for his hand is heavy upon us, and upon Dagon our God. And sending, they gathered together all the lords of the Philistines to them, and said, What shall we do with the ark of the God of Israel? And the Gethrites answered, Let the ark of the God of Israel be carried about. And they carried the ark of the God of Israel about. And while they were carrying it about, the hand of the Lord came upon every city with an exceeding great slaughter, and he smote the men of every city, both small and great, and they had emerods in their secret parts. And the Gethrites consulted together, and made themselves seats of skins. Therefore they sent the ark of God into Acharon, and when the ark of God was come into Acharon, the Acharonites cried out, saying, They have brought the ark of the God of Israel to us to kill us and our people. They sent therefore and gathered together all the lords of the Philistines, and they said, Send away the ark of the God of Israel, and let it return into its own place, and not kill us and our people. For there was the fear of death in every city, and the hand of God was exceeding heavy. The men also that did not die were afflicted with the emerods, and the cry of every city went up to heaven. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. Now the ark of God was in the land of the Philistines 7 months. And the Philistines called for the priests and the diviners, saying, What shall we do with the ark of the Lord? Tell us how we are to send it back to its place. And they said, If you send back the ark of the God of Israel, send it not away empty, but render unto him what you owe for sin, and then you shall be healed, and you shall know why his hand departeth not from you. They answered, What is it we ought to render unto him for sin? And they answered, According to the number of the provinces of the Philistines, you shall make 5 golden emerods, and 5 golden mice. For the same plague hath been upon you all, and upon your lords. And you shall make the likeness of your emerods, and the likeness of the mice that have destroyed the land, and you shall give glory to the God of Israel, to see if he will take off his hand from you, and from your gods, and from your land. Why do you harden your hearts, as Egypt and Pharaoh hardened their hearts? Did not he, after he was struck, then let them go? And they departed. Now therefore take and make a new cart, and 2 kine that have calved, on which there hath come no yoke, tie to the cart, and shut up their calves at home. And you shall take the ark of the Lord, and lay it on the cart, and the vessels of gold which you have paid him for sin you shall put into a little box at the side thereof, and send it away, that it may go. And you shall look, and if it go up by the way of his own coasts towards Bethsemes, then he hath done us this great evil. But if not, we shall know that it is not his hand hath touched us, but it hath happened by chance. They did therefore in this manner, and taking 2 kine that had suckling calves, they yoked them to the cart, and shut up their calves at home. And they laid the ark of God upon the cart, and the little box that had in it the golden mice, and the likeness of the emerods. And the kine took the straight way that leadeth to Bethsemes, and they went along the way, lowing as they went, and turned not aside, neither to the right hand nor to the left. And the lords of the Philistines followed them as far as the borders of Bethsemes. Now the Bethsemites were reaping wheat in the valley, and lifting up their eyes, they saw the ark, and rejoiced to see it. And the cart came into the field of Josue, a Bethsemite, and stood there. And there was a great stone, and they cut in pieces the wood of the cart, and laid the kine upon it, a holocaust to the Lord. And the Levites took down the ark of God, and the little box that was at the side of it, wherein were the vessels of gold, and they put them upon the great stone. The men also of Bethsemes offered holocausts and sacrificed victims that day to the Lord. And the 5 princes of the Philistines saw, and they returned to Acharon the same day. And these are the golden emerods which the Philistines returned for sin to the Lord: for Azotus 1, for Gaza 1, for Askelon 1, for Geth 1, for Acharon 1, and the golden mice according to the number of the cities of the Philistines, of the 5 provinces, from the fenced city to the village that was without wall, and to the great Abel, the stone, whereon they set down the ark of the Lord, which was till that day in the field of Josue the Bethsemite. But he slew of the men of Bethsemes, because they had seen the ark of the Lord, and he slew of the people 70 men, and 50,000 of the common people. And the people lamented, because the Lord had smitten the people with a great slaughter. And the men of Bethsemes said, Who shall be able to stand before the Lord, this holy God? And to whom shall he go up from us? And they sent messengers to the inhabitants of Kiriath-Jearim, saying, The Philistines have brought back the ark of the Lord. Come ye down and fetch it up to you. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. And then men of Kiriath-Jearim came and fetched up the ark of the Lord, and carried it into the house of Abinadab in Gibeah. And they sanctified Eleazar his son to keep the ark of the Lord. And it came to pass that from the day the ark of the Lord abode in Kiriath-Jearim, days were multiplied, for it was now the 20th year, and all the house of Israel rested, following the Lord. And Samuel spoke to all the house of Israel, saying, If you turn to the Lord with all your heart, put away the strange gods from among you, Baalim and Ashtaroth, and prepare your hearts unto the Lord, and serve him only, and he will deliver you out of the hand of the Philistines. Then the children of Israel put away Baalim and Ashtaroth, and served the Lord only. And Samuel said, Gather all Israel to Mazphath, that I may pray to the Lord for you. And they gathered together to Mazphath, and they drew water, and poured it out before the Lord, and they fasted on that day. And they said there, We have sinned against the Lord. And Samuel judged the children of Israel in Mazphath. And the Philistines heard that the children of Israel were gathered together to Mazphath, and the lords of the Philistines went up against Israel. And when the children of Israel heard this, they were afraid of the Philistines. And they said to Samuel, Cease not to cry to the Lord our God for us, that he may save us out of the hand of the Philistines. And Samuel took a sucking lamb, and offered it whole for a holocaust to the Lord. And Samuel cried to the Lord for Israel, and the Lord heard him. And it came to pass, when Samuel was offering the holocaust, the Philistines began the battle against Israel. But the Lord thundered with a great thunder on that day upon the Philistines, and terrified them. And they were overthrown before the face of Israel. And the men of Israel, going out of Mazphath, pursued after the Philistines, and made slaughter of them till they came under Bethkar. And Samuel took a stone, and laid it between Mazphath and Sen, and he called the place the Stone of Help. And he said, Thus far the Lord hath helped us. And the Philistines were humbled, and they did not come any more into the borders of Israel. And the hand of the Lord was against the Philistines all the days of Samuel. And the cities which the Philistines had taken from Israel were restored to Israel, from Acharon to Geth and their borders, and he delivered Israel from the hand of the Philistines, and there was peace between Israel and the Amorites. And Samuel judged Israel all the days of his life. And he went every year about to Bethel, and to Gilgal, and to Mazphath, and he judged Israel in the aforesaid places. And he returned to Ramathah, for there was his house, and there he judged Israel. He built also there an altar to the Lord. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. And it came to pass, when Samuel was old, that he appointed his sons to be judges over Israel. Now the name of his firstborn son was Joel, and the name of the second was Abiah, judges in Beerzebeh. And his sons walked not in his ways, but they turned aside after lucre, and took bribes, and perverted judgment. Then all the ancients of Israel, being assembled, came to Samuel to Ramathah. And they said to him, Behold, thou art old, and thy sons walk not in thy ways. Make us a king to judge us, as all nations have. And the word was displeasing in the eyes of Samuel, that they should say, Give us a king to judge us. And Samuel prayed to the Lord. And the Lord said to Samuel, Hearken to the voice of the people in all that they say to thee. For they have not rejected thee, but me, that I should not reign over them. According to all their works they have done from the day that I brought them out of Egypt until this day, as they have forsaken me, and served strange gods, so do they also unto thee. Now therefore hearken to their voice, but yet testify to them, and foretell them the right of the king that shall reign over them. Then Samuel told all the words of the Lord to the people that had desired a king of him, and said, This will be the right of the king that shall reign over you. He will take your sons and put them in his chariots, and will make them his horsemen, and his running footmen to run before his chariots, and he will appoint of them to be his tribunes and centurions, and to plough his fields, and to reap his corn, and to make him arms and chariots. Your daughters also he will take to make him ointments, and to be his cooks and bakers. And he will take your fields, and your vineyards, and your best oliveyards, and give them to his servants. Moreover, he will take the 10th of your corn, and of the revenues of your vineyards, to give his eunuchs and servants. Your servants also and handmaids, and your goodliest young men, and your asses he will take away, and put them to his work. Your flocks also he will tithe, and you shall be his servants. And you shall cry out in that day from the face of the king, whom you have chosen to yourselves, and the Lord will not hear you in that day, because you desired unto yourselves a king. But the people would not hear the voice of Samuel, and they said, Nay, but there shall be a king over us. And we also will be like all nations, and our king shall judge us, and go out before us, and fight our battles for us. And Samuel heard all the words of the people, and rehearsed them in the ears of the Lord. And the Lord said to Samuel, Hearken to their voice, and make them a king. And Samuel said to the men of Israel, Let every man go to his city. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. Now there was a man of Benjamin, whose name was Kiz, the son of Abiel, the son of Siror, the son of Bechorath, the son of Aphiah, the son of a man of Gemini, valiant and strong. And he had a son whose name was Saul. a choice and goodly man, and there was not among the children of Israel a goodlier person than he. From his shoulders and upward he appeared above all the people. And the asses of Kish, Saul's father, were lost. And Kish said to his son Saul, Take one of the servants with thee, and arise, go and seek the asses. And when they had passed through Mount Ephraim, and through the land of Selisa, and had not found them, they passed also through the land of Salim, and they were not there, and through the land of Gemini, and found them not. And when they were come to the land of Suf, Saul said to the servant that was with him, Come, let us return, lest perhaps my father forget the asses, and be concerned for us. And he said to him, Behold, there is a man of God in this city, a famous man. All that he saith cometh certainly to pass. Now therefore let us go thither. Perhaps he may tell us of our way, for which we are come. And Saul said to his servant, Behold, we will go. But what shall we carry to the man of God? The bread is spent in our bags, and we have no present to make to the man of God, nor anything at all. The servant answered Saul again, and said, Behold, there is found in my hand the 4th part of a sicle of silver. Let us give it to the man of God, that he may tell us our way. Now in time past in Israel, when a man went to consult God, he spoke thus, Come, let us go to the seer. For he that is now called a prophet, in time past, was called a seer. And Saul said to his servant, Thy word is very good. Come, let us go. And they went into the city where the man of God was. And when they went up the ascent to the city, they found maids coming out to draw water. And they said to them, Is the seer here? They answered and said to them, He is. Behold, he is before you. Make haste now, for he came today into the city. For there is a sacrifice of the people today in the high place. As soon as you come into the city, you shall immediately find him, before he go up to the high place to eat. For the people will not eat till he come, because he blesseth the victim, and afterwards they eat that are invited. Now therefore go up, for today you shall find him. And they went up into the city. And when they were walking in the midst of the city, behold, Samuel was coming out over against them to go up to the high place. Now the Lord had revealed to the ear of Samuel the day before Saul came, saying, Tomorrow about this same hour I will send thee a man of the land of Benjamin, and thou shalt anoint him to be ruler over my people Israel, and he shall save my people out of the hand of the Philistines. For I have looked down upon my people, because their cry is come to me. And when Samuel saw Saul, the Lord said to him, Behold the man of whom I spoke to thee, this man shall reign over my people. And Saul came to Samuel in the midst of the gate, and said, Tell me, I pray thee, where is the house of the seer? And Samuel answered Saul, saying, I am the seer. Go up before me to the high place, that you may eat with me today, and I will let thee go in the morning, and tell thee all that is in thy heart. And as for the asses, which were lost 3 days ago, be not solicitous, because they are found. And for whom shall be all the best things of Israel? Shall they not be for thee and for all thy father's house? And Saul answering said, Am not I a son of Gemini, of the least tribe of Israel, and my kindred the last among all the families of the tribe of Benjamin? Why then hast thou spoken this word to me? Then Samuel, taking Saul and his servant, brought them into the parlor, and gave them a place at the head of them that were invited, for there were about 30 men. And Samuel said to the cook, Bring the portion which I gave thee, and commanded thee to set it apart by thee. And the cook took up the shoulder, and set it before Saul. And Samuel said, Behold, what is left, set it before thee, and eat, because it was kept of purpose for thee when I invited the people. And Saul ate with Samuel that day. And they went down from the high place into the town, and he spoke with Saul upon the top of the house. And he prepared a bed for Saul on the top of the house, and he slept. And when they were risen in the morning, and it began now to be light, Samuel called Saul on the top of the house, saying, Arise, that I may let thee go. And Saul arose, and they went out, both of them, to wit, he and Samuel. And as they were going down in the end of the city, Samuel said to Saul, Speak to the servant to go before us, and pass on, but stand thou still a while, that I may tell thee the word of the Lord. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. And Samuel took a little vial of oil, and poured it upon his head, and kissed him, and said, Behold, the Lord hath anointed thee to be prince over his inheritance, and thou shalt deliver his people out of the hands of their enemies that are round about them. And this shall be a sign unto thee that God hath anointed thee to be prince. When thou shalt depart from me this day, thou shalt find 2 men by the sepulchre of Rachel in the borders of Benjamin to the south, and they shall say to thee, The asses are found which thou wentest to seek, and thy father, thinking no more of the asses, is concerned for you, and saith, What shall I do for my son? And when thou shalt depart from thence, and go farther on, and shalt come to the oak of Tabor, there shall meet thee 3 men going up to God to Bethel, one carrying 3 kids, and another 3 loaves of bread, and another carrying a bottle of wine. And they will salute thee, and will give thee 2 loaves, and thou shalt take them at their hand. After that thou shalt come to the hill of God, where the garrison of the Philistines is. And when thou shalt be come there into the city, thou shalt meet a company of prophets coming down from the high place, with a psaltery, and a timbrel, and a pipe, and a harp before them, and they shall be prophesying. And the Spirit of the Lord shall come upon thee, and thou shalt prophesy with them, and shalt be changed into another man. When therefore these signs shall happen to thee, do whatsoever thy hand shall find, for the Lord is with thee. And thou shalt go down before me to Gilgal, for I will come down to thee, that thou mayest offer an oblation, and sacrifice victims of peace. 7 days shalt thou wait, till I come to thee, and I will show thee what thou art to do. So when he had turned his back to go from Samuel, God gave unto him another heart, and all these things came to pass that day. And they came to the foresaid hill, and behold, a company of prophets met him, and the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and he prophesied in the midst of them. And all that had known him yesterday and the day before, seeing that he was with the prophets and prophesied, said to each other, What is this that hath happened to the son of Kish? Is Saul also among the prophets? And one answered another, saying, And who is their father? Therefore it became a proverb, Is Saul also among the prophets? And when he had made an end of prophesying, he came to the high place. And Saul's uncle said to him and to his servant, Whither went you? They answered, To seek the asses, and not finding them, we went to Samuel. And his uncle said to him, Tell me what Samuel said to thee. And Saul said to his uncle, He told us that the asses were found, but of the matter of the kingdom of which Samuel had spoken to him, he told him not. And Samuel called together the people to the Lord in Mizpah. And he said to the children of Israel, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, I brought up Israel out of Egypt, and delivered you from the hand of the Egyptians, and from the hand of all the kings who afflicted you. But you this day have rejected your God, who only hath saved you out of all your evils and your tribulations, and you have said, Nay, but set a king over us. Now therefore stand before the Lord by your tribes and by your families. And Samuel brought to him all the tribes of Israel, and the lot fell on the tribe of Benjamin. And he brought the tribe of Benjamin and the kindreds thereof, and the lot fell upon the kindred of Metri. And it came to Saul the son of Kish. They sought him therefore, and he was not found. And after this they consulted the Lord whether he would come thither. And the Lord answered, Behold, he is hidden at home. And they ran and fetched him thence. And he stood in the midst of the people, and he was higher than any of the people from the shoulders and upward. And Samuel said to all the people, Surely you see him whom the Lord hath chosen, that there is none like him among all the people. And all the people cried and said, God save the king. And Samuel told the people the law of the kingdom, and wrote it in a book, and laid it up before the Lord. And Samuel sent away all the people, every one to his own house. Saul also departed to his own house in Gibeah, and there went with him a part of the army, whose hearts God had touched. But the children of Belial said, Shall this fellow be able to save us? And they despised him, and brought him no presents, but he dissembled as though he heard not. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. And it came to pass, about a month after this, that Naas the Ammonite came up, and began to fight against Jabez Gilead. And all the men of Jabez said to Naas, Make a covenant with us, and we will serve thee. And Naas the Ammonite answered them, On this condition will I make a covenant with you, that I may pluck out all your right eyes, and make you a reproach in all Israel. And the ancients of Jabez said to him, Allow us 7 days, that we may send messengers to all the coasts of Israel, and if there be no one to defend us, we will come out to thee. The messengers therefore came to Gibeah of Saul, and they spoke these words in the hearing of the people, and all the people lifted up their voices and wept. And behold, Saul came, following oxen out of the field, and he said, What aileth the people that they weep? And they told him the words of the men of Jabez. And the Spirit of the Lord came upon Saul when he had heard these words, and his anger was exceedingly kindled. And taking both the oxen, he cut them in pieces, and sent them into all the coasts of Israel by messengers, saying, Whosoever shall not come forth and follow Saul and Samuel, so shall it be done to his oxen. And the fear of the Lord fell upon the people, and they went out as one man. And he numbered them in Bezek. And there were of the children of Israel 300,000, and of the men of Judah 30,000. And they said to the messengers that came, Thus shall you say to the men of Jabez Gilead, Tomorrow, when the sun shall be hot, you shall have relief. The messengers therefore came and told the men of Jabez, and they were glad. And they said, In the morning we will come out to you, and you shall do what you please with us. And it came to pass, when the morrow was come, that Saul put the people in 3 companies, and he came into the midst of the camp in the morning watch, and he slew the Ammonites until the day grew hot, and the rest were scattered, so that 2 of them were not left together. And the people said to Samuel, Who is he that said, Shall Saul reign over us? Bring the men, and we will kill them. And Saul said, No man shall be killed this day, because the Lord this day hath wrought salvation in Israel. And Samuel said to the people, Come, and let us go to Gilgal, and let us renew the kingdom there. And all the people went to Gilgal, and there they made Saul king before the Lord in Gilgal, and they sacrificed their victims of peace before the Lord. And there Saul and all the men of Israel rejoiced exceedingly. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. And Samuel said to all Israel, Behold, I have hearkened to your voice in all that you said to me, and have made a king over you. And now the king goeth before you, but I am old and grey-headed, and my sons are with you. Having then conversed with you from my youth unto this day, behold, here I am. Speak of me before the Lord, and before his anointed, whether I have taken any man's ox or ass, if I have wronged any man, if I have oppressed any man, if I have taken a bribe at any man's hand, and I will despise it this day, and will restore it to you. And they said, Thou hast not wronged us, nor oppressed us, nor taken aught at any man's hand. And he said to them, The Lord is witness against you, and his anointed is witness this day, that you have not found anything in my hand. And they said, He is witness. And Samuel said to the people, It is the Lord who made Moses and Aaron, and brought our fathers out of the land of Egypt. Now therefore stand up, that I may plead in judgment against you before the Lord, concerning all the kindness of the Lord which he hath shown to you and to your fathers, how Jacob went into Egypt, and your fathers cried to the Lord, and the Lord sent Moses and Aaron, and brought your fathers out of Egypt, and made them dwell in this place. And they forgot the Lord their God, and he delivered them into the hands of Sisera, captain of the army of Hazor, and into the hands of the Philistines, and into the hand of the king of Moab, and they fought against them. But afterwards they cried to the Lord, and said, We have sinned, because we have forsaken the Lord, and have served Baalim and Ashtaroth. But now deliver us from the hand of our enemies, and we will serve thee. And the Lord sent Jerubbaal, and Bedan, and Jephthah, and Samuel, and delivered you from the hand of your enemies round about, and you dwelt securely. But seeing that Naas, king of the children of Ammon, was come against you, you said to me, Nay, but a king shall reign over us, whereas the Lord your God was your king. Now therefore your king is here, whom you have chosen and desired. Behold, the Lord hath given you a king. If you will fear the Lord, and serve him, and hearken to his voice, and not provoke the mouth of the Lord, then shall both you and the king who reigneth over you be followers of the Lord your God. But if you will not hearken to the voice of the Lord, but will rebel against his words, the hand of the Lord shall be upon you and upon your fathers. Now then stand, and see this great thing which the Lord will do in your sight. Is it not wheat harvest today? I will call upon the Lord, and he shall send thunder and rain, and you shall know and see that you yourselves have done a great evil in the sight of the Lord, in desiring a king over you. And Samuel cried unto the Lord, and the Lord sent thunder and rain that day. And all the people greatly feared the Lord and Samuel. And all the people said to Samuel, Pray for thy servants to the Lord thy God, that we may not die, for we have added to all our sins this evil, to ask for a king. And Samuel said to the people, Fear not, you have done all this evil, but yet depart not from following the Lord, but serve the Lord with all your heart, and turn not aside after vain things which shall never profit you, nor deliver you, because they are vain. And the Lord will not forsake his people for his great name's sake, because the Lord hath sworn to make you his people. And far from me be this sin against the Lord, that I should cease to pray for you, and I will teach you the good and right way. Therefore fear the Lord, and serve him in truth, and with your whole heart, for you have seen the great works which he hath done among you. But if you will still do wickedly, both you and your king shall perish together. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. Saul was a child of 1 year when he began to reign, and he reigned 2 years over Israel. And Saul chose him 3,000 men of Israel, and 2,000 were with Saul in Michmas and in Mount Bethel, and 1,000 with Jonathan in Gibeah of Benjamin, and the rest of the people he sent back every man to their dwellings. And Jonathan smote the garrison of the Philistines which was in Gibeah, and when the Philistines had heard of it, Saul sounded the trumpet over all the land, saying, Let the Hebrews hear. And all Israel heard this report, Saul hath smitten the garrison of the Philistines. And Israel took courage against the Philistines, and the people were called together after Saul to Gilgal. The Philistines also were assembled to fight against Israel, 30,000 chariots and 6,000 horsemen, and a multitude of people besides, like the sand on the seashore for number. And going up, they camped in Michmas at the east of Bethaven. And when the men of Israel saw that they were straitened, for the people were distressed, they hid themselves in caves, and in thickets, and in rocks, and in dens, and in pits. And some of the Hebrews passed over the Jordan into the land of Gad and Gilead. And when Saul was yet in Gilgal, all the people that followed him were greatly afraid. And he waited 7 days according to the appointment of Samuel. And Samuel came not to Gilgal, and the people slipped away from him. Then Saul said, Bring me the holocaust and the peace offerings. And he offered the holocaust. And when he had made an end of offering the holocaust, behold, Samuel came, and Saul went forth to meet him and salute him. And Samuel said to him, What hast thou done? Saul answered, Because I saw that the people slipped from me, and thou wast not come according to the days appointed, and the Philistines were gathered together in Michmas, I said, Now will the Philistines come down upon me to Gilgal, and I have not appeased the face of the Lord. Forced by necessity, I offered the holocaust. And Samuel said to Saul, Thou hast done foolishly, and hast not kept the commandments of the Lord thy God, which he commanded thee. And if thou hadst not done thus, the Lord would now have established thy kingdom over Israel forever. But thy kingdom shall not continue. The Lord hath sought him a man according to his own heart, and him hath the Lord commanded to be prince over his people, because thou hast not observed that which the Lord commanded. And Samuel arose and went up from Gilgal to Gibeah of Benjamin, and the rest of the people went up after Saul, to meet the people who fought against them, going from Gilgal to Gibeah in the hill of Benjamin. And Saul numbered the people that were found with him, about 600 men. And Saul and Jonathan his son, and the people that were present with them, were in Gibeah of Benjamin, but the Philistines encamped in Michmash. And there went out of the camp of the Philistines 3 companies to plunder. One company went towards the way of Ephraim to the land of Sual, and another went by the way of Beth-horon, and the third turned to the way of the border above the valley of Seboim towards the desert. Now there was no smith to be found in all the land of Israel, for the Philistines had taken this precaution, lest the Hebrews should make them swords or spears. So all Israel went down to the Philistines, to sharpen every man his plowshare, and his spade, and his axe, and his rake, so that their shares, and their spades, and their forks, and their axes were blunt, even to the goad, which was to be mended. And when the day of battle was come, there was neither sword nor spear found in the hand of any of the people that were with Saul and Jonathan, except Saul and Jonathan his son. And the army of the Philistines went out in order to advance further in Michmash. End of chapter 13. 1 Samuel, chapters 14 through 21 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Now it came to pass one day that Jonathan the son of Saul said to the young man that bore his armor, Come, and let us go over to the garrison of the Philistines, which is on the other side of yonder place. But he told not this to his father. And Saul abode in the uttermost part of Gibeah under the pomegranate tree, which was in Magron, and the people with him were about 600 men. And Achias the son of Achitob, brother to Ichabod the son of Phinehas, the son of Heli, the priest of the Lord in Silo, wore the ephod, and the people knew not whither Jonathan was gone. Now there were between the ascents by which Jonathan sought to go over to the garrison of the Philistines, rocks standing up on both sides, and steep cliffs like teeth on the one side and on the other. The name of the one was Bozis, and the name of the other was Sini. One rock stood out towards the north over against Michmash, and the other to the south over against Gibeah. And Jonathan said to the young man that bore his armor, Come, let us go over to the garrison of these uncircumcised. It may be the Lord will do for us, because it is easy for the Lord to save either by many or by few. And his armor-bearer said to him, Do all that pleaseth thy mind, go whither thou wilt, and I will be with thee, wheresoever thou hast a mind. And Jonathan said, Behold, we will go over to these men, and when we shall be seen by them, if they shall speak thus to us, Stay till we come to you, let us stand still in our place, and not go up to them. But if they shall say, Come up to us, let us go up, because the Lord hath delivered them into our hands. This shall be a sign unto us. So both of them discovered themselves to the garrison of the Philistines, And the Philistines said, Behold, the Hebrews come forth out of the holes wherein they were hid. And the men of the garrison spoke to Jonathan and to his armor-bearer, and said, Come up to us, and we will show you a thing. And Jonathan said to his armor-bearer, Let us go up, follow me, for the Lord hath delivered them into the hands of Israel. And Jonathan went up, creeping on his hands and feet, and his armor-bearer after him. And some fell before Jonathan, others his armor-bearer slew as he followed him. And the first slaughter which Jonathan and his armor-bearer made was of about 20 men, within half an acre of land, which a yoke of oxen is wont to plow in a day. And there was a miracle in the camp, through the fields, yea, and all the people of their garrison, who had gone out to plunder, were amazed, and the earth trembled, and it happened as a miracle from God. And the watchmen of Saul, who were in Gibeah of Benjamin, looked, and behold, a multitude overthrown, and fleeing this way and that. And Saul said to the people that were with him, Look, and see who is gone from us. And when they had sought, it was found that Jonathan and his armor-bearer were not there. And Saul said to Achias, Bring the ark of the Lord, for the ark of God was there that day with the children of Israel. And while Saul spoke to the priest, there arose a great uproar in the camp of the Philistines, and it increased by degrees, and was heard more clearly. And Saul said to the priest, Draw in thy hand. Then Saul and all the people that were with him shouted together, and they came to the place of the fight. And behold, every man's sword was turned upon his neighbor, and there was a very great slaughter. Moreover, the Hebrews that had been with the Philistines yesterday and the day before, and went up with them into the camp, returned to be with the Israelites, who were with Saul and Jonathan. And all the Israelites that had hid themselves in Mount Ephraim, hearing that the Philistines fled, joined themselves with their countrymen in the fight. And there were with Saul about 10,000 men. And the Lord saved Israel that day, and the fight went on as far as Bethaven. And the men of Israel were joined together that day, and Saul adjured the people, saying, Cursed be the man that shall eat food till evening, till I be revenged of my enemies. So none of the people tasted any food. And all the common people came into a forest, in which there was honey upon the ground. And when the people came into the forest, behold, the honey dropped, but no man put his hand to his mouth, for the people feared the oath. But Jonathan had not heard when his father adjured the people, and he put forth the end of the rod which he had in his hand, and dipped it in a honeycomb, and he carried his hand to his mouth, and his eyes were enlightened. And one of the people answering said, Thy father hath bound the people with an oath, saying, Cursed be the man that shall eat any food this day. And the people were faint. And Jonathan said, My father hath troubled the land. You have seen yourselves that my eyes are enlightened, because I tasted a little of this honey. How much more if the people had eaten of the prey of their enemies which they found? Had there not been made a greater slaughter among the Philistines? So they smote that day the Philistines from Machmas to Ailan, and the people were wearied exceedingly. And falling upon the spoils, they took sheep and oxen and calves, and slew them on the ground, and the people ate them with the blood. And they told Saul that the people had sinned against the Lord, eating with the blood. And he said, You have transgressed. Roll here to me now a great stone. And Saul said, disperse yourselves among the people, and tell them to bring me every man his ox and his ram, and slay them upon this stone, and eat, and you shall not sin against the Lord in eating with the blood. So all the people brought every man his ox with him till the night, and slew them there. And Saul built an altar to the Lord, and he then first began to build an altar to the Lord. And Saul said, Let us fall upon the Philistines by night, and destroy them till the morning light, and let us not leave a man of them. And the people said, Do all that seemeth good in thy eyes. And the priest said, Let us draw near hither unto God. And Saul consulted the Lord, Shall I pursue after the Philistines? Wilt thou deliver them into the hands of Israel? And he answered him not that day. And Saul said, Bring hither all the corners of the people, and know and see by whom this sin hath happened today. As the Lord liveth, who is the Saviour of Israel, if it was done by Jonathan my son, he shall surely die. In this none of the people gainsaid him. And he said to all Israel, Be you on one side, and I with Jonathan my son will be on the other side. And the people answered Saul, Do what seemeth good in thy eyes. And Saul said to the Lord, O Lord God of Israel, give a sign by which we may know what the meaning is that thou answerest not thy servant today. If this iniquity be in me, or in my son Jonathan, give a proof. Or if this iniquity be in thy people, give holiness. And Jonathan and Saul were taken, and the people escaped. And Saul said, Cast lots between me and Jonathan my son. And Jonathan was taken. And Saul said to Jonathan, Tell me what thou hast done. And Jonathan told him, and said, I did but taste a little honey with the end of the rod which was in my hand, and behold, I must die. And Saul said, May God do so and so to me, and add still more, for dying thou shalt die, O Jonathan. And the people said to Saul, Shall Jonathan then die, who hath wrought this great salvation in Israel? This must not be. As the Lord liveth, there shall not one hair of his head fall to the ground, for he hath wrought with God this day. So the people delivered Jonathan, that he should not die. And Saul went back, and did not pursue after the Philistines, and the Philistines went to their own places. And Saul, having his kingdom established over Israel, fought against all his enemies round about, against Moab, and against the children of Ammon, and Edom, and the kings of Sobah, and the Philistines, and whithersoever he turned himself, he overcame. And gathering together an army, he defeated Amalek, and delivered Israel from the hand of them that spoiled them. And the sons of Saul were Jonathan, and Jeshui, and Melchishua, and the names of his 2 daughters. The name of the firstborn was Merob, and the name of the younger Michal. And the name of Saul's wife was Achinoam, the daughter of Achimaeus. And the name of the captain of his army was Abner, the son of Ner, the cousin German of Saul. For Kis was the father of Saul, and Ner, the father of Abner, was son of Abiel. And there was a great war against the Philistines all the days of Saul. For whomsoever Saul saw to be a valiant man, and fit for war, he took him to himself. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. And Samuel said to Saul, The Lord sent me to anoint thee king over his people Israel. Now therefore hearken thou unto the voice of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I have reckoned up all that Amalek hath done to Israel, how he opposed them in the way when they came up out of Egypt. Now therefore go and smite Amalek, and utterly destroy all that he hath. Spare him not, nor covet anything that is his, but slay both man and woman, child and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass. So Saul commanded the people, and numbered them as lambs, 200,000 footmen, and 10,000 of the men of Judah. And when Saul was come to the city of Amalek, he laid ambushes in the torrent. And Saul said to the Kenite, Go, depart, and get ye down from Amalek, lest I destroy thee with him. For thou hast shown kindness to all the children of Israel when they came up out of Egypt. And the Kenite departed from the midst of Amalek. And Saul smote Amalek from Havilah until thou comest to Sur, which is over against Egypt. And he took Agag, the king of Amalek, alive, but all the common people he slew with the edge of the sword. And Saul and the people spared Agag, and the best of the flocks of sheep, and of the herds, and the garments, and the rams, and all that was beautiful, and would not destroy them. But everything that was vile and good for nothing, that they destroyed. And the word of the Lord came to Samuel, saying, It repenteth me that I have made Saul king, for he hath forsaken me, and hath not executed my commandments. And Samuel was grieved, and he cried unto the Lord all night. And when Samuel rose early to go to Saul in the morning, it was told Samuel that Saul was come to Carmel, and had erected for himself a triumphant arch, and returning had passed on, and gone down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul was offering a holocaust to the Lord out of the choicest of the spoils which he had brought from Amalek. And when Samuel was come to Saul, Saul said to him, Blessed be thou of the Lord, I have fulfilled the word of the Lord. And Samuel said, What meaneth then this bleating of the flocks, which soundeth in my ears, and the lowing of the herds which I hear? And Saul said, They have brought them from Amalek. For the people spared the best of the sheep and of the herds, that they might be sacrificed to the Lord thy God, but the rest we have slain. And Samuel said to Saul, Suffer me, and I will tell thee what the Lord hath said to me this night. And he said to him, Speak. And Samuel said, When thou wast a little one in thy own eyes, wast thou not made the head of the tribes of Israel? And the Lord anointed thee to be king over Israel. And the Lord sent thee on the way, and said, Go, and kill the sinners of Amalek, and thou shalt fight against them until thou hast utterly destroyed them. Why then didst thou not hearken to the voice of the Lord, but hast turned to the prey, and hast done evil in the eyes of the Lord? And Saul said to Samuel, Yea, I have hearkened to the voice of the Lord, and have walked in the way by which the Lord sent me, and have brought Agag, the king of Amalek, and Amalek I have slain. But the people took of the spoils sheep and oxen as the first fruits of those things that were slain, to offer sacrifice to the Lord their God in Gilgal. And Samuel said, Doth the Lord desire holocausts and victims, and not rather that the voice of the Lord should be obeyed? For obedience is better than sacrifices, and to hearken rather than to offer the fat of rams. Because it is like the sin of witchcraft to rebel, and like the crime of idolatry to refuse to obey. Forasmuch, therefore, as thou hast rejected the word of the Lord, the Lord hath also rejected thee from being king. And Saul said to Samuel, I have sinned because I have transgressed the commandment of the Lord, and thy words, fearing the people, and obeying their voice. But now bear, I beseech thee, my sin, and return with me, that I may adore the Lord. And Samuel said to Saul, I will not return with thee, because thou hast rejected the word of the Lord, and the Lord hath rejected thee from being king over Israel. And Samuel turned about to go away, but he laid hold upon the skirt of his mantle, and it rent. And Samuel said to him, The Lord hath rent the kingdom of Israel from thee this day, and hath given it to thy neighbor, who is better than thee. But the triumpher in Israel will not spare, and will not be moved to repentance, for he is not a male that he should repent. Then he said, I have sinned, yet honor me now before the ancients of my people, and before Israel, and return with me, that I may adore the Lord thy God. So Samuel turned again after Saul, and Saul adored the Lord. And Samuel said, Bring hither to me Agag, the king of Amalek. And Agag was presented to him very fat and trembling. And Agag said, Doth bitter death separate in this manner? And Samuel said, As thy sword hath made women childless, so shall thy mother be childless among women. And Samuel hewed him in pieces before the Lord in Gilgal. And Samuel departed to Ramathah, but Saul went up to his house in Gibeah. And Samuel saw Saul no more till the day of his death. Nevertheless Samuel mourned for Saul, because the Lord repented that he had made him king over Israel. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. And the Lord said to Samuel, How long wilt thou mourn for Saul, whom I have rejected from reigning over Israel? Fill thy horn with oil, and come, that I may send thee to Isaiah the Bethlehemite, for I have provided me a king among his sons. And Samuel said, How shall I go? For Saul will hear of it, and he will kill me. And the Lord said, Thou shalt take with thee a calf of the herd, and thou shalt say, I am come to sacrifice to the Lord. And thou shalt call Isaiah to the sacrifice, and I will show thee what thou art to do, and thou shalt anoint him whom I shall show to thee. Then Samuel did as the Lord had said to him, and he came to Bethlehem, and the ancients of the city wondered, and meeting him they said, Is thy coming hither peaceable? And he said, It is peaceable. I am come to offer sacrifice to the Lord. Be ye sanctified, and come with me to the sacrifice. And he sanctified Isaiah and his sons, and called them to the sacrifice. And when they were come in, he saw Eliab, and said, Is the Lord's anointed before him? And the Lord said to Samuel, Look not on his countenance, nor on the height of his stature, because I have rejected him, nor do I judge according to the look of man. For man seeth those things that appear, but the Lord beholdeth the heart. And Isaiah called Abinadab, and brought him before Samuel. And he said, Neither hath the Lord chosen this. And Isaiah brought Shammah, and he said of him, Neither hath the Lord chosen this. Isaiah therefore brought his 7 sons before Samuel. And Samuel said to Isaiah, The Lord hath not chosen any one of these. And Samuel said to Isaiah, Are here all thy sons? He answered, There remaineth yet a young one who keepeth the sheep. And Samuel said to Isaiah, Send and fetch him, for we will not sit down till he come hither. He sent therefore and brought him. Now he was ruddy and beautiful to behold, and of a comely face. And the Lord said, Arise, and anoint him, for this is he. Then Samuel took the horn of oil, and anointed him in the midst of his brethren. And the Spirit of the Lord came upon David from that day forward. And Samuel rose up, and went to Rammath. But the Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and an evil spirit from the Lord troubled him. And the servants of Saul said to him, Behold, now an evil spirit from God troubleth thee. Let our Lord give orders, and thy servants who are before thee will seek out a man skillful in playing on the harp, that when the evil spirit from the Lord is upon thee, he may play with his hand, and thou mayest bear it more easily. And Saul said to his servants, Provide me then some man that can play well, and bring him to me. And one of the servants answering said, Behold, I have seen a son of Isai, the Bethlehemite, a skillful player, and one of great strength, and a man fit for war, and prudent in his words, and a comely person, and the Lord is with him. Then Saul sent messengers to Isai, saying, Send me David thy son, who is in the pastures. And Isai took an ass laden with bread, and a bottle of wine, and a kid of the flock, and sent them by the hand of David his son to Saul. And David came to Saul, and stood before him, and he loved him exceedingly, and made him his armor-bearer. And Saul sent to Isai, saying, Let David stand before me, for he hath found favor in my sight. So whensoever the evil spirit from the Lord was upon Saul, David took his harp, and played with his hand, and Saul was refreshed, and was better, for the evil spirit departed from him. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. Now the Philistines, gathering together their troops to battle, assembled at Socoh of Judah, and camped between Socoh and Azekah in the borders of Domim. And Saul and the children of Israel, being gathered together, came to the valley of Terebinth, and they set the army in array to fight against the Philistines. And the Philistines stood on a mountain on the one side, and Israel stood on a mountain on the other side, and there was a valley between them. And there went out a man base-born from the camp of the Philistines, named Goliath of Geth, whose height was 6 cubits and a span. And he had a helmet of brass upon his head, and he was clothed with a coat of mail with scales, and the weight of his coat of mail was 5,000 sickles of brass. And he had greaves of brass on his legs, and a buckler of brass covered his shoulders. And the staff of his spear was like a weaver's beam, and the head of his spear weighed 600 sickles of iron. And his armor-bearer went before him. And standing he cried out to the bands of Israel, and said to them, Why are you come out prepared to fight? Am not I a Philistine, and you the servants of Saul? Choose out a man of you, and let him come down and fight hand to hand. If he be able to fight with me and kill me, we will be servants to you. But if I prevail against him and kill him, you shall be servants, and shall serve us. And the Philistine said, I have defied the bands of Israel this day. Give me a man, and let him fight with me hand to hand. And Saul and all the Israelites, hearing these words of the Philistine, were dismayed, and greatly afraid. Now David was the son of that Ephrathite of Bethlehem, Judah, before mentioned, whose name was Isai, who had 8 sons, and was an old man in the days of Saul, and of great age among men. And his 3 eldest sons followed Saul to the battle. And the names of his 3 sons that went to the battle were Eliab the firstborn, and the second Abinadab, and the third Shammah. But David was the youngest. So the 3 eldest having followed Saul, David went and returned from Saul to feed his father's flock at Bethlehem. Now the Philistine came out morning and evening, and presented himself 40 days. And Isaiah said to David his son, Take for thy brethren an ephah of frumenty, and these 10 loaves, and run to the camp to thy brethren, and carry these 10 little cheeses to the tribune, and go see thy brethren, if they are well, and learn with whom they are placed. But Saul and they and all the children of Israel were in the valley of Terebinth, fighting against the Philistines. David therefore arose in the morning, and gave the charge of the flock to the keeper, and went away loaded as Isaiah had commanded him. And he came to the place of Magala, and to the army which was going out to fight, and shouted for the battle. For Israel had put themselves in array, and the Philistines who stood against them were prepared. And David, leaving the vessels which he had brought under the care of the keeper of the baggage, ran to the place of the battle, and asked if all things went well with his brethren. And as he talked with them, that base-born man, whose name was Goliath the Philistine of Gath, showed himself coming up from the camp of the Philistines, and he spoke according to the same words, and David heard them. And all the Israelites, when they saw the man, fled from his face, fearing him exceedingly. And some one of Israel said, Have you seen this man that is come up? For he is come up to defy Israel. And the man that shall slay him, the king will enrich with great riches, and will give him his daughter, and will make his father's house free from tribute in Israel. And David spoke to the men that stood by him, saying, What shall be given to the man that shall kill this Philistine, and shall take away the reproach from Israel? For who is this uncircumcised Philistine, that he should defy the armies of the living God? And the people answered him the same words, saying, These things shall be given to the man that shall slay him. Now when Eliab, his eldest brother, heard this, when he was speaking with others, he was angry with David, and said, Why earnest thou hither, and why didst thou leave those few sheep in the desert? I know thy pride and the wickedness of thy heart, that thou art come down to see the battle. And David said, What have I done? Is there not cause to speak? And he turned a little aside from him to another, and said the same word. And the people answered him as before. And the words which David spoke were heard, and were rehearsed before Saul. And when he was brought to him, he said to him, Let not any man's heart be dismayed in him. I, thy servant, will go, and will fight against the Philistine. And Saul said to David, Thou art not able to withstand this Philistine, nor to fight against him, for thou art but a boy, but he is a warrior from his youth. And David said to Saul, Thy servant kept his father's sheep, and there came a lion or a bear, and took a ram out of the midst of the flock. And I pursued after them, and struck them, and delivered it out of their mouth. And they rose up against me, and I caught them by the throat, and I strangled and killed them. For I, thy servant, have killed both a lion and a bear. And this uncircumcised Philistine shall be also as one of them. I will go now, and take away the reproach of the people. For who is this uncircumcised Philistine, who hath dared to curse the army of the living God? And David said, The Lord who delivered me out of the paw of the lion, and out of the paw of the bear, he will deliver me out of the hand of this Philistine. And Saul said to David, Go, and the Lord be with thee. And Saul clothed David with his garments, and put a helmet of brass upon his head, and armed him with a coat of mail. And David, having girded his sword upon his armor, began to try if he could walk in armor, for he was not accustomed to it. And David said to Saul, I cannot go thus, for I am not used to it. And he laid them off. And he took his staff, which he had always in his hands, and chose him 5 smooth stones out of the brook, and put them into the shepherd's scrip, which he had with him. And he took a sling in his hand, and went forth against the Philistine. And the Philistine came on, and drew nigh against David and his armor-bearer before him. And when the Philistine looked and beheld David, he despised him, for he was a young man, ruddy, and of a comely countenance. And the Philistine said to David, Am I a dog, that thou comest to me with a staff? And the Philistine cursed David by his gods. And he said to David, Come to me, and I will give thy flesh to the birds of the air, and to the beasts of the earth. And David said to the Philistine, Thou comest to me with a sword, and with a spear, and with a shield. But I come to thee in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, which thou hast defied. This day, and the Lord will deliver thee into my hand, and I will slay thee, and take away thy head from thee, and I will give the carcasses of the army of the Philistines this day to the birds of the air, and to the beasts of the earth, that all the earth may know that there is a God in Israel. And all this assembly shall know that the Lord saveth not with sword and spear, for it is his battle, and he will deliver you into our hands. And when the Philistine arose and was coming, and drew nigh to meet David, David made haste, and ran to the fight to meet the Philistine. And he put his hand into his scrip, and took a stone, and cast it with the sling, and fetching it about, struck the Philistine in the forehead, and the stone was fixed in his forehead, and he fell on his face upon the earth. And David prevailed over the Philistine with a sling and a stone, and he struck and slew the Philistine. And as David had no sword in his hand, he ran and stood over the Philistine, and took his sword, and drew it out of the sheath, and slew him, and cut off his head. And the Philistines, seeing that their champion was dead, fled away. And the men of Israel and Judah, rising up, shouted, and pursued after the Philistines, till they came to the valley, and to the gates of Acharon. And there fell many wounded of the Philistines in the way of Saraim, and as far as Geth, and as far as Acharon. And the children of Israel returning, after they had pursued the Philistines, fell upon their camp. And David, taking the head of the Philistine, brought it to Jerusalem, but his armor he put in his tent. Now at the time that Saul saw David going out against the Philistines, he said to Abner, the captain of the army, Of what family is this young man descended, Abner? And Abner said, As thy soul liveth, O king, I know not. And the king said, Inquire thou whose son this man is. And when David was returned after the Philistine was slain, Abner took him and brought him in before Saul, with the head of the Philistine in his hand. And Saul said to him, Young man, of what family art thou? And David said, I am the son of thy servant Isaiah the Bethlehemite. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. And it came to pass, when he had made an end of speaking to Saul, the soul of Jonathan was knit with the soul of David, and Jonathan loved him as his own soul. And Saul took him that day, and would not let him return to his father's house. And David and Jonathan made a covenant, for he loved him as his own soul. And Jonathan stripped himself of the coat with which he was clothed, and gave it to David, and the rest of his garments, even to his sword, and to his bow, and to his girdle. And David went out to whatsoever business Saul sent him, and he behaved himself prudently. And Saul set him over the soldiers, and he was acceptable in the eyes of all the people, and especially in the eyes of Saul's servants. Now when David returned after he slew the Philistine, the women came out of all the cities of Israel, singing and dancing to meet King Saul, with timbrels of joy and cornets. And the women sung as they played, and they said, Saul slew his thousands, and David his 10,000s. And Saul was exceeding angry, and this word was displeasing in his eyes. And he said, They have given David 10,000s, and to me they have given but 1,000. What can he have more but the kingdom? And Saul did not look on David with a good eye from that day and forward. And the day after the evil spirit from God came upon Saul, and he prophesied in the midst of his house. And David played with his hand as at other times. And Saul held a spear in his hand, and threw it, thinking to nail David to the wall. And David stepped aside out of his presence twice. And Saul feared David, because the Lord was with him, and was departed from himself. Therefore Saul removed him from him, and made him a captain over 1,000 men, and he went out and came in before the people. And David behaved wisely in all his ways, and the Lord was with him. And Saul saw that he was exceeding prudent, and began to beware of him. But all Israel and Judah loved David, for he came in and went out before them. And Saul said to David, Behold my elder daughter Merob, her will I give thee to wife. Only be a valiant man, and fight the battles of the Lord. Now Saul said within himself, Let not my hand be upon him, but let the hands of the Philistines be upon him. And David said to Saul, Who am I, or what is my life, or my father's family in Israel, that I should be son-in-law of the king? And it came to pass at the time when Merob, the daughter of Saul, should have been given to David, that she was given to Hadriel, the Molathite, to wife. But Michal, the other daughter of Saul, loved David, and it was told Saul, and it pleased him. And Saul said, I will give her to him, that she may be a stumbling block to him, and that the hand of the Philistines may be upon him. And Saul said to David, In 2 things thou shalt be my son-in-law this day. And Saul commanded his servants to speak to David privately, saying, Behold, thou pleasest the king, and all his servants love thee. Now therefore be the king's son-in-law. And the servants of Saul spoke all these words in the ears of David. And David said, Doth it seem to you a small matter to be the king's son-in-law? But I am a poor man, and of small ability. And the servants of Saul told him, saying, Such words as these hath David spoken. And Saul said, Speak thus to David, The king desireth not any dowry, but only 100 foreskins of the Philistines, to be avenged of the king's enemies. Now Saul thought to deliver David into the hands of the Philistines. And when his servants had told David the words that Saul had said, The word was pleasing in the eyes of David to be the king's son-in-law. And after a few days David rose up and went with the men that were under him, and he slew of the Philistines 200 men, and brought their foreskins and numbered them out to the king, that he might be his son-in-law. Saul therefore gave him Michal his daughter to wife. And Saul saw and understood that the Lord was with David, and Michal, the daughter of Saul, loved him. And Saul began to fear David more, and Saul became David's enemy continually. And the princes of the Philistines went forth, and from the beginning of their going forth David behaved himself more wisely than all the servants of Saul, and his name became very famous. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. And Saul spoke to Jonathan his son and to all his servants, that they should kill David. But Jonathan the son of Saul loved David exceedingly. And Jonathan told David, saying, Saul my father seeketh to kill thee. Wherefore look to thyself, I beseech thee, in the morning, and thou shalt abide in a secret place, and shalt be hid. And I will go out and stand beside my father in the field where thou art, and I will speak of thee to my father, and whatsoever I shall see I will tell thee. And Jonathan spoke good things of David to Saul his father, and said to him, Sin not, O king, against thy servant David, because he hath not sinned against thee, and his works are very good towards thee. And he put his life in his hand, and slew the Philistine, and the Lord wrought great salvation for all Israel. Thou sawest it, and didst rejoice. Why therefore wilt thou sin against innocent blood by killing David, who is without fault? And when Saul heard this, he was appeased with the words of Jonathan, and swore, As the Lord liveth, he shall not be slain. Then Jonathan called David, and told him all these words. And Jonathan brought in David to Saul, and he was before him, as he had been yesterday and the day before. And the war began again, and David went out and fought against the Philistines, and defeated them with a great slaughter, and they fled from his face. And the evil spirit from the Lord came upon Saul, and he sat in his house, and held a spear in his hand, and David played with his hand. And Saul endeavored to nail David to the wall with his spear. And David slipped away out of the presence of Saul, and the spear missed him, and was fastened in the wall. And David fled and escaped that night. Saul therefore sent his guards to David's house to watch him, that he might be killed in the morning. And when Michal, David's wife, had told him this, saying, Unless thou save thyself this night, tomorrow thou wilt die, she let him down through a window, and he went and fled away and escaped. And Michal took an image, and laid it on the bed, and put a goat's skin with the hair at the head of it, and covered it with clothes. And Saul sent officers to seize David, and it was answered that he was sick. And again Saul sent to see David, saying, Bring him to me in the bed, that he may be slain. And when the messengers were come in, they found an image upon the bed, and a goat's skin at its head. And Saul said to Michal, Why hast thou deceived me so, and let my enemy go and flee away? And Michal answered Saul, Because he said to me, Let me go, or else I will kill thee. But David fled and escaped, and came to Samuel in Ramathah, and told him all that Saul had done to him. And he and Samuel went and dwelt in Najoth. And it was told Saul by some, saying, Behold, David is in Najoth in Ramatha. So Saul sent officers to take David. And when they saw a company of prophets prophesying, and Samuel presiding over them, the Spirit of the Lord came also upon them, and they likewise began to prophesy. And when this was told Saul, he sent other messengers, but they also prophesied. And again Saul sent messengers the third time, and they prophesied also. And Saul, being exceedingly angry, went also himself to Ramatha, and came as far as the great cistern, which is in Soco, and he asked and said, In what place are Samuel and David? And it was told him, Behold, they are in Najoth in Ramatha. And he went to Najoth in Ramatha, and the Spirit of the Lord came upon him also, and he went on and prophesied till he came to Najoth in Ramatha. And he stripped himself also of his garments, and prophesied with the rest before Samuel, and lay down naked all that day and night. This gave occasion to a proverb, What, is Saul too among the prophets? End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. But David fled from Najoth, which is in Ramatha, and came and said to Jonathan, What have I done? What is my iniquity? And what is my sin against thy father, that he seeketh my life? And he said to him, God forbid, thou shalt not die, for my father will do nothing great or little without first telling me. Hath then my father hid this word only from me? No, this shall not be. And he swore again to David, and David said, Thy father certainly knoweth that I have found grace in thy sight, and he will say, Let not Jonathan know this, lest he be grieved. But truly as the Lord liveth, and thy soul liveth, there is but one step, as I may say, between me and death. And Jonathan said to David, Whatsoever thy soul shall say to me, I will do for thee. And David said to Jonathan, Behold, tomorrow is the new moon, and I, according to custom, am wont to sit beside the king to eat. Let me go then, that I may be hid in the field till the evening of the third day. If thy father look and inquire for me, thou shalt answer him, David asked me that he might run to Bethlehem, his own city, because there are solemn sacrifices there for all his tribe. If he shall say, It is well, thy servant shall have peace. But if he be angry, know that his malice is come to its height. Deal mercifully then with thy servant, for thou hast brought me thy servant into a covenant of the Lord with thee. But if there be any iniquity in me, do thou kill me, and bring me not in to thy father. And Jonathan said, Far be this from thee, for if I should certainly know that evil is determined by my father against thee, I could do no otherwise than tell thee. And David answered Jonathan, Who shall bring me word, if thy father should answer thee harshly concerning me? And Jonathan said to David, Come and let us go out into the field. And when they were both of them gone out into the field, Jonathan said to David, O Lord God of Israel, if I shall discover my father's mind tomorrow or the day after, and there be anything good for David, and I send not immediately to thee and make it known to thee, may the Lord do so and so to Jonathan, and add still more. But if my father shall continue in malice against thee, I will discover it to thy ear, and will send thee away, that thou mayest go in peace, and the Lord be with thee, as he hath been with my father. And if I live, thou shalt show me the kindness of the Lord. But if I die, thou shalt not take away thy kindness from my house forever. When the Lord shall have rooted out the enemies of David, every one of them from the earth, may he take away Jonathan from his house, and may the Lord require it at the hands of David's enemies. Jonathan therefore made a covenant with the house of David, and the Lord required it at the hands of David's enemies. And Jonathan swore again to David, because he loved him, for he loved him as his own soul. And Jonathan said to him, Tomorrow is the new moon, and thou wilt be missed, for thy seat will be empty till after tomorrow. So thou shalt go down quickly and come to the place where thou must be hid on the day when it is lawful to work, and thou shalt remain beside the stone which is called Ezel. And I will shoot 3 arrows near it, and will shoot as if I were exercising myself at a mark. And I will send a boy, saying to him, Go and fetch me the arrows. If I shall say to the boy, Behold, the arrows are on this side of thee, take them up. Come thou to me, because there is peace to thee, and there is no evil, as the Lord liveth. But if I shall speak thus to the boy, Behold, the arrows are beyond thee, go in peace, for the Lord hath sent thee away. And concerning the word which I and thou have spoken, the Lord be between thee and me forever. So David was hid in the field, and the new moon came, and the king sat down to eat bread. And when the king sat down upon his chair, according to custom, which was beside the wall, Jonathan arose, and Abner sat by Saul's side, and David's place appeared empty. And Saul said nothing that day, for he thought it might have happened to him that he was not clean nor purified. And when the 2nd day after the new moon was come, David's place appeared empty again. And Saul said to Jonathan his son, Why cometh not the son of Isai to meet neither yesterday nor today? And Jonathan answered Saul, He asked leave of me earnestly to go to Bethlehem, and he said, Let me go, for there is a solemn sacrifice in the city. One of my brethren hath sent for me. And now, if I have found favor in thy eyes, I will go quickly and see my brethren. For this cause he came not to the king's table. Then Saul, being angry against Jonathan, said to him, Thou son of a woman that is the ravisher of a man, do I not know that thou lovest the son of Isai to thy own confusion, and to the confusion of thy shameless mother? For as long as the son of Isai liveth upon earth, thou shalt not be established, nor thy kingdom. Therefore now presently send and fetch him to me, for he is the son of death. And Jonathan answering Saul his father said, Why shall he die? What hath he done? And Saul caught up a spear to strike him, and Jonathan understood that it was determined by his father to kill David. So Jonathan rose from the table in great anger, and did not eat bread on the 2nd day after the new moon, for he was grieved for David, because his father had put him to confusion. And when the morning came, Jonathan went into the field according to the appointment with David, and a little boy with him. And he said to his boy, Go and fetch me the arrows which I shoot. And when the boy ran, he shot another arrow beyond the boy. The boy therefore came to the place of the arrow which Jonathan had shot. And Jonathan cried after the boy, and said, Behold, the arrow is there further beyond thee. And Jonathan cried again after the boy, saying, Make haste speedily, stand not. And Jonathan's boy gathered up the arrows, and brought them to his master. And he knew not at all what was doing, for only Jonathan and David knew the matter. Jonathan therefore gave his arms to the boy, and said to him, "Go and carry them into the city." And when the boy was gone, David rose out of his place, which was towards the south, and falling on his face to the ground, adored thrice, and kissing one another, they wept together, but David more. And Jonathan said to David, "Go in peace, and let all stand that we have sworn both of us in the name of the Lord, saying, The Lord be between me and thee, and between my seed and thy seed, forever." And David arose and departed, and Jonathan went into the city. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. And David came to Nob, to Achimelech the priest. And Achimelech was astonished at David's coming. And he said to him, "Why art thou alone, and no man with thee?" And David said to Achimelech the priest, "The king hath commanded me a business, and said, Let no man know the thing for which thou art sent by me, and what manner of commands I have given thee, and I have appointed my servants to such and such a place. Now therefore, if thou have anything at hand, though it were but 5 loaves, give me, or whatsoever thou canst find." And the priest answered David, saying, "I have no common bread at hand, but only holy bread, if the young men be clean, especially from women." And David answered the priest and said to him, "Truly, as to what concerneth women, we have refrained ourselves from yesterday and the day before, when we came out, and the vessels of the young men were holy. Now this way is defiled, but it shall also be sanctified this day in the vessels." The priest therefore gave him hallowed bread, for there was no bread there, but only the loaves of proposition, which had been taken away from before the face of the Lord, that hot loaves might be set up. Now a certain man of the servants of Saul was there that day within the tabernacle of the Lord, and his name was Doeg, an Edomite, the chiefest of Saul's herdsmen. And David said to Achimelech, "Hast thou here at hand a spear or a sword? For I brought not my own sword, nor my own weapons with me, for the king's business required haste." And the priest said, "Lo, here is the sword of Goliath the Philistine, whom thou slewest in the valley of Terebinth, wrapped up in a cloth behind the ephod. If thou wilt take this, take it, for here is no other but this." And David said, "There is none like that, give it me." And David arose and fled that day from the face of Saul, and came to Achish, the king of Gath. And the servants of Achish, when they saw David, said to him, "Is not this David, the king of the land? Did they not sing to him in their dances, saying, Saul hath slain his thousands, and David his 10,000s? But David laid up these words in his heart, and was exceedingly afraid at the face of Achish, the king of Gath. And he changed his countenance before them, and slipped down between their hands, and he stumbled against the doors of the gate, and his spittle ran down upon his beard. And Achish said to his servants, "You saw the man was mad. Why have you brought him to me? Have we need of madmen, that you have brought in this fellow to play the madman in my presence? Shall this fellow come into my house?" End of chapter 21. First Samuel, chapters 22 through 31 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. David therefore went from thence, and fled to the cave of Adullam. And when his brethren and all his father's house had heard of it, they went down to him thither. And all that were in distress and oppressed with debt, and under affliction of mind, gathered themselves unto him, and he became their prince. And there were with him about 400 men. And David departed from thence into Mizpah of Moab. And he said to the king of Moab, Let my father and my mother tarry with you, I beseech thee, till I know what God will do for me. And he left them under the eyes of the king of Moab, and they abode with him all the days that David was in the hold. And Gad the prophet said to David, Abide not in the hold, depart, and go into the land of Judah. And David departed and came into the forest of Heret. And Saul heard that David was seen, and the men that were with him. Now whilst Saul abode in Gibeah, and was in the wood which is by Ramah, having his spear in his hand, and all his servants were standing about him, he said to his servants that stood about him, Hear me now, ye sons of Gemini. Will the son of Isai give every one of you fields and vineyards, and make you all tribunes and centurions, that all of you have conspired against me, and there is no one to inform me, especially when even my son hath entered into league with the soil of Isai? There is not one of you that pitieth my case, nor that giveth me any information, because my son hath raised up my servant against me, plotting against me to this day. And Doeg the Edomite, who stood by, and was the chief among the servants of Saul, answering said, I saw the son of Isai in Nobi, with Achimelech the son of Achitob the priest. And he consulted the Lord for him, and gave him victuals, and gave him the sword of Goliath the Philistine. Then the king sent to call for Achimelech the priest, the son of Achitob, and all his father's house, the priests that were in Nobi, and they came all of them to the king. And Saul said to Achimelech, Hear, thou son of Achitob. He answered, Here I am, my lord. And Saul said to him, Why have you conspired against me, thou and the son of Isai, and thou hast given him bread and a sword, and hast consulted the Lord for him, that he should rise up against me, continuing a traitor to this day? And Achimelech answering the king said, And who amongst all thy servants is so faithful as David? Who is the king's son-in-law, and goeth forth at thy bidding, and is honorable in thy house? Did I begin today to consult the Lord for him? Far be this from me. Let not the king suspect such a thing against his servant, or any one in all my father's house. For thy servant knew nothing of this matter, either little or great. And the king said, Dying thou shalt die, Achimelech, thou and all thy father's house. And the king said to the messengers that stood about him, Turn and kill the priests of the Lord, for their hand is with David, because they knew that he was fled, and they told it not to me. And the king's servants would not put forth their hands against the priests of the Lord. And the king said to Doeg, Turn thou and fall upon the priests. And Doeg the Edomite turned, and fell upon the priests, and slew in that day 85 men that wore the linen ephod. And Nobi, the city of the priests, he smote with the edge of his sword, both men and women, children and sucklings, and ox and ass and sheep, with the edge of the sword. But one of the sons of Achimelech, the son of Achitob, whose name was Abiathar, escaped, and fled to David, and told him that Saul had slain the priests of the Lord. And David said to Abiathar, I knew that day when Doeg the Edomite was there, that without doubt he would tell Saul, I have been the occasion of the death of all the souls of thy father's house. Abide thou with me, fear not, for he that seeketh my life seeketh thy life also, and with me thou shalt be saved. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23. And they told David, saying, Behold, the Philistines fight against Keilah, and they rob the barns. Therefore David consulted the Lord, saying, Shall I go and smite these Philistines? And the Lord said to David, Go, and thou shalt smite the Philistines, and shalt save Keilah. And the men that were with David said to him, Behold, we are in fear here in Judea. How much more if we go to Keilah against the hands of the Philistines? Therefore David consulted the Lord again, and he answered and said to him, Arise and go to Keilah, for I will deliver the Philistines into thy hand. David therefore and his men went to Keilah, and fought against the Philistines, and brought away their cattle, and made a great slaughter of them. And David saved the inhabitants of Keilah. Now at that time, when Abiathar the son of Achimelech fled to David to Keilah, he came down having an ephod with him. And it was told Saul that David was come to Keilah. And Saul said, The Lord hath delivered him into my hands, and he is shut up, being come into a city that hath gates and bars. And Saul commanded all the people to go down to fight against Keilah, and to besiege David and his men. Now when David understood that Saul secretly prepared evil against him, he said to Abiathar the priest, Bring hither the ephod. And David said, O Lord God of Israel, thy servant hath heard a report that Saul designeth to come to Keilah to destroy the city for my sake. Will the men of Keilah deliver me into his hands? And will Saul come down as thy servant hath heard? O Lord God of Israel, tell thy servant. And the Lord said, He will come down. And David said, Will the men of Keilah deliver me and my men into the hands of Saul? And the Lord said, They will deliver thee up. Then David and his men, who were about 600, arose, and departing from Keilah, wandered up and down, uncertain where they should stay. And it was told Saul that David was fled from Keilah, and had escaped, wherefore he forbore to go out. But David abode in the desert in strongholds, and he remained in a mountain of the desert of Ziph, in a woody hill. And Saul sought him always, but the Lord delivered him not into his hands. And David saw that Saul was come out to seek his life, and David was in the desert of Ziph, in a wood. And Jonathan the son of Saul arose and went to David into the wood, and strengthened his hands in God. And he said to him, Fear not, for the hand of my father Saul shall not find thee, and thou shalt reign over Israel, and I shall be next to thee, yea, and my father knoweth this. And the two made a covenant before the Lord, and David abode in the wood, but Jonathan returned to his house. And the Ziphites went up to Saul in Gibeah, saying, Lo, doth not David lie hid with us in the strongholds of the wood, in Mount Hachilah, which is on the right hand of the desert? Now therefore come down, as thy soul hath desired to come down, and it shall be our business to deliver him into the king's hands. And Saul said, Blessed be ye of the Lord, for you have pitied my case. Go therefore, I pray you, and use all diligence, and curiously inquire, and consider the place where his foot is, and who hath seen him there. For he thinketh of me that I lie craftily in wait for him. Consider and see all his lurking holes, wherein he is bid, and return to me with the certainty of the thing, that I may go with you. And if he should even go down into the earth to hide himself, I will search him out in all the thousands of Judah. And they arose, and went to Ziph before Saul, and David and his men were in the desert of Maon, in the plain at the right hand of Jessamon. Then Saul and his men went to seek him, and it was told David, and forthwith he went down to the rock, and abode in the wilderness of Maon. And when Saul had heard of it, he pursued after David in the wilderness of Maon. And Saul went on this side of the mountain, and David and his men were on the other side of the mountain. And David despaired of being able to escape from the face of Saul. And Saul and his men encompassed David and his men round about to take them. And a messenger came to Saul, saying, Make haste to come, for the Philistines have poured in themselves upon the land. Wherefore Saul returned, leaving the pursuit of David, and went to meet the Philistines. For this cause they called that place the Rock of Division. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24. Then David went up from thence, and dwelt in strongholds of Engadi. And when Saul was returned from following the Philistines, they told him, saying, Behold, David is in the desert of Engadi. Saul therefore took 3,000 chosen men out of all Israel, and went out to seek after David and his men, even upon the most craggy rocks, which are accessible only to wild goats. And he came to the sheepcotes which were in his way, and there was a cave into which Saul went to ease nature. Now David and his men lay hid in the inner part of the cave. And the servants of David said to him, Behold the day of which the Lord said to thee, I will deliver thy enemy unto thee, that thou mayest do to him as it shall seem good in thy eyes. Then David arose, and secretly cut off the hem of Saul's robe. After which David's heart struck him, because he had cut off the hem of Saul's robe. And he said to his men, The Lord be merciful unto me, that I may do no such thing to my master the Lord's anointed, as to lay my hand upon him, because he is the Lord's anointed. And David stopped his men with his words, and suffered them not to rise against Saul. But Saul, rising up out of the cave, went on his way. And David also rose up after him, and going out of the cave, cried after Saul, saying, My lord the king. And Saul looked behind him, and David, bowing himself down to the ground, worshipped, and said to Saul, Why dost thou hear the words of men that say, David seeketh thy hurt? Behold, this day thy eyes have seen that the Lord hath delivered thee into my hand in the cave, and I had a thought to kill thee. But my eye hath spared thee, for I said, I will not put out my hand against my Lord, because he is the Lord's anointed. Moreover, see and know, O my father, the hem of thy robe in my hand, that when I cut off the hem of thy robe, I would not put out my hand against thee. Reflect and see that there is no evil in my hand, nor iniquity, neither have I sinned against thee, but thou liest in wait for my life to take it away. The Lord judge between me and thee, and the Lord revenge me of thee, but my hand shall not be upon thee. As also it is said in the old proverb, From the wicked shall wickedness come forth, therefore my hand shall not be upon thee. After whom dost thou come out, O King of Israel? After whom dost thou pursue? After a dead dog, after a flea. Be the Lord judge, and judge between me and thee, and see, and judge my cause, and deliver me out of thy hand. And when David had made an end of speaking these words to Saul, Saul said, Is this thy voice, my son David? And Saul lifted up his voice and wept. And he said to David, Thou art more just than I, for thou hast done good to me, and I have rewarded thee with evil. And thou hast shown this day what good things thou hast done to me, how the Lord delivered me into thy hand, and thou hast not killed me. For who, when he hath found his enemy, will let him go well away? But the Lord reward thee for this good turn, for what thou hast done to me this day. And now, as I know that thou shalt surely be king, and have the kingdom of Israel in thy hand, swear to me by the Lord that thou wilt not destroy my seed after me, nor take away my name from the house of my father. And David swore to Saul. So Saul went home, and David and his men went up into safer places. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. And Samuel died, and all Israel was gathered together, and they mourned for him, and buried him in his house in Ramah. And David rose and went down into the wilderness of Pharan. Now there was a certain man in the wilderness of Maon, and his possessions were in Carmel, and the man was very great. And he had 3,000 sheep, and 1,000 goats, and it happened that he was shearing his sheep in Carmel. Now the name of the man was Nabal, and the name of his wife was Abigail. And she was a prudent and very comely woman, but her husband was churlish, and very bad and ill-natured, and he was of the house of Caleb. And when David heard in the wilderness that Nabal was shearing his sheep, he sent 10 young men, and said to them, Go up to Carmel, and go to Nabal, and salute him in my name with peace. And you shall say, Peace be to my brethren and to thee, and peace to thy house, and peace to all that thou hast. I heard that thy shepherds that were with us in the desert were shearing. We never molested them, neither was there aught missing to them of the flock at any time, all the while they were with us in Carmel. Ask thy servants, and they will tell thee. Now therefore let thy servants find favor in thy eyes, for we are come in a good day. Whatsoever thy hand shall find, give to thy servants, and to thy son David. And when David's servants came, they spoke to Nabal all these words in David's name, and then held their peace. But Nabal, answering the servants of David, said, Who is David? And what is the son of Isai? Servants are multiplied nowadays, who flee from their masters. Shall I then take my bread and my water, and the flesh of my cattle, which I have killed for my shearers, and give to men whom I know not whence they are? So the servants of David went back their way, and returning came and told him all the words that he said. Then David said to his young men, Let every man gird on his sword. And they girded on every man his sword, and David also girded on his sword. And there followed David about 400 men, and 200 remained with the baggage. But one of the servants told Abigail, the wife of Nabal, saying, Behold, David sent messengers out of the wilderness to salute our master, and he rejected them. These men were very good to us, and gave us no trouble, neither did we ever lose anything all the time that we conversed with them in the desert. They were a wall unto us both by night and day, all the while we were with them, keeping the sheep. Wherefore consider, and think what thou hast to do, for evil is determined against thy husband, and against thy house, and he is a son of Belial, so that no man can speak to him. Then Abigail made haste, and took 200 loaves, and 2 vessels of wine, and 5 sheep ready dressed, and 5 measures of parched corn, and 100 clusters of raisins, and 200 cakes of dry figs, and laid them upon asses. And she said to her servants, Go before me, behold, I will follow after you. But she told not her husband Nabal. And when she had gotten upon an ass, and was coming down to the foot of the mountain, David and his men came down over against her, and she met them. And David said, Truly in vain have I kept all that belonged to this man in the wilderness, and nothing was lost of all that pertained unto him, and he hath returned me evil for good. May God do so, and add more to the foes of David, if I leave of all that belong to him till the morning any that pisseth against the wall. And when Abigail saw David, she made haste, and lighted off the ass, and fell before David on her face, and adored upon the ground. And she fell at his feet, and said, Upon me let this iniquity be, my lord. Let thy handmaid speak, I beseech thee, in thy ears, and hear the words of thy servant. Let not my lord the king, I pray, regard this naughty man Nabal, for according to his name he is a fool, and folly is with him. But I, thy handmaid, did not see thy servants, my lord, whom thou sentest. Now therefore, my lord, the Lord liveth, and thy soul liveth, who hath withholden thee from coming to blood, and hath saved thy hand to thee. And now let thy enemies be as Nabal, and all they that seek evil to my lord. Wherefore receive this blessing, which thy handmaid hath brought to thee, my lord, and give it to the young men that follow thee, my lord. Forgive the iniquity of thy handmaid, for the Lord will surely make for my lord a faithful house, because thou, my lord, fightest the battles of the Lord. Let not evil therefore be found in thee all the days of thy life. For if a man at any time shall rise and persecute thee, and seek thy life, the soul of my lord shall be kept, as in the bundle of the living, with the Lord thy God. But the souls of thy enemies shall be whirled, as with the violence and whirling of a sling. And when the Lord shall have done to thee, my lord, all the good that he hath spoken concerning thee, and shall have made thee prince over Israel, this shall not be an occasion of grief to thee, and a scruple of heart to my lord, that thou hast shed innocent blood, or hast revenged thyself. And when the Lord shall have done well by my lord, thou shalt remember thy handmaid. And David said to Abigail, Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who sent thee this day to meet me, and blessed be thy speech. And blessed be thou, who hast kept me today from coming to blood, and revenging me with my own hand. Otherwise, as the Lord liveth, the God of Israel, who hath withholden me from doing thee any evil, if thou hadst not quickly come to meet me, there had not been left to Nabal by the morning light any that pisseth against the wall. And David received at her hand all that she had brought him, and said to her, Go in peace into thy house. Behold, I have heard thy voice, and have honored thy face. And Abigail came to Nabal, and behold, he had a feast in his house, like the feast of a king. and Nabal's heart was merry, for he was very drunk, and she told him nothing less or more until morning. But early in the morning, when Nabal had digested his wine, his wife told him these words, and his heart died within him, and he became as a stone. And after 10 days had passed, the Lord struck Nabal, and he died. And when David had heard that Nabal was dead, he said, Blessed be the Lord who hath judged the cause of my reproach at the hand of Nabal, and hath kept his servant from evil, and the Lord hath returned the wickedness of Nabal upon his head. Then David sent and treated with Abigail, that he might take her to himself for a wife. And David's servants came to Abigail to Carmel, and spoke to her, saying, David hath sent us to thee, to take thee to himself for a wife. And she arose and bowed herself down with her face to the earth, and said, Behold, let thy servant be a handmaid, to wash the feet of the servants of my lord. And Abigail arose and made haste, and got upon an ass, and 5 damsels went with her, her waiting maids, and she followed the messengers of David, and became his wife. Moreover, David took also Ahinoam of Jezreel, and they were both of them his wives. But Saul gave Michal, his daughter, David's wife, to Phalti, the son of Laish, who was of Galium. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26. And the men of Ziph came to Saul in Gibeah, saying, Behold, David is hid in the hill of Hachilah, which is over against the wilderness. And Saul arose and went down to the wilderness of Ziph, having with him 3,000 chosen men of Israel, to seek David in the wilderness of Ziph. And Saul encamped in Gibeah Hachilah, which was over against the wilderness in the way, and David abode in the wilderness. And seeing that Saul was come after him into the wilderness, he sent spies, and learned that he was most certainly come thither. And David arose secretly, and came to the place where Saul was. And when he had beheld the place wherein Saul slept, and Abner the son of Ner, the captain of his army, and Saul sleeping in a tent, and the rest of the multitude round about him, David spoke to Achimelech the Hittite, and Abishai the son of Sarviah, the brother of Joab, saying, Who will go down with me to Saul into the camp? And Abishai said, I will go with thee. So David and Abishai came to the people by night, and found Saul lying and sleeping in the tent, and his spear fixed in the ground at his head, and Abner and the people sleeping round about him. And Abishai said to David, God hath shut up thy enemy this day into thy hands. Now then, I will run him through with my spear even to the earth at once, and there shall be no need of a second time. And David said to Abishai, Kill him not, for who shall put forth his hand against the Lord's anointed, and shall be guiltless? And David said, As the Lord liveth, unless the Lord shall strike him, or his day shall come to die, or he shall go down to battle and perish, the Lord be merciful unto me, that I extend not my hand upon the Lord's anointed. But now take the spear which is at his head, and the cup of water, and let us go. So David took the spear and the cup of water which was at Saul's head, and they went away, and no man saw it, or knew it, or awaked, but they were all asleep, for a deep sleep from the Lord was fallen upon them. And when David was gone over to the other side, and stood on the top of the hill afar off, and a good space was between them, David cried to the people and to Abner the son of Ner, saying, Wilt thou not answer, Abner? And Abner answering said, Who art thou that criest and disturbest the king? And David said to Abner, Art not thou a man? And who is like thee in Israel? Why then hast thou not kept thy lord the king? For there came one of the people in to kill the king thy lord. This thing is not good that thou hast done. As the Lord liveth, you are the sons of death, who have not kept your master the Lord's anointed. And now where is the king's spear, and the cup of water which was at his head? And Saul knew David's voice, and said, Is this thy voice, my son David? And David said, It is my voice, my lord the king. And he said, Wherefore doth my lord persecute his servant? What have I done, or what evil is there in my hand? Now therefore hear, I pray thee, my lord the king, the words of thy servant. If the Lord stir thee up against me, let him accept of sacrifice. But if the sons of men, they are cursed in the sight of the Lord, who have cast me out this day, that I should not dwell in the inheritance of the Lord, saying, Go, serve strange gods. And now let not my blood be shed upon the earth before the Lord, for the king of Israel is come out to seek a flea, as the partridge is hunted in the mountains. And Saul said, I have sinned. Return, my son David, for I will no more do thee harm, because my life hath been precious in thy eyes this day. For it appeareth that I have done foolishly, and have been ignorant in very many things. And David answering said, Behold the king's spear. Let one of the king's servants come over and fetch it. And the Lord will reward every one according to his justice and his faithfulness. For the Lord hath delivered thee this day into my hand, and I would not put forth my hand against the Lord's anointed. And as thy life hath been much set by this day in my eyes, so let my life be much set by in the eyes of the Lord, and let him deliver me from all distress. Then Saul said to David, Blessed art thou, my son David, and truly doing thou shalt do, and prevailing thou shalt prevail. And David went on his way, and Saul returned to his place. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27. And David said in his heart, I shall one day or other fall into the hands of Saul. Is it not better for me to flee, and to be saved in the land of the Philistines, that Saul may despair of me, and cease to seek me in all the coasts of Israel? I will flee then out of his hands. And David arose and went away, both he and the 600 men that were with him, to Achish the son of Maoch, king of Geth. And David dwelt with Achish at Geth, he and his men, every man with his household, and David with his 2 wives, Ahinoam the Jezreelitess, and Abigail the wife of Nabal of Carmel. And it was told Saul that David was fled to Geth, and he sought no more after him. And David said to Achish, If I have found favor in thy sight, let a place be given me in one of the cities of this country, that I may dwell there. For why should thy servant dwell in the royal city with thee? Then Achish gave him Siklag that day, for which reason Siklag belongeth to the kings of Judah unto this day. And the time that David dwelt in the country of the Philistines was 4 months. And David and his men went up and pillaged Geshuri, and Girzai, and the Amalekites, for these were of old the inhabitants of the countries, as men go to Sur, even to the land of Egypt. And David wasted all the land, and left neither man nor woman alive, and took away the sheep, and the oxen, and the asses, and the camels, and the apparel, and returned, and came to Achish. And Achish said to him, Whom hast thou gone against today? David answered, Against the south of Judah, and against the south of Jerahmeel, and against the south of Kenai. And David saved neither man nor woman, neither brought he any of them to Geth, saying, Lest they should speak against us. So did David, and such was his proceeding all the days that he dwelt in the country of the Philistines. And Achish believed David, saying, He hath done much harm to his people Israel, therefore he shall be my servant for ever. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28. And it came to pass in those days that the Philistines gathered together their armies to be prepared for war against Israel. And Achish said to David, Know thou now assuredly that thou shalt go out with me to the war, thou and thy men. And David said to Achish, Now thou shalt know what thy servant will do. And Achish said to David, And I will appoint thee to guard my life forever. Now Samuel was dead, and all Israel mourned for him, and buried him in Ramathah his city. And Saul had put away all the magicians and soothsayers out of the land. And the Philistines were gathered together, and came and camped in Sunam. And Saul also gathered together all Israel, and came to Gelboi. And Saul saw the army of the Philistines, and was afraid, and his heart was very much dismayed. And he consulted the Lord, and he answered him not, neither by dreams, nor by priests, nor by prophets. And Saul said to his servants, Seek me a woman that hath a divining spirit, and I will go to her and inquire by her. And his servants said to him, There is a woman that hath a divining spirit at Endor. Then he disguised himself, and put on other clothes, and he went, and 2 men with him. And they came to the woman by night, and he said to her, Divine to me by thy divining spirit, and bring me up him whom I shall tell thee. And the woman said to him, Behold, thou knowest all that Saul hath done, and how he hath rooted out the magicians and soothsayers from the land. Why then dost thou lay a snare for my life, to cause me to be put to death? And Saul swore unto her by the Lord, saying, As the Lord liveth, there shall no evil happen to thee for this thing. And the woman said to him, Whom shall I bring up to thee? And he said, Bring me up Samuel. And when the woman saw Samuel, she cried out with a loud voice, and said to Saul, Why hast thou deceived me? For thou art Saul. And the king said to her, Fear not, what hast thou seen? And the woman said to Saul, I saw gods ascending out of the earth. And he said to her, What form is he of? And she said, An old man cometh up, and he is covered with a mantle. And Saul understood that it was Samuel, and he bowed himself with his face to the ground, and adored. And Samuel said to Saul, Why hast thou disturbed my rest, that I should be brought up? And Saul said, I am in great distress, for the Philistines fight against me, and God is departed from me, and would not hear me, neither by the hand of prophets, nor by dreams. Therefore I have called thee, that thou mayest show me what I shall do. And Samuel said, Why askest thou me, seeing the Lord has departed from thee, and is gone over to thy rival? For the Lord will do to thee as he spoke by me, and he will rend thy kingdom out of thy hand, and will give it to thy neighbor David. Because thou didst not obey the voice of the Lord, neither didst thou execute the wrath of his indignation upon Amalek. Therefore hath the Lord done to thee what thou sufferest this day. And the Lord also will deliver Israel with thee into the hands of the Philistines, and tomorrow thou and thy sons shall be with me, and the Lord will also deliver the army of Israel into the hands of the Philistines. And forthwith Saul fell all along on the ground, for he was frightened with the words of Samuel, and there was no strength in him, for he had eaten no bread all that day. And the woman came to Saul, for he was very much troubled, and said to him, Behold, thy handmaid hath obeyed thy voice, and I have put my life in my hand, and I hearkened unto the words which thou spokest to me. Now therefore hear thou also the voice of thy handmaid, and let me set before thee a morsel of bread, that thou mayest eat and recover strength, and be able to go on thy journey. But he refused, and said, I will not eat. But his servants and the woman forced him, and at length, hearkening to their voice, he arose from the ground, and sat upon the bed. Now the woman had a fatted calf in the house, and she made haste and killed it, and taking meal, kneaded it, and baked some unleavened bread, and set it before Saul and before his servants. And when they had eaten, they rose up and walked all that night. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29. Now all the troops of the Philistines were gathered together to Aphek, and Israel also camped by the fountain which is in Jezreel. And the lords of the Philistines marched with their hundreds and their thousands, but David and his men were in the rear with Achish. And the princes of the Philistines said to Achish, What mean these Hebrews? And Achish said to the princes of the Philistines, Do you not know David, who was the servant of Saul, the king of Israel, and hath been with me many days or years? And I have found no fault in him, since the day that he fled over to me until this day. But the princes of the Philistines were angry with him, and they said to him, Let this man return and abide in his place, which thou hast appointed him, and let him not go down with us to battle, lest he be an adversary to us, when we shall begin to fight. For how can he otherwise appease his master, but with our heads? Is not this David, to whom they sung in their dances, saying, Saul slew his thousands, and David his 10,000s? Then Achish called David and said to him, As the Lord liveth, thou art upright and good in my sight, and so is thy going out and thy coming in with me in the army, and I have not found any evil in thee since the day that thou camest to me unto this day, but thou pleasest not the Lord's. Return therefore, and go in peace, and offend not the eyes of the princes of the Philistines. And David said to Achish, But what have I done, and what hast thou found in me thy servant, from the day that I have been in thy sight until this day, that I may not go and fight against the enemies of my lord the king? And Achish answering said to David, I know that thou art good in my sight as an angel of God, but the princes of the Philistines have said, He shall not go up with us to the battle. Therefore arise in the morning, thou and the servants of thy Lord who came with thee, and when you are up before day, and it shall begin to be light, go on your way. So David and his men arose in the night, that they might set forward in the morning, and returned to the land of the Philistines, and the Philistines went up to Jezreel. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30. Now when David and his men were come to Ziklag on the third day, the Amalekites had made an invasion on the south side upon Ziklag, and had smitten Ziklag, and burnt it with fire, and had taken the women captives that were in it, both little and great, and they had not killed any person, but had carried them with them, and went on their way. So when David and his men came to the city, and found it burnt with fire, and that their wives and their sons and their daughters were taken captives, David and the people that were with him lifted up their voices and wept till they had no more tears. For the two wives also of David were taken captives, Ahinoam the Jezreelitess, and Abigail the wife of Nabal of Carmel. And David was greatly afflicted, for the people had a mind to stone him, for the soul of every man was bitterly grieved for his sons and daughters. But David took courage in the Lord his God, and he said to Abiathar the priest, the son of Achimelech, Bring me hither the ephod. And Abiathar brought the ephod to David. And David consulted the Lord, saying, Shall I pursue after these robbers, and shall I overtake them or not? And the Lord said to him, Pursue after them, for thou shalt surely overtake them, and recover the prey. So David went, he and the 600 men that were with him, and they came to the torrent Besor, and some, being weary, stayed there. But David pursued, he and 400 men, for 200 stayed, who, being weary, could not go over the torrent Besor. And they found an Egyptian in the field, and brought him to David, and they gave him bread to eat and water to drink, as also a piece of a cake of figs, and 2 bunches of raisins. And when he had eaten them, his spirit returned, and he was refreshed, for he had not eaten bread nor drunk water 3 days and 3 nights. And David said to him, To whom dost thou belong, or whence dost thou come, and whither art thou going? He said, I am a young man of Egypt, the servant of an Amalekite, and my master left me because I began to be sick 3 days ago. For we made an invasion on the south side of Kerethiah, and upon Judah, and upon the south of Caleb, and we burnt Ziklag with fire. And David said to him, Canst thou bring me to this company? And he said, Swear to me by God that thou wilt not kill me, nor deliver me into the hands of my master, and I will bring thee to this company. And David swore to him. And when he had brought him, behold, they were lying spread upon all the ground, eating and drinking, and as it were keeping a festival day, for all the prey and the spoils which they had taken out of the land of the Philistines, and out of the land of Judah. And David slew them from the evening unto the evening of the next day, and there escaped not a man of them, but 400 young men who had gotten upon camels and fled. So David recovered all that the Amalekites had taken, and he rescued his 2 wives. And there was nothing missing, small or great, neither of their sons or their daughters, nor of the spoils, and whatsoever they had taken. David recovered all. And he took all the flocks and the herds, and made them go before him. And they said, This is the prey of David. And David came to the 200 men, who being weary had stayed, and were not able to follow David, and he had ordered them to abide at the torrent Besor. And they came out to meet David, and the people that were with him. And David, coming to the people, saluted them peaceably. Then all the wicked and unjust men that had gone with David answering said, Because they came not with us, we will not give them anything of the prey which we have recovered. But let every man take his wife and his children, and be contented with them, and go his way. But David said, You shall not do so, my brethren, with these things, which the Lord hath given us, who hath kept us, and hath delivered the robbers that invaded us into our hands. And no man shall hearken to you in this matter, but equal shall be the portion of him that went down to battle, and of him that abode at the baggage, and they shall divide alike. And this hath been done from that day forward, and since was made a statute, and an ordinance, and as a law in Israel. Then David came to Siklag, and sent presents of the prey to the ancients of Judah his neighbors, saying, Receive a blessing of the prey of the enemies of the Lord, to them that were in Bethel, and that were in Ramoth to the south, and to them that were in Jether, and to them that were in Aroer, and that were in Sephamoth, and that were in Esthamo, and that were in Rekal, and that were in the cities of Jerahmeel, and that were in the cities of Kenai, and that were in Arama, and that were in the lake Asan, and that were in Athak, and that were in Hebron, and to the rest that were in those places, in which David had abode with his men. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31. And the Philistines fought against Israel, and the men of Israel fled from before the Philistines, and fell down slain in Mount Gilboa. And the Philistines fell upon Saul and upon his sons, and they slew Jonathan, and Abinadab, and Melchishua, the sons of Saul. And the whole weight of the battle was turned upon Saul, and the archers overtook him, and he was grievously wounded by the archers. Then Saul said to his armor-bearer, Draw thy sword and kill me, lest these uncircumcised come and slay me, and mock at me. And his armor-bearer would not, for he was struck with exceeding great fear. Then Saul took his sword, and fell upon it. And when his armor-bearer saw this, to wit, that Saul was dead, he also fell upon his sword, and died with him. So Saul died, and his 3 sons, and his armor-bearer, and all his men that same day together. And the men of Israel that were beyond the valley, and beyond the Jordan, seeing that the Israelites were fled, and that Saul was dead, and his sons, forsook their cities, and fled, and the Philistines came and dwelt there. And on the morrow the Philistines came to strip the slain, and they found Saul and his 3 sons lying in Mount Gilboa. And they cut off Saul's head, and stripped him of his armor, and sent into the land of the Philistines round about, to publish it in the temples of their idols, and among their people. And they put his armor in the temple of Ashtaroth, but his body they hung on the wall of Bethsan. Now when the inhabitants of Jabesh-Gilead had heard all that the Philistines had done to Saul, all the most valiant men arose, and walked all the night, and took the body of Saul, and the bodies of his sons, from the wall of Bethsan. And they came to Jabesh-Gilead, and burnt them there, and they took their bones, and buried them in the wood of Jabesh, and fasted 7 days. End of chapter 31. Second Samuel, chapters 1 through 12 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Now it came to pass, after Saul was dead, that David returned from the slaughter of the Amalekites, and abode 2 days in Siklag. And on the 3rd day there appeared a man who came out of Saul's camp, with his garments rent, and dust strewed on his head. And when he came to David, he fell upon his face, and adored. And David said to him, From whence comest thou? And he said to him, I am fled out of the camp of Israel. And David said unto him, What is the matter that is come to pass? Tell me. He said, The people are fled from the battle, and many of the people are fallen and dead. Moreover, Saul and Jonathan his son are slain. And David said to the young man that told him, How knowest thou that Saul and Jonathan his son are dead? And the young man that told him said, I came by chance upon Mount Gilboa, and Saul leaned upon his spear, and the chariots and horsemen drew nigh unto him, and looking behind him and seeing me, he called me, and I answered, Here am I. And he said to me, Who art thou? And I said to him, I am an Amalekite. And he said to me, Stand over me and kill me, for anguish is come upon me, and as yet my whole life is in me. So standing over him, I killed him, for I knew that he could not live after the fall. And I took the diadem that was on his head, and the bracelet that was on his arm, and have brought them hither to thee, my lord. Then David took hold of his garments, and rent them, and likewise all the men that were with him. And they mourned and wept and fasted until evening for Saul, and for Jonathan his son, and for the people of the Lord, and for the house of Israel, because they were fallen by the sword. And David said to the young man that told him, Whence art thou? He answered, I am the son of a stranger of Amalek. David said to him, Why didst thou not fear to put out thy hand to kill the Lord's anointed? And David, calling one of his servants, said, Go near and fall upon him. And he struck him so that he died. And David said to him, Thy blood be upon thy own head, for thy own mouth hath spoken against thee, saying, I have slain the Lord's anointed. And David made this kind of lamentation over Saul, and over Jonathan his son. Also he commanded that they should teach the children of Judah the use of the bow, as it is written in the book of the just. And he said, Consider, O Israel, for them that are dead, wounded on thy high places. The illustrious of Israel are slain upon thy mountains. How are the valiant fallen? Tell it not in Geth, publish it not in the streets of Ascalon, lest the daughters of the Philistines rejoice, lest the daughters of the uncircumcised triumph. Ye mountains of Gilboa, let neither dew nor rain come upon you, neither be they fields of first fruits, for there was cast away the shield of the valiant, the shield of Saul, as though he had not been anointed with oil. From the blood of the slain, from the fat of the valiant, the arrow of Jonathan never turned back, and the sword of Saul did not return empty. Saul and Jonathan, lovely and comely in their life, even in death they were not divided. They were swifter than eagles, stronger than lions. Ye daughters of Israel, weep over Saul, who clothed you with scarlet in delights, who gave ornaments of gold for your attire. How are the valiant fallen in battle, Jonathan slain in the high places? I grieve for thee, my brother Jonathan, exceeding beautiful and amiable to me above the love of women. As the mother loveth her only son, so did I love thee. How are the valiant fallen, and the weapons of war perished? End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. And after these things David consulted the Lord, saying, Shall I go up into one of the cities of Judah? And the Lord said to him, Go up. And David said, Whither shall I go up? And he answered him, Into Hebron. So David went up, and his 2 wives, Ahinoam the Jezreelitess, and Abigail the wife of Nabal of Carmel. And the men also that were with him David brought up every man with his household, and they abode in the towns of Hebron. And the men of Judah came and anointed David there to be king over the house of Judah. And it was told David that the men of Jabesh-Gilead had buried Saul. David therefore sent messengers to the men of Jabesh-Gilead, and said to them, Blessed be you to the Lord, who have shown this mercy to your master Saul, and have buried him. And now the Lord surely will render you mercy and truth, and I also will requite you for this good turn, because you have done this thing. Let your hands be strengthened, and be ye men of valor. For although your master Saul be dead, yet the house of Judah hath anointed me to be their king. But Abner, the son of Ner, general of Saul's army, took Isbosheth, the son of Saul, and led him about through the camp, and made him king over Gilead, and over Geshuri, and over Jezreel, and over Ephraim, and over Benjamin, and over all Israel. Isbosheth, the son of Saul, was 40 years old when he began to reign over Israel, and he reigned 2 years, and only the house of Judah followed David. And the number of the days that David abode reigning in Hebron over the house of Judah was 7 years and 6 months. And Abner the son of Ner, and the servants of Isbosheth the son of Saul, went out from the camp to Gibeon. And Joab the son of Sarviah, and the servants of David went out, and met them by the pool of Gibeon. And when they were come together, they sat down over against one another, the one on the one side of the pool, and the other on the other side. And Abner said to Joab, Let the young men rise and play before us. And Joab answered, Let them rise. Then there arose and went over 12 in number of Benjamin, of the part of Isbosheth the son of Saul, and 12 of the servants of David. And every one catching his fellow by the head, thrust his sword into the side of his adversary, and they fell down together. And the name of the place was called the Field of the Valiant in Gibeon. And there was a very fierce battle that day, and Abner was put to flight with the men of Israel by the servants of David. And there were the 3 sons of Sarviah there, Joab, and Abishai, and Azael. Now Azael was a most swift runner, like one of the roes that abide in the woods. And Azael pursued after Abner, and turned not to the right hand nor to the left from following Abner. And Abner looked behind him and said, Art thou Azael? And he answered, I am. And Abner said to him, Go to the right hand or to the left, and lay hold on one of the young men, and take thee his spoils. But Azael would not leave off following him close. And again Abner said to Azael, Go off, and do not follow me, lest I be obliged to stab thee to the ground, and I shall not be able to hold up my face to Joab thy brother. But he refused to hearken to him, and would not turn aside. Wherefore Abner struck him with his spear with a backstroke in the groin, and thrust him through, and he died upon the spot. And all that came to the place where Azael fell down and died stood still. Now while Joab and Abishai pursued after Abner, the sun went down, and they came as far as the hill of the aqueduct that lieth over against the valley by the way of the wilderness in Gibeon. And the children of Benjamin gathered themselves together to Abner, and being joined in one body, they stood on the top of a hill. And Abner cried out to Joab, and said, Shall thy sword rage unto utter destruction? Knowest thou not that it is dangerous to drive people to despair? How long dost thou defer to bid the people cease from pursuing after their brethren? And Joab said, As the Lord liveth, if thou hadst spoke sooner, even in the morning, the people should have retired from pursuing after their brethren. Then Joab sounded the trumpet, and all the army stood still, and did not pursue after Israel any farther, nor fight any more. And Abner and his men walked all that night through the plains, and they passed the Jordan, and having gone through all Beth-horon, came to the camp. And Joab, returning after he had left Abner, assembled all the people, and there were wanting of David's servants 19 men, beside Azael. But the servants of David had killed of Benjamin, and of the men that were with Abner, 360, who all died. And they took Azael, and buried him in the sepulchre of his father in Bethlehem. And Joab and the men that were with him marched all the night, and they came to Hebron at break of day. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. Now there was a long war between the house of Saul and the house of David, David prospering and growing always stronger and stronger, but the house of Saul decaying daily. And sons were born to David in Hebron, and his firstborn was Amnon of Achinoam the Jezreelitess, and his second Cheliab of Abigail the wife of Nabal of Carmel, and the third Absalom the son of Maacah, the daughter of Tholmai king of Gezer, and the fourth Adonias the son of Haggith, and the fifth Shephatiah the son of Abital, and the sixth Jethraim of Eglah the wife of David. These were born to David in Hebron. Now while there was war between the house of Saul and the house of David, Abner the son of Ner ruled the house of Saul. And Saul had a concubine named Rezpha, the daughter of Aiah. And Isbosheth said to Abner, Why didst thou go in to my father's concubine? And he was exceedingly angry for the words of Isbosheth, and said, Am I a dog's head against Judah this day, who has shown mercy to the house of Saul thy father, and to his brethren and friends, and have not delivered thee into the hands of David? And hast thou sought this day against me, to charge me with a matter concerning a woman? So do God to Abner, and more also, unless, as the Lord hath sworn to David, so I do to him, that the kingdom be translated from the house of Saul, and the throne of David be set up over Israel, and over Judah from Dan to Beersabee. And he could not answer him a word, because he feared him. Abner therefore sent messengers to David for himself, saying, Whose is the land? And that they should say, Make a league with me, and my hand shall be with thee, and I will bring all Israel to thee. And he said, Very well, I will make a league with thee. But one thing I require of thee, saying, Thou shalt not see my face before thou bring Michal, the daughter of Saul, and so thou shalt come and see me. And David sent messengers to Isbosheth, the son of Saul, saying, Restore my wife Michal, whom I espoused to me, for 100 foreskins of the Philistines. And Isbosheth sent and took her from her husband Phaltiel, the son of Laius. And her husband followed her, weeping as far as Bahurim. And Abner said to him, Go and return. And he returned. Abner also spoke to the ancients of Israel, saying, Both yesterday and the day before you sought for David, that he might reign over you. Now then do it, because the Lord hath spoken to David, saying, By the hand of my servant David I will save my people Israel from the hands of the Philistines, and of all their enemies. And Abner spoke also to Benjamin, and he went to speak to David in Hebron all that seemed good to Israel, and to all Benjamin. And he came to David in Hebron with 20 men, and David made a feast for Abner and his men that came with him. And Abner said to David, I will rise, that I may gather all Israel unto thee, my lord the king, and may enter into a league with thee, and that thou mayest reign over all as thy soul desireth. Now when David had brought Abner on his way, and he was gone in peace, immediately David's servants and Joab came, after having slain the robbers with an exceeding great booty. And Abner was not with David in Hebron, for he had now sent him away, and he was gone in peace. And Joab and all the army that was with him came afterwards, and it was told Joab that Abner the son of Ner came to the king, and he hath sent him away, and he is gone in peace. And Joab went in to the king and said, What hast thou done? Behold, Abner came to thee. Why didst thou send him away, and he is gone and departed? Knowest thou not Abner the son of Ner, that to this end he came to thee, that he might deceive thee, and to know thy going out and thy coming in, and to know all thou dost? Then Joab, going out from David, sent messengers after Abner, and brought him back from the cistern of Sirah, David knowing nothing of it. And when Abner was returned to Hebron, Joab took him aside to the middle of the gate, to speak to him treacherously, and he stabbed him there in the groin, and he died, in revenge of the blood of Azael his brother. And when David heard of it, after the thing was now done, he said, I and my kingdom are innocent before the Lord forever of the blood of Abner the son of Ner. And may it come upon the head of Joab, and upon all his father's house, and let there not fail from the house of Joab one that hath an issue of seed, or that is a leper, or that holdeth the distaff, or that falleth by the sword, or that wanteth bread. So Joab and Abishai his brother slew Abner, because he had killed their brother Azael at Gibeon in the battle. And David said to Joab and to all the people that were with him, Rend your garments, and gird yourselves with sackcloths, and mourn before the funeral of Abner. And King David himself followed the bier. And when they had buried Abner in Hebron, King David lifted up his voice, and wept at the grave of Abner, and all the people also wept. And the king, mourning and lamenting over Abner, said, Not as cowards are wont to die, hath Abner died. Thy hands were not bound, nor thy feet laden with fetters. But as men fall before the children of iniquity, so didst thou fall. And all the people, repeating it, wept over him. And when all the people came to take meat with David, while it was yet broad day, David swore, saying, So do God to me, and more also, if I taste bread or anything else before sunset. And all the people heard, and they were pleased, and all that the king did seemed good in the sight of all the people. And all the people and all Israel understood that day that it was not the king's doing that Abner the son of Ner was slain. The king also said to his servants, Do you not know that a prince and great man is slain this day in Israel? But I as yet am tender, though anointed king. And these men, the sons of Sarviah, are too hard for me. The Lord reward him that doeth evil, according to his wickedness. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. And Isbosheth, the son of Saul, heard that Abner was slain in Hebron, and his hands were weakened, and all Israel was troubled. Now the son of Saul had 2 men, captains of his bands. The name of the one was Baanah, and the name of the other Rechab, the sons of Rimmon, a Beerothite of the children of Benjamin, for Beeroth also was reckoned in Benjamin. And the Beerothites fled into Gethaim, and were sojourners there until that time. And Jonathan the son of Saul had a son that was lame of his feet, for he was 5 years old when the tidings came of Saul and Jonathan from Jezreel. And his nurse took him up and fled, and as she made haste to flee, he fell and became lame, and his name was Mephibosheth. And the sons of Rimmon the Beerothite, Rechab and Baanah, coming, went into the house of Isbosheth in the heat of the day, and he was sleeping upon his bed at noon. And the doorkeeper of the house, who was cleansing wheat, was fallen asleep. And they entered into the house secretly, taking ears of corn, and Rechab and Baanah his brother stabbed him in the groin, and fled away. For when they came into the house, he was sleeping upon his bed in a parlor, and they struck him and killed him, and taking away his head, they went off by the way of the wilderness, walking all night. And they brought the head of Isbosheth to David to Hebron, and they said to the king, Behold the head of Isbosheth, the son of Saul, thy enemy, who sought thy life. And the Lord hath revenged my lord the king this day of Saul, and of his seed. But David answered Rechab and Baanah his brother, the sons of Rimmon the Beerothite, and said to them, As the Lord liveth, who hath delivered my soul out of all distress, the man that told me and said, Saul is dead, who thought he brought good tidings, I apprehended and slew him in Siklag, who should have been rewarded for his news. How much more now, when wicked men have slain an innocent man in his own house, upon his bed, shall I not require his blood at your hand, and take you away from the earth? And David commanded his servants, and they slew them, and cutting off their hands and feet, hanged them up over the pool in Hebron. But the head of Isbosheth they took and buried in the sepulchre of Abner in Hebron. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. Then all the tribes of Israel came to David in Hebron, saying, Behold, we are thy bone and thy flesh. Moreover, yesterday also, and the day before, when Saul was king over us, thou wast he that did lead out and bring in Israel. And the Lord said to thee, Thou shalt feed my people Israel, and thou shalt be prince over Israel. The ancients also of Israel came to the king to Hebron, And King David made a league with them in Hebron before the Lord, and they anointed David to be king over Israel. David was 30 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 40 years. In Hebron he reigned over Judah 7 years and 6 months, and in Jerusalem he reigned 33 years over all Israel and Judah. And the king and all the men that were with him went to Jerusalem to the Jebusites, the inhabitants of the land, and they said to David, Thou shalt not come in hither, unless thou take away the blind and the lame that say, David shall not come in hither. But David took the castle of Zion, the same is the city of David. For David had offered that day a reward to whosoever should strike the Jebusites, and get up to the gutters of the tops of the houses, and take away the blind and the lame that hated the soul of David. Therefore it is said in the proverb, The blind and the lame shall not come into the temple. And David dwelt in the castle, and called it the city of David, and built round about from Millo and inwards. And he went on prospering and growing up, and the Lord God of hosts was with him. And Hiram the king of Tyre sent messengers to David, and cedar trees and carpenters, and masons for walls, and they built a house for David. And David knew that the Lord had confirmed him king over Israel, and that he had exalted his kingdom over his people Israel. And David took more concubines and wives of Jerusalem after he was come from Hebron, and there were born to David other sons also, and daughters. And these are the names of them that were born to him in Jerusalem: Semua, and Sobab, and Nathan, and Solomon, and Jebear, and Elishua, and Nepheg, and Japhiah, and Elisama, and Elioda, and Elipheleth. And the Philistines heard that they had anointed David to be king over Israel, and they all came to seek David. And when David heard of it, he went down to a stronghold, and the Philistines coming spread themselves in the valley of Rephaim. And David consulted the Lord, saying, Shall I go up to the Philistines, and wilt thou deliver them into my hand? And the Lord said to David, Go up, for I will surely deliver the Philistines into thy hand. And David came to Baal-Perazim, and defeated them there. And he said, The Lord hath divided my enemies before me, as waters are divided. Therefore the name of the place was called Baal-Perazim. And they left there their idols, which David and his men took away. And the Philistines came up again, and spread themselves in the valley of Rephaim. And David consulted the Lord, Shall I go up against the Philistines? And wilt thou deliver them into my hands? He answered, Go not up against them, but fetch a compass behind them, and thou shalt come upon them over against the pear trees. And when thou shalt hear the sound of one going in the tops of the pear trees, then shalt thou join battle, for then will the Lord go out before thy face to strike the army of the Philistines. And David did as the Lord had commanded him, and he smote the Philistines from Gibeah until thou come to Gezer. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. And David again gathered together all the chosen men of Israel, 30,000. And David arose and went with all the people that were with him of the men of Judah to fetch the ark of God, upon which the name of the Lord of hosts is invoked, who sitteth over it upon the cherubims. And they laid the ark of God upon a new cart, and took it out of the house of Abinadab, who was in Gibeah. And Uzzah and Ahio, the sons of Abinadab, drove the new cart. And when they had taken it out of the house of Abinadab, who was in Gibeah, Ahio, having care of the ark of God, went before the ark. But David and all Israel played before the Lord on all manner of instruments made of wood, on harps and lutes and timbrels and cornets and cymbals. And when they came to the floor of Nachon, Uzzah put forth his hand to the ark of God, and took hold of it, because the oxen kicked, and made it lean aside. And the indignation of the Lord was enkindled against Uzzah, and he struck him for his rashness, and he died there before the ark of God. And David was grieved, because the Lord had struck Uzzah, and the name of that place was called the striking of Uzzah to this day. And David was afraid of the Lord that day, saying, How shall the ark of the Lord come to me? And he would not have the ark of the Lord brought in to himself into the city of David, but he caused it to be carried into the house of Obed-Edom the Gethite. And the ark of the Lord abode in the house of Obed-Edom the Gethite 3 months, and the Lord blessed Obed-Edom and all his household. And it was told King David that the Lord had blessed Obed-Edom and all that he had because of the ark of God. So David went and brought away the ark of God out of the house of Obed-Edom into the city of David with joy. And there were with David 7 choirs, and calves for victims. And when they that carried the ark of the Lord had gone 6 paces, he sacrificed an ox and a ram. And David danced with all his might before the Lord, and David was girded with a linen ephod. And David and all the house of Israel brought the ark of the covenant of the Lord with joyful shouting and with sound of trumpet. And when the ark of the Lord was come into the city of David, Michal, the daughter of Saul, looking out through a window, saw King David leaping and dancing before the Lord, and she despised him in her heart. And they brought the ark of the Lord, and set it in its place, in the midst of the tabernacle, which David had pitched for it. And David offered holocausts and peace offerings before the Lord. And when he had made an end of offering holocausts and peace offerings, he blessed the people in the name of the Lord of hosts. And he distributed to all the multitude of Israel, both men and women, to every one, a cake of bread and a piece of roasted beef, and fine flour fried with oil, and all the people departed every one to his house. And David returned to bless his own house. And Michal, the daughter of Saul, coming out to meet David, said, How glorious was the king of Israel today, uncovering himself before the handmaids of his servants, and was naked, as if one of the buffoons should be naked. And David said to Michal, Before the Lord, who chose me rather than thy father, and than all his house, and commanded me to be ruler over the people of the Lord in Israel, I will both play and make myself meaner than I have done, and I will be little in my own eyes, and with the handmaid of whom thou speakest, I shall appear more glorious. Therefore Michal, the daughter of Saul, had no child to the day of her death. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. And it came to pass, when the king sat in his house, and the Lord had given him rest on every side from all his enemies, he said to Nathan the prophet, Dost thou see that I dwell in a house of cedar, and the ark of God is lodged within skins? And Nathan said to the king, Go, do all that is in thy heart, because the Lord is with thee. But it came to pass that night that the word of the Lord came to Nathan, saying, Go and say to my servant David, Thus saith the Lord, Shalt thou build me a house to dwell in? Whereas I have not dwelt in a house from the day that I brought the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt even to this day, but have walked in a tabernacle and in a tent. In all the places that I have gone through with all the children of Israel, did ever I speak a word to any one of the tribes of Israel, whom I commanded to feed my people Israel, saying, Why have you not built me a house of cedar? And now thus shalt thou speak to my servant David. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I took thee out of the pastures from following the sheep, to be ruler over my people Israel. And I have been with thee wheresoever thou hast walked, and have slain all thy enemies from before thy face. And I have made thee a great man, like unto the name of the great ones that are on the earth. And I will appoint a place for my people Israel, and I will plant them, and they shall dwell therein, and shall be disturbed no more. Neither shall the children of iniquity afflict them any more, as they did before, from the day that I appointed judges over my people Israel. And I will give thee rest from all thy enemies. And the Lord foretelleth to thee that the Lord will make thee a house. And when thy days shall be fulfilled, and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, I will raise up thy seed after thee, which shall proceed out of thy bowels, and I will establish his kingdom. He shall build a house to my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son. And if he commit any iniquity, I will correct him with the rod of men, and with the stripes of the children of men. But my mercy I will not take away from him, as I took it from Saul, whom I removed from before my face. And thy house shall be faithful, and thy kingdom forever before thy face, and thy throne shall be firm forever. According to all these words, and according to all this vision, so did Nathan speak to David. And David went in and sat before the Lord, and said, Who am I, O Lord God, and what is my house, that thou hast brought me thus far? But yet this hath seemed little in thy sight, O Lord God, unless thou didst also speak of the house of thy servant for a long time to come. For this is the law of Adam, O Lord God. And what can David say more unto thee? For thou knowest thy servant, O Lord God. For thy word's sake, and according to thy own heart thou hast done all these great things, so that thou wouldst make it known to thy servant. Therefore thou art magnified, O Lord God, because there is none like to thee, neither is there any God besides thee, in all the things that we have heard with our ears. And what nation is there upon earth as thy people Israel, whom God went to redeem for a people to himself, and to make him a name, and to do for them great and terrible things upon the earth before the face of thy people, whom thou redeemedst to thyself out of Egypt, from the nations and their gods. For thou hast confirmed to thyself thy people Israel, to be an everlasting people, and thou, O Lord God, art become their God. And now, O Lord God, raise up forever the word that thou hast spoken concerning thy servant, and concerning his house, and do as thou hast spoken, that thy name may be magnified forever, and it may be said, The Lord of hosts is God over Israel, and the house of thy servant David shall be established before the Lord. Because thou, O Lord of hosts, God of Israel, hast revealed to the ear of thy servant, saying, I will build thee a house. Therefore hath thy servant found in his heart to pray this prayer to thee. And now, O Lord God, thou art God, and thy words shall be true, for thou hast spoken to thy servant these good things. And now begin, and bless the house of thy servant, that it may endure forever before thee, because thou, O Lord God, hast spoken it, and with thy blessing let the house of thy servant be blessed forever. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. And it came to pass after this, that David defeated the Philistines, and brought them down, and David took the bridle of tribute out of the hand of the Philistines. And he defeated Moab, and measured them with a line, casting them down to the earth, and he measured with 2 lines, one to put to death, and one to save alive. And Moab was made to serve David under tribute. David defeated also Adrezer, the son of Rehob, king of Soba, when he went to extend his dominion over the river Euphrates. And David took from him 1,700 horsemen, and 20,000 footmen, and hooked all the chariot horses, and only reserved of them for 100 chariots. And the Syrians of Damascus came to succor Adrezer, the king of Soba, and David slew of the Syrians 22,000 men. And David put garrisons in Syria of Damascus, and Syria served David under tribute, and the Lord preserved David in all his enterprises, whithersoever he went. And David took the arms of gold, which the servants of Adrezer wore, and brought them to Jerusalem, and out of Beti and out of Beroth, cities of Adrezer, King David took an exceeding great quantity of brass. And thou, the king of Emeth, heard that David had defeated all the forces of Adrezer, and thou sent Joram his son to King David, to salute him, and to congratulate with him, and to return him thanks, because he had fought against Adrezer, and had defeated him. For thou was an enemy to Adrezer, and in his hand were vessels of gold, and vessels of silver, and vessels of brass. And King David dedicated them to the Lord, together with the silver and gold that he had dedicated of all the nations which he had subdued, of Syria, and of Moab, and of the children of Ammon, and of the Philistines, and of Amalek, and of the spoils of Adrezer, the son of Rehob, king of Soba. David also made himself a name when he returned after taking Syria in the valley of the salt pits, killing 18,000. And he put guards in Edom, and placed there a garrison. And all Edom was made to serve David, and the Lord preserved David in all enterprises he went about. And David reigned over all Israel, and David did judgment and justice to all his people. And Joab the son of Sarviah was over the army, and Josaphat the son of Ahilud was recorder, and Zadok the son of Achitob, and Achimelech the son of Abiathar were the priests, and Sarias was the scribe, and Benaias the son of Joiada was over the Cherethiah, and Philithi, and the sons of David were the princes. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. And David said, Is there any one, think you, left of the house of Saul, that I may show kindness to him for Jonathan's sake? Now there was of the house of Saul a servant named Ziba. And when the king had called him to him, he said to him, Art thou Ziba? And he answered, I am Ziba thy servant. And the king said, Is there any one left of the house of Saul, that I may show the mercy of God unto him? And Ziba said to the king, There is a son of Jonathan left, who is lame of his feet. Where is he? Said he. And Ziba said to the king, Behold, he is in the house of Machir, the son of Ammiel, in Lodabar. Then King David sent, and brought him out of the house of Machir, the son of Ammiel of Lodabar. And when Mephibosheth, the son of Jonathan, the son of Saul, was come to David, he fell on his face and worshipped. And David said, Mephibosheth? And he answered, Behold thy servant. And David said to him, Fear not, for I will surely show thee mercy for Jonathan thy father's sake, and I will restore the lands of Saul thy father, and thou shalt eat bread at my table always. He bowed down to him and said, Who am I thy servant, that thou shouldst look upon such a dead dog as I am? Then the king called Ziba, the servant of Saul, and said to him, All that belonged to Saul, and all his house, I have given to thy master's son. Thou therefore, and thy sons and thy servants, shalt till the land for him, and thou shalt bring in food for thy master's son, that he may be maintained. And Mephibosheth, the son of thy master, shall always eat bread at my table. And Ziba had 15 sons and 20 servants. And Ziba said to the king, As thou, my lord the king, hast commanded thy servant, so will thy servant do. And Mephibosheth shall eat at my table as one of the sons of the king. And Mephibosheth had a young son whose name was Micah, and all the kindred of the house of Ziba served Mephibosheth. But Mephibosheth dwelt in Jerusalem, because he ate always of the king's table, and he was lame of both feet. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10. And it came to pass after this, that the king of the children of Ammon died, and Hanan his son reigned in his stead. And David said, I will show kindness to Hanan, the son of Deas, as his father showed kindness to me. So David sent his servants to comfort him for the death of his father. But when the servants of David were come into the land of the children of Ammon, the princes of the children of Ammon said to Hanan their lord, Thinkest thou that for the honor of thy father David hath sent comforters to thee? And hath not David rather sent his servants to thee to search, and spy into the city, and overthrow it? Wherefore Hanan took the servants of David, and shaved off the 1/2 of their beards, and cut away 1/2 of their garments, even to the buttocks, and sent them away. When this was told David, he sent to meet them, for the men were sadly put to confusion. And David commanded them, saying, Stay at Jericho till your beards be grown, and then return. And the children of Ammon, seeing that they had done an injury to David, went and hired the Syrians of Rehob, and the Syrians of Sobah, 20,000 footmen, and of the king of Maacah 1,000 men, and of Iztob 12,000 men. And when David heard this, he sent Joab and the whole army of warriors. And the children of Ammon came out, and set their men in array at the entering in of the gate. But the Syrians of Sobah, and of Rehob, and of Istob, and of Maacah were by themselves in the field. Then Joab, seeing that the battle was prepared against him, both before and behind, chose of all the choice men of Israel, and put them in array against the Syrians. And the rest of the people he delivered to Abishai his brother, who set them in array against the children of Ammon. And Joab said, If the Syrians are too strong for me, then thou shalt help me. But if the children of Ammon are too strong for thee, then I will help thee. Be of good courage, and let us fight for our people, and for the city of our God, and the Lord will do what is good in his sight. And Joab and the people that were with him began to fight against the Syrians, and they immediately fled before him. And the children of Ammon, seeing that the Syrians were fled, they fled also before Abishai, and entered into the city. And Joab returned from the children of Ammon, and came to Jerusalem. Then the Syrians, seeing that they had fallen before Israel, gathered themselves together. And Adarezer sent and fetched the Syrians that were beyond the river, and brought over their army. And Sobach, the captain of the host of Adarezer, was their general. And when this was told David, he gathered all Israel together, and passed over the Jordan, and came to Helam. And the Syrians set themselves in array against David, and fought against him. And the Syrians fled before Israel, and David slew of the Syrians the men of 700 chariots, and 40,000 horsemen, and smote Sobach, the captain of the army, who presently died. And all the kings that were auxiliaries of Adarezer, seeing themselves overcome by Israel, were afraid and fled away, 58,000 men before Israel. And they made peace with Israel, and served them, and all the Syrians were afraid to help the children of Ammon any more. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11. And it came to pass at the return of the year, at the time when kings go forth to war, that David sent Joab and his servants with him, and all Israel, and they spoiled the children of Ammon, and besieged Rabbah. But David remained in Jerusalem. In the meantime it happened that David arose from his bed after noon, and walked upon the roof of the king's house. And he saw from the roof of his house a woman washing herself over against him, and the woman was very beautiful. And the king sent and inquired who the woman was. And it was told him that she was Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Urias the Hittite. And David sent messengers and took her, and she came in to him, and he slept with her. And presently she was purified from her uncleanness. And she returned to her house, having conceived. And she sent and told David, and said, I have conceived. And David sent to Joab, saying, Send me Urias the Hittite. And Joab sent Urias to David. And Urias came to David, and David asked how Joab did, and the people, and how the war was carried on. And David said to Urias, Go into thy house, and wash thy feet. And Urias went out from the king's house, and there went out after him a mess of meat from the king. But Urias slept before the gate of the king's house, with the other servants of his lord, and went not down to his own house. And it was told David by some that said, Urias went not to his house. And David said to Urias, Didst thou not come from thy journey? Why didst thou not go down to thy house? And Urias said to David, The ark of God and Israel and Judah dwell in tents, and my lord Joab and the servants of my lord abide upon the face of the earth. And shall I go into my house to eat and to drink, and to sleep with my wife? By thy welfare, and by the welfare of thy soul, I will not do this thing. Then David said to Urias, Tarry here today, and tomorrow I will send thee away. Urias tarried in Jerusalem that day and the next. And David called him to eat and to drink before him, and he made him drunk. And he went out in the evening and slept on his couch with the servants of his lord, and went not down into his house. And when the morning was come, David wrote a letter to Joab, and sent it by the hand of Urias, writing in the letter, Set ye Urias in the front of the battle, where the fight is strongest, and leave ye him, that he may be wounded and die. Wherefore, as Joab was besieging the city, he put Urias in the place where he knew the bravest men were. And the men coming out of the city fought against Joab, and there fell some of the people of the servants of David, and Urias the Hittite was killed also. Then Joab sent and told David all things concerning the battle, and he charged the messenger, saying, When thou hast told all the words of the battle to the king, if thou see him to be angry, and he shall say, Why did you approach so near to the wall to fight? Knew you not that many darts are thrown from above off the wall? Who killed Abimelech, the son of Jerubbaal? Did not a woman cast a piece of a millstone upon him from the wall, and slew him in Thebes? Why did you go near the wall? Thou shalt say, Thy servant Urias the Hittite is also slain. So the messenger departed, and came and told David all that Joab had commanded him. And the messenger said to David, The men prevailed against us, and they came out to us into the field, and we vigorously charged and pursued them even to the gate of the city. And the archers shot their arrows at thy servants from off the wall above, and some of the king's servants are slain, and thy servant Urias the Hittite is also dead. And David said to the messenger, Thus shalt thou say to Joab, Let not this thing discourage thee, for various is the event of war, and sometimes one, sometimes another is consumed by the sword. Encourage thy warriors against the city, and exhort them, that thou mayest overthrow it. And the wife of Urias heard that Urias her husband was dead, and she mourned for him. And the mourning being over, David sent and brought her into his house, and she became his wife, and she bore him a son. And this thing which David had done was displeasing to the Lord. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. And the Lord sent Nathan to David, and when he was come to him, he said to him, There were 2 men in one city, the one rich, and the other poor. The rich man had exceeding many sheep and oxen, but the poor man had nothing at all but one little ewe lamb, which he had bought and nourished up, and which had grown up in his house, together with his children, eating of his bread and drinking of his cup, and sleeping in his bosom, and it was unto him as a daughter. And when a certain stranger was come to the rich man, he spared to take of his own sheep and oxen, to make a feast for that stranger who was come to him, but took the poor man's ewe, and dressed it for the man that was come to him. And David's anger being exceedingly kindled against that man, he said to Nathan, As the Lord liveth, the man that hath done this is a child of death. He shall restore the ewe 4-fold, because he did this thing, and had no pity. And Nathan said to David, Thou art the man. Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, I anointed thee king over Israel, and I delivered thee from the hand of Saul, and gave thee thy master's house, and thy master's wives into thy bosom, and gave thee the house of Israel and Judah. And if these things be little, I shall add far greater things unto thee. Why, therefore, hast thou despised the word of the Lord to do evil in my sight? Thou hast killed Urias the Hittite with the sword, and hast taken his wife to be thy wife, and hast slain him with the sword of the children of Ammon. Therefore the sword shall never depart from thy house, because thou hast despised me, and hast taken the wife of Urias the Hittite to be thy wife. Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will raise up evil against thee out of thy own house, and I will take thy wives before thy eyes, and give them to thy neighbor, and he shall lie with thy wives in the sight of this sun. For thou didst it secretly, but I will do this thing in the sight of all Israel, and in the sight of the sun. And David said to Nathan, I have sinned against the Lord. And Nathan said to David, The Lord also hath taken away thy sin. Thou shalt not die. Nevertheless, because thou hast given occasion to the enemies of the Lord to blaspheme for this thing, the child that is born to thee shall surely die. And Nathan returned to his house. The Lord also struck the child which the wife of Urias had borne to David, and his life was despaired of. And David besought the Lord for the child, and David kept a fast, and going in by himself lay upon the ground. And the ancients of his house came to make him rise from the ground, but he would not, neither did he eat meat with them. And it came to pass on the 7th day that the child died, and the servants of David feared to tell him that the child was dead. For they said, Behold, when the child was yet alive, we spoke to him, and he would not hearken to our voice. How much more will he afflict himself, if we tell him that the child is dead? But when David saw his servants whispering, he understood that the child was dead. And he said to his servants, Is the child dead? They answered him, He is dead. Then David arose from the ground, and washed and anointed himself. And when he had changed his apparel, he went into the house of the Lord and worshipped. And then he came into his own house, and he called for bread and ate. And his servants said to him, What thing is this that thou hast done? Thou didst fast and weep for the child while it was alive, but when the child was dead thou didst rise up and eat bread. And he said, While the child was yet alive, I fasted and wept for him, for I said, Who knoweth whether the Lord may not give him to me, and the child may live? But now that he is dead, why should I fast? Shall I be able to bring him back any more? I shall go to him rather, but he shall not return to me. And David comforted Bathsheba his wife, and went in unto her, and slept with her. And she bore a son, and he called his name Solomon, and the Lord loved him. And he sent by the hand of Nathan the prophet, and called his name Amiable to the Lord, because the Lord loved him. And Joab fought against Rebath of the children of Ammon, and laid close siege to the royal city. And Joab sent messengers to David, saying, I have fought against Rebath, and the city of waters is about to be taken. Now therefore gather thou the rest of the people together, and besiege the city, and take it, lest when the city shall be wasted by me, the victory be ascribed to my name. Then David gathered all the people together, and went out against Rebath, and after fighting he took it. And he took the crown of their king from his head, the weight of which was a talent of gold, set with most precious stones, and it was put upon David's head. And the spoils of the city, which were very great, he carried away. And bringing forth the people thereof, he sawed them, and drove over them chariots armed with iron, and divided them with knives, and made them pass through brick kilns. So did he to all the cities of the children of Ammon. And David returned with all the army to Jerusalem. End of chapter 12. Second Samuel, chapters 13 through 19 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. And it came to pass after this, that Amnon the son of David loved the sister of Absalom the son of David, who was very beautiful, and her name was Tamar. And he was exceedingly fond of her, so that he fell sick for the love of her, for as she was a virgin, he thought it hard to do anything dishonestly with her. Now Amnon had a friend named Jonadab, the son of Shemaiah, the brother of David, a very wise man. And he said to him, Why dost thou grow so lean from day to day, O son of the king? Why dost thou not tell me the reason of it? And Amnon said to him, I am in love with Tamar, the sister of my brother Absalom. And Jonadab said to him, Lie down upon thy bed, and feign thyself sick. And when thy father shall come to visit thee, say to him, Let my sister Tamar, I pray thee, come to me, to give me to eat, and to make me a mess, that I may eat it at her hand. So Amnon lay down, and made as if he were sick. And when the king came to visit him, Amnon said to the king, I pray thee, let my sister Tamar come, and make in my sight 2 little messes, that I may eat at her hand. Then David sent home to Tamar, saying, Come to the house of thy brother Amnon, and make him a mess. And Tamar came to the house of Amnon her brother, but he was laid down, and she took meal and tempered it, and dissolving it in his sight, she made little messes. And taking what she had boiled, she poured it out, and set it before him, but he would not eat. And Amnon said, Put out all persons from me. And when they had put all persons out, Amnon said to Tamar, Bring the mess into the chamber, that I may eat at thy hand. And Tamar took the little messes which she had made, and brought them in to her brother Amnon in the chamber. And when she had presented him the meat, he took hold of her, and said, Come lie with me, my sister. She answered him, Do not so, my brother, do not force me, for no such thing must be done in Israel. Do not thou this folly, for I shall not be able to bear my shame, and thou shalt be as one of the fools in Israel. But rather speak to the king, and he will not deny me to thee. But he would not hearken to her prayers, but being stronger, overpowered her, and lay with her. Then Amnon hated her with an exceeding great hatred, so that the hatred wherewith he hated her was greater than the love with which he had loved her before. And Amnon said to her, Arise, and get thee gone. She answered him, This evil which now thou dost against me in driving me away is greater than that which thou didst before. And he would not hearken to her. But calling the servants that ministered to him, he said, Thrust this woman out from me, and shut the door after her. and she was clothed with a long robe, for the king's daughters that were virgins used such kind of garments. Then his servant thrust her out, and shut the door after her. And she put ashes on her head, and rent her long robe, and laid her hands upon her head, and went on crying. And Absalom her brother said to her, Hath thy brother Amnon lain with thee? But now, sister, hold thy peace. He is thy brother, and afflict not thy heart for this thing. So Thamar remained pining away in the house of Absalom her brother. And when King David heard of these things, he was exceedingly grieved, and he would not afflict the spirit of his son Amnon, for he loved him, because he was his firstborn. But Absalom spoke not to Amnon neither good nor evil, for Absalom hated Amnon, because he had ravished his sister Thamar. And it came to pass after 2 years, that the sheep of Absalom were shorn in Baal-hazor, which is near Ephraim. And Absalom invited all the king's sons. And he came to the king, and said to him, Behold, thy servant's sheep are shorn. Let the king, I pray, with his servants come to his servant. And the king said to Absalom, Nay, my son, do not ask that we should all come, and be chargeable to thee. And when he pressed him, and he would not go, he blessed him. And Absalom said, If thou wilt not come, at least let my brother Amnon, I beseech thee, come with us. And the king said to him, It is not necessary that he should go with thee. But Absalom pressed him, so that he let Amnon and all the king's sons go with him. And Absalom made a feast, as it were the feast of a king. And Absalom had commanded his servants, saying, Take notice when Amnon shall be drunk with wine, and when I shall say to you, Strike him and kill him, fear not, for it is I that command you. Take courage and be valiant men. And the servants of Absalom did to Amnon, as Absalom had commanded them. And all the king's sons arose, and got up every man upon his mule, and fled. And while they were yet in the way, a rumor came to David, saying, Absalom hath slain all the king's sons, and there is not one of them left. Then the king rose up, and rent his garments, and fell upon the ground, and all his servants that stood about him rent their garments. But Jonadab, the son of Shemaiah, David's brother, answering, said, Let not my lord the king think that all the king's sons are slain. Amnon only is dead, for he was appointed by the mouth of Absalom from the day that he ravished his sister Thamar. Now therefore let not my lord the king take this thing into his heart, saying, All the king's sons are slain, for Amnon only is dead. But Absalom fled away, and the young man that kept the watch lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, there came much people by a byway on the side of the mountain. And Jonadab said to the king, Behold, the king's sons are come, as thy servant said, so it is. And when he made an end of speaking, the king's sons also appeared, and coming in they lifted up their voice and wept, and the king also and all his servants wept very much. But Absalom fled, and went to Tholomai, the son of Ammiud, the king of Gesur. And David mourned for his son every day. And Absalom, after he was fled, and come into Gesur, was there 3 years. And King David ceased to pursue after Absalom, because he was comforted concerning the death of Amnon. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. And Joab, the son of Sarviah, understanding that the king's heart was turned to Absalom, sent to Tekoa, and fetched from thence a wise woman, and said to her, Feign thyself to be a mourner, and put on mourning apparel, and be not anointed with oil, that thou mayest be as a woman that had a long time been mourning for one dead. And thou shalt go in to the king, and shalt speak to him in this manner. And Joab put the words in her mouth. And when the woman of Tekoa was come in to the king, she fell before him upon the ground, and worshipped, and said, Save me, O king. And the king said to her, What is the matter with thee? She answered, Alas, I am a widow woman, for my husband is dead. And thy handmaid had 2 sons, and they quarrelled with each other in the field, and there was none to part them, and the one struck the other and slew him. And behold, the whole kindred rising against thy handmaid saith, Deliver him that hath slain his brother, that we may kill him for the life of his brother whom he slew, and that we may destroy the heir. And they seek to quench my spark which is left, and will leave my husband no name, nor remainder upon the earth. And the king said to the woman, Go to thy house, and I will give charge concerning thee. And the woman of Tekoa said to the king, Upon me, my lord, be the iniquity, and upon the house of my father, but may the king and his throne be guiltless. And the king said, If anyone shall say aught against thee, bring him to me, and he shall not touch thee any more. And she said, Let the king remember the Lord his God, that the next of kin be not multiplied to take revenge, and that they may not kill my son. And he said, As the Lord liveth, there shall not one hair of thy son fall to the earth. Then the woman said, Let thy handmaid speak one word to my lord the king. And he said, Speak. And the woman said, Why hast thou thought such a thing against the people of God? And why hath the king spoken this word to sin, and not bring home again his own exile? We all die, and like waters that return no more, we fall down into the earth. Neither will God have a soul to perish, but recalleth, meaning that he that is cast off should not altogether perish. Now therefore I am come to speak this word to my lord the king before the people. And thy handmaid said, I will speak to the king. It may be the king will perform the request of his handmaid. And the king hath hearkened to me to deliver his handmaid out of the hand of all that would destroy me and my son together out of the inheritance of God. Then let thy handmaid say, that the word of the Lord the king be made as a sacrifice. For even as an angel of God, so is my lord the king, that he is neither moved with blessing nor cursing. Wherefore the Lord thy God is also with thee. And the king answering said to the woman, Hide not from me the thing that I ask thee. And the woman said to him, Speak, my lord the king. And the king said, Is not the hand of Joab with thee in all this? The woman answered and said, By the health of thy soul, my lord, O king, it is neither on the left hand nor on the right, in all these things which my lord the king hath spoken. For thy servant Joab, he commanded me, and he put all these words into the mouth of thy handmaid, that I should come about with this form of speech. Thy servant Joab commanded this. But thou, my lord, O king, art wise, according to the wisdom of an angel of God, to understand all things upon earth. And the king said to Joab, Behold, I am appeased, and have granted thy request. Go therefore and fetch back the boy Absalom. And Joab, falling down to the ground upon his face, adored and blessed the king. And Joab said, This day thy servant hath understood that I have found grace in thy sight, my lord, O king, for thou hast fulfilled the request of thy servant. Then Joab arose and went to Gesur, and brought Absalom to Jerusalem. But the king said, Let him return into his house, and let him not see my face. So Absalom returned into his house, and saw not the king's face. But in all Israel there was not a man so comely and so exceedingly beautiful as Absalom. From the sole of the foot to the crown of his head there was no blemish in him. And when he polled his hair, now he was polled once a year, because his hair was burdensome to him, he weighed the hair of his head at 200 sickles, according to the common weight. And there were born to Absalom 3 sons and 1 daughter, whose name was Thamar, and she was very beautiful. And Absalom dwelt 2 years in Jerusalem, and saw not the king's face. He sent therefore to Joab to send him to the king, but he would not come to him. And when he had sent the 2nd time, and he would not come to him, he said to his servants, You know the field of Joab near my field, that hath a crop of barley. Go now and set it on fire. So the servants of Absalom set the corn on fire. And Joab's servants, coming with their garments rent, said, The servants of Absalom have set part of the field on fire. Then Joab arose, and came to Absalom to his house, and said, Why have thy servants set my corn on fire? And Absalom answered Joab, I sent to thee, beseeching thee to come to me, that I might send thee to the king, to say to him, Wherefore am I come from Gesur? It had been better for me to be there. I beseech thee, therefore, that I may see the face of the king, and if he be mindful of my iniquity, let him kill me. So Joab, going in to the king, told him all. And Absalom was called for, and he went in to the king, and prostrated himself on the ground before him. And the king kissed Absalom. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. Now after these things Absalom made himself chariots and horsemen, and 50 men to run before him. And Absalom, rising up early, stood by the entrance of the gate. And when any man had business to come to the king's judgment, Absalom called him to him, and said, Of what city art thou? He answered and said, Thy servant is of such a tribe of Israel. And Absalom answered him, Thy words seem to me good and just, but there is no man appointed by the king to hear thee. And Absalom said, Oh, that they would make me judge over the land, that all that have business might come to me, that I might do them justice. Moreover, when any man came to him to salute him, he put forth his hand and took him, and kissed him. And this he did to all Israel that came for judgment, to be heard by the king, and he enticed the hearts of the men of Israel. And after 40 years Absalom said to King David, Let me go and pay my vows, which I have vowed to the Lord in Hebron. For thy servant made a vow when he was in Gesur of Syria, saying, If the Lord shall bring me again into Jerusalem, I will offer sacrifice to the Lord. And King David said to him, Go in peace. And he arose and went to Hebron. And Absalom sent spies into all the tribes of Israel, saying, As soon as you shall hear the sound of the trumpet, say ye, Absalom reigneth in Hebron. Now there went with Absalom 200 men out of Jerusalem that were called, going with simplicity of heart, and knowing nothing of the design. Absalom also sent for Achitophel, the Gilonite, David's counselor, from his city, Gilo. And while he was offering sacrifices, there was a strong conspiracy, and the people running together increased with Absalom. And there came a messenger to David, saying, All Israel with their whole heart followeth Absalom. And David said to his servants that were with him in Jerusalem, Arise and let us flee, for we shall not escape else from the face of Absalom. Make haste to go out, lest he come and overtake us, and bring ruin upon us, and smite the city with the edge of the sword. And the king's servants said to him, Whatsoever our lord the king shall command, we thy servants will willingly execute. And the king went forth, and all his household on foot, and the king left 10 women, his concubines, to keep the house. And the king going forth, and all Israel on foot, stood afar off from the house, and all his servants walked by him, and the bands of the Cherethi, and the Phelethi, and all the Githites, valiant warriors, 600 men who had followed him from Geth on foot, went before the king. And the king said to Ittai the Githite, Why comest thou with us? Return and dwell with the king, for thou art a stranger, and art come out of thy own place. Yesterday thou camest, and today shalt thou be forced to go forth with us? But I shall go whither I am going. Return thou, and take back thy brethren with thee. And the Lord will show thee mercy and truth, because thou hast shown grace and fidelity. And Ittai answered the king, saying, As the Lord liveth, and as my lord the king liveth, in what place soever thou shalt be, my lord, O king, either in death or in life, there will thy servant be. And David said to Ittai, Come and pass over. And Ittai the Githite passed, and all the men that were with him, and the rest of the people. And they all wept with a loud voice, and all the people passed over. The king also himself went over the brook Kedron, and all the people marched towards the way that looketh to the desert. And Zadok the priest also came, and all the Levites with him, carrying the ark of the covenant of God. And they set down the ark of God, and Abiathar went up till all the people that was come out of the city had done passing. And the king said to Zadok, Carry back the ark of God into the city. If I shall find grace in the sight of the Lord, he will bring me again, and he will show me it and his tabernacle. But if he shall say to me, Thou pleasest me not, I am ready, let him do that which is good before him. And the king said to Zadok the priest, O seer, return into the city in peace, and let Achimaeus thy son, and Jonathan the son of Abiathar, your 2 sons, be with you. Behold, I will lie hid in the plains of the wilderness, till there come word from you to certify me. So Zadok and Abiathar carried back the ark of God into Jerusalem, and they tarried there. But David went up by the ascent of Mount Olivet, going up and weeping, walking barefoot, and with his head covered, and all the people that were with them went up with their heads covered, weeping. And it was told David that Achitophel also was in the conspiracy with Absalom. And David said, Infatuate, O Lord, I beseech thee, the counsel of Achitophel. And when David was come to the top of the mountain, where he was about to adore the Lord, behold, Cushai the Arachite came to meet him with his garment rent, and his head covered with earth. And David said to him, If thou come with me, thou wilt be a burden to me. But if thou return into the city, and wilt say to Absalom, I am thy servant, O king, as I have been thy father's servant, so I will be thy servant. Thou shalt defeat the counsel of Achitophel. And thou hast with thee Zadok and Abiathar the priests, and what things soever thou shalt hear out of the king's house, thou shalt tell it to Zadok and Abiathar the priests. And there are with them their 2 sons, Achimaeus the son of Zadok, and Jonathan the son of Abiathar, and you shall send by them to me everything that you shall hear. Then Cusai, the friend of David, went into the city, and Absalom came into Jerusalem. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. And when David was a little past the top of the hill, behold, Ziba, the servant of Mephibosheth, came to meet him with 2 asses laden with 200 loaves of bread, and 100 bunches of raisins, 100 cakes of figs, and a vessel of wine. And the king said to Ziba, What mean these things? And Ziba answered, The asses are for the king's household to sit on, and the loaves and the figs for thy servants to eat, and the wine to drink, if any man be faint in the desert. And the king said, Where is thy master's son? And Ziba answered the king, He remained in Jerusalem, saying, Today will the house of Israel restore me the kingdom of my father. And the king said to Ziba, I give thee all that belonged to Mephibosheth. And Ziba said, I beseech thee, let me find grace before thee, my lord, O king. And King David came as far as Bahurim, and behold, there came out from thence a man of the kindred of the house of Saul, named Shimei, the son of Gera, and coming out he cursed as he went on, and he threw stones at David, and at all the servants of King David, and all the people, and all the warriors walked on the right and on the left side of the king. And thus said Shimei when he cursed the king, come out, thou man of blood, and thou man of Belial. The Lord hath repaid thee for all the blood of the house of Saul, because thou hast usurped the kingdom in his stead, and the Lord hath given the kingdom into the hand of Absalom thy son. And behold, thy evils press upon thee, because thou art a man of blood. And Abishai, the son of Sarviah, said to the king, Why should this dead dog curse my lord the king? I will go and cut off his head. And the king said, What have I to do with you, ye sons of Sarviah? Let him alone, and let him curse. For the Lord hath bid him curse David. And who is he that shall dare say, Why hath he done so? And the king said to Abishai and to all his servants, Behold, my son, who came forth from my bowels, seeketh my life. How much more now a son of Jemini? Let him alone, that he may curse as the Lord hath bidden him. Perhaps the Lord may look upon my affliction, and the Lord may render me good for the cursing of this day. And David and his men with him went by the way, and Shimei by the hill's side went over against him, cursing, and casting stones at him, and scattering earth. And the king and all the people with him came weary, and refreshed themselves there. But Absalom and all his people came into Jerusalem, and Achitophel was with him. And when Cusai, the Arachite, David's friend, was come to Absalom, he said to him, God save thee, O king! God save thee, O king! And Absalom said to him, Is this thy kindness to thy friend? why wentest thou not with thy friend? And Cusai answered Absalom, Nay, for I will be his whom the Lord hath chosen, and all this people and all Israel, and with him will I abide. Besides this, whom shall I serve? Is it not the king's son? As I have served thy father, so will I serve thee also. And Absalom said to Achitophel, Consult what we are to do. And Achitophel said to Absalom, Go in to the concubines of thy father, whom he hath left to keep the house, that when all Israel shall hear that thou hast disgraced thy father, their hands may be strengthened with thee. So they spread a tent for Absalom on the top of the house, and he went in to his father's concubines before all Israel. Now the counsel of Achitophel, which he gave in those days, was as if a man should consult God. So was all the counsel of Achitophel, both when he was with David and when he was with Absalom. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. And Achitophel said to Absalom, I will choose me 12,000 men, and I will arise and pursue after David this night. And coming upon him, for he is now weary and weak-handed, I will defeat him, and when all the people is put to flight that is with him, I will kill the king, who will be left alone. And I will bring back all the people, as if they were but one man, for thou seekest but one man, and all the people shall be in peace. And his saying pleased Absalom, and all the ancients of Israel. But Absalom said, Call Cusai the Arachite, and let us hear what he also saith. And when Cusai was come to Absalom, Absalom said to him, Achitophel hath spoken after this manner. Shall we do it or not? What counsel dost thou give? And Cusai said to Absalom, The counsel that Achitophel hath given this time is not good. And again Cusai said, Thou knowest thy father, and the men that are with him, that they are very valiant and bitter in their mind, as a bear raging in the wood when her whelps are taken away. And thy father is a warrior, and will not lodge with the people. Perhaps he now lieth hid in pits, or in some other place where he list. And when any one shall fall at the first, every one that heareth it shall say, There is a slaughter among the people that followed Absalom. And the most valiant man, whose heart is as the heart of a lion, shall melt for fear. For all the people of Israel know thy father to be a valiant man, and that all who are with him are valiant. But this seemeth to me to be good counsel. Let all Israel be gathered to thee, from Dan to Beersabee, as the sand of the sea which cannot be numbered, and thou shalt be in the midst of them. And we shall come upon him in what place soever he shall be found, and we shall cover him as the dew falleth upon the ground, and we shall not leave of the men that are with him not so much as one. And if he shall enter into any city, all Israel shall cast ropes round about that city, and we will draw it into the river, so that there shall not be found so much as one small stone thereof. And Absalom and all the men of Israel said, The counsel of Cusai the Arachite is better than the counsel of Achitophel. And by the will of the Lord the profitable counsel of Achitophel was defeated, that the Lord might bring evil upon Absalom. And Cusai said to Zadok and Abiathar the priests, Thus and thus did Achitophel counsel Absalom, and the ancients of Israel, and thus did I counsel them. Now therefore send quickly and tell David, saying, Tarry not this night in the plains of the wilderness, but without delay pass over, lest the king be swallowed up, and all the people that is with him. And Jonathan and Achimaeus stayed by the fountain Rogel, and there went a maid and told them, and they went forward to carry the message to King David, for they might not be seen nor enter into the city. But a certain boy saw them, and told Absalom. But they, making haste, went into the house of a certain man in Bahurim, who had a well in his court, and they went down into it. And a woman took and spread a covering over the mouth of the well, as it were to dry sodden barley, and so the thing was not known. And when Absalom's servants were come into the house, they said to the woman, Where is Achimaeus and Jonathan? And the woman answered them, They passed on in haste, after they had tasted a little water. But they that sought them, when they found them not, returned into Jerusalem. And when they were gone, they came up out of the well, and going on, told King David, and said, Arise and pass quickly over the river, for this manner of counsel has Ahithophel given against you. So David arose, and all the people that were with him, and they passed over the Jordan until it grew light, and not one of them was left that was not gone over the river. But Ahithophel, seeing that his counsel was not followed, saddled his ass, and arose and went home to his house and to his city, and putting his house in order, hanged himself, and was buried in the sepulchre of his father. But David came to the camp, and Absalom passed over the Jordan, he and all the men of Israel with him. Now Absalom appointed Amasa in Joab's stead over the army, and Amasa was the son of a man who was called Jethro of Jezreel, who went in to Abigail, the daughter of Naas, the sister of Sarvia, who was the mother of Joab. And Israel camped with Absalom in the land of Gilead. And when David was come to the camp, Sobi, the son of Naas of Rabbath of the children of Ammon, and Machir, the son of Amahel of Lodabar, and Barzillai, the Gileadite of Rogelim, brought him beds and tapestry, and earthen vessels, and wheat, and barley, and meal, and parched corn, and beans, and lentils, and fried pulse, and honey, and butter, and sheep, and fat calves, and they gave to David and the people that were with him to eat. For they suspected that the people were faint with hunger and thirst in the wilderness. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. And David, having reviewed his people, appointed over them captains of thousands and of hundreds, and sent forth a third part of the people under the hand of Joab, and a third part under the hand of Abishai, the son of Sarvia, Joab's brother, and a third part under the hand of Ittai, who was of Geth. And the king said to the people, I also will go forth with you. And the people answered, Thou shalt not go forth, for if we flee away, they will not much mind us, or if half of us should fall, they will not greatly care. For thou alone art accounted for 10,000. It is better, therefore, that thou shouldst be in the city to succor us. And the king said to them, What seemeth good to you, that will I do. And the king stood by the gate, and all the people went forth by their troops, by hundreds and by thousands. And the king commanded Joab and Abishai and Ittai, saying, Save me the boy Absalom. And all the people heard the king giving charge to all the princes concerning Absalom. So the people went out into the field against Israel, and the battle was fought in the forest of Ephraim. And the people of Israel were defeated there by David's army, and a great slaughter was made that day of 20,000 men. And the battle there was scattered over the face of all the country, and there were many more of the people whom the forest consumed than whom the sword devoured that day. And it happened that Absalom met the servants of David riding on a mule, and as the mule went under a thick and large oak, his head stuck in the oak, and while he hung between the heaven and the earth, the mule on which he rode passed on. And one saw this, and told Joab, saying, I saw Absalom hanging upon an oak. And Joab said to the man that told him, If thou sawest him, why didst thou not stab him to the ground? And I would have given thee 10 sicles of silver and belt. And he said to Joab, If thou wouldst have paid down in my hands 1,000 pieces of silver, I would not lay my hands upon the king's son. For in our hearing the king charged thee and Abishai and Ittai, saying, Save me the boy Absalom. Yea, and if I should have acted boldly against my own life, this could not have been hid from the king, and wouldst thou have stood by me? And Joab said, Not as thou wilt, but will set upon him in thy sight. So he took 3 lances in his hand, and thrust them into the heart of Absalom. And whilst he yet panted for life, sticking on the oak, 10 young men, armor-bearers of Joab, ran up, and striking him, slew him. And Joab sounded the trumpet, and kept back the people from pursuing after Israel in their flight, being willing to spare the multitude. And they took Absalom, and cast him into a great pit in the forest, and they laid an exceeding great heap of stones upon him, but all Israel fled to their own dwellings. Now Absalom had reared up for himself in his lifetime a pillar, which is in the king's valley, for he said, I have no son, and this shall be the monument of my name. And he called the pillar by his own name, and it is called the Hand of Absalom to this day. And Achimaeus, the son of Zadok, said, I will run and tell the king that the Lord hath done judgment for him from the hand of his enemies. And Joab said to him, Thou shalt not be the messenger this day, but shalt bear tidings another day. This day I will not have thee bear tidings, because the king's son is dead. And Joab said to Cushai, Go and tell the king what thou hast seen. Cushai bowed down to Joab and ran. Then Achimaeus, the son of Zadok, said to Joab again, Why might not I also run after Cushai? And Joab said to him, Why wilt thou run, my son? Thou wilt not be the bearer of good tidings. He answered, But what if I run? And he said to him, Run. Then Achimaeus, running by a nearer way, passed Cushai. And David sat between the 2 gates. And the watchman that was on the top of the gate upon the wall, lifting up his eyes, saw a man running alone. And crying out, he told the king. And the king said, If he be alone, there are good tidings in his mouth. And as he was coming apace and drawing nearer, the watchman saw another man running, and crying aloud from above, he said, I see another man running alone. And the king said, He also is a good messenger. And the watchman said, The running of the foremost seemeth to me like the running of Achimaeus, the son of Zadok. And the king said, He is a good man, and cometh with good news. And Achimaeus, crying out, said to the king, God save thee, O king. And falling down before the king with his face to the ground, he said, Blessed be the Lord thy God, who hath shut up the men that have lifted up their hands against the Lord my king. And the king said, Is the young man Absalom safe? And Achimaeus said, I saw a great tumult, O king, when thy servant Joab sent me thy servant. I know nothing else. And the king said to him, Pass and stand here. And when he had passed and stood still, Cushai appeared, and coming up he said, I bring good tidings, my lord the king, for the Lord hath judged for thee this day from the hand of all that have risen up against thee. And the king said to Cushai, Is the young man Absalom safe? And Cushai answering him said, Let the enemies of my lord the king, and all that rise against him unto evil, be as the young man is. The king therefore, being much moved, went up to the high chamber over the gate, and wept. And as he went, he spoke in this manner, My son Absalom, Absalom, my son, would to God that I might die for thee, Absalom, my son Absalom. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. And it was told Joab that the king wept and mourned for his son, and the victory that day was turned into mourning unto all the people, for the people heard say that day, The king grieveth for his son. And the people shunned the going into the city that day, as a people would do that hath turned their backs, and fled away from the battle. And the king covered his head, and cried with a loud voice, O my son Absalom, O Absalom, my son, O my son. Then Joab, going into the house to the king, said, Thou hast shamed this day the faces of all thy servants that have saved thy life, and the lives of thy sons and of thy daughters, and the lives of thy wives, and the lives of thy concubines. Thou lovest them that hate thee, and thou hatest them that love thee, and thou hast shown this day that thou carest not for thy nobles, nor for thy servants. And I now plainly perceive that if Absalom had lived, and all we had been slain, then it would have pleased thee. Now therefore arise, and go out, and speak to the satisfaction of thy servants. For I swear to thee by the Lord, that if thou wilt not go forth, there will not tarry with thee so much as one this night, and that will be worse to thee than all the evils that have befallen thee from thy youth until now. Then the king arose and sat in the gate. And it was told to all the people that the king sat in the gate. And all the people came before the king, but Israel fled to their own dwellings. And all the people were at strife in all the tribes of Israel, saying, The king delivered us out of the hand of our enemies, and he saved us out of the hand of the Philistines. And now he is fled out of the land for Absalom. But Absalom, whom we anointed over us, is dead in the battle. How long are you silent, and bring not back the king? And King David sent to Zadok and Abiathar the priests, saying, Speak to the ancients of Judah, saying, Why are you the last to bring the king back to his house? For the talk of all Israel was come to the king in his house. You are my brethren, you are my bone and my flesh. Why are you the last to bring back the king? And say ye to Amasa, Art not thou my bone and my flesh? So do God to me, and add more, if thou be not the chief captain of the army before me always, in the place of Joab. And be inclined the heart of all the men of Judah, as it were of one man. And they sent to the king, saying, return thou and all thy servants. And the king returned, and came as far as the Jordan, and all Judah came as far as Gilgal to meet the king, and to bring him over the Jordan. And Shimei, the son of Gera, the son of Jemini of Bahurim, made haste, and went down with the men of Judah to meet King David, with 1,000 men of Benjamin, and Siba, the servant of the house of Saul, and his 15 sons, and 20 servants were with him, and going over the Jordan, they passed the fords before the king, that they might help over the king's household, and do according to his commandment. And Shimei the son of Gera, falling down before the king, when he was come over the Jordan, said to him, Impute not to me, my lord, the iniquity, nor remember the injuries of thy servant, on the day that thou, my lord the king, wentest out of Jerusalem, nor lay it up in thy heart, O king. For I, thy servant, acknowledge my sin, and therefore I am come this day, the first of all the house of Joseph, and am come down to meet my lord the king. But Abishai, the son of Sarvia, answering, said, Shall Shimei for these words not be put to death, because he cursed the Lord's anointed? And David said, What have I to do with you, ye sons of Sarvia? Why are you as Satan this day to me? Shall there any man be killed this day in Israel? Do not I know that this day I am made king over Israel? And the king said to Shimei, Thou shalt not die. And he swore unto him. And Mephibosheth, the son of Saul, came down to meet the king, and he had neither washed his feet, nor trimmed his beard, nor washed his garments from the day that the king went out, until the day of his return in peace. And when he met the king at Jerusalem, the king said to him, Why camest thou not with me, Mephibosheth? And he answering said, My lord, O king, my servant despised me, for I, thy servant, spoke to him to saddle me an ass, that I might get on and go with the king, for I, thy servant, am lame. Moreover, he hath also accused me, thy servant, to thee, my lord the king. But thou, my lord the king, art as an angel of God, do what pleaseth thee. For all of my father's house were no better than worthy of death before my lord the king, and thou hast set me, thy servant, among the guests of thy table. What just complaint therefore have I? Or what right to cry any more to the king? Then the king said to him, Why speakest thou any more? What I have said is determined. Thou and Siba divide the possessions. And Mephibosheth answered the king, Yea, let him take all, for as much as my lord the king is returned peaceably into his house. Barzillai also the Gileadite, coming down from Rogelim, brought the king over the Jordan, being ready also to wait on him beyond the river. Now Barzillai the Gileadite was of a great age, that is to say, 80 years old, and he provided the king with sustenance when he abode in the camp, for he was a man exceeding rich. And the king said to Barzillai, Come with me, that thou mayest rest secure with me in Jerusalem. And Barzillai said to the king, How many are the days of the years of my life, that I should go up with the king to Jerusalem? I am this day 80 years old. Are my senses quick to discern sweet and bitter? Or can meat or drink delight thy servant? Or can I hear any more the voice of singing men and singing women? Why should thy servant be a burden to my lord the king? I, thy servant, will go on a little way from the Jordan with thee, I need not this recompense. But I beseech thee, let thy servant return, and die in my own city, and be buried by the sepulchre of my father and of my mother. But there is thy servant Chemaeum, let him go with thee, my lord the king, and do to him whatsoever seemeth good to thee. Then the king said to him, Let Chemaeum go over with me, and I will do for him whatsoever shall please thee, and all that thou shalt ask of me thou shalt obtain. And when all the people and the king had passed over the Jordan, the king kissed Barzillai, and blessed him, and he returned to his own place. So the king went on to Gilgal, and Chemaeum with him. Now all the people of Judah had brought the king over, and only half of the people of Israel were there. Therefore all the men of Israel, running together to the king, said to him, Why have our brethren, the men of Judah, stolen thee away, and have brought the king and his household over the Jordan, and all the men of David with him? And all the men of Judah answered the men of Israel, Because the king is nearer to me, why art thou angry for this matter? Have we eaten anything of the king's, or have any gifts been given us? And the men of Israel answered the men of Judah, and said, I have 10 parts in the king more than thou, and David belongeth to me more than to thee. Why hast thou done me a wrong, and why was it not told me first, that I might bring back my king? And the men of Judah answered more harshly than the men of Israel. End of chapter 19. Second Samuel, chapters 20 through 24 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899, American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. And there happened to be there a man of Belial, whose name was Seba, the son of Bochri, a man of Gemini. And he sounded the trumpet, and said, We have no part in David, nor inheritance in the son of Isai. Return to thy dwellings, O Israel. And all Israel departed from David, and followed Seba the son of Bochri. But the men of Judah stuck to their king from the Jordan unto Jerusalem. And when the king was come into his house at Jerusalem, he took the 10 women, his concubines, whom he had left to keep the house, and put them in ward, allowing them provisions. And he went not in unto them, but they were shut up unto the day of their death, living in widowhood. And the king said to Amasa, Assemble to me all the men of Judah against the 3rd day, and be thou here present. So Amasa went to assemble the men of Judah, but he tarried beyond the set time which the king had appointed him. And David said to Abishai, Now will Seba the son of Bochri do to us more harm than did Absalom. Take thou therefore the servants of thy lord, and pursue after him, lest he find fenced cities, and escape us. So Joab's men went out with him, and the Kerethi and the Phelethi, and all the valiant men went out of Jerusalem to pursue after Seba the son of Bochri. And when they were at the great stone which is in Gibeon, Amasa coming met them. And Joab had on a close coat of equal length with his habit, and over it was girded with a sword hanging down to his flank, in a scabbard, made in such manner as to come out with the least motion, and strike. And Joab said to Amasa, God save thee, my brother. And he took Amasa by the chin with his right hand to kiss him. But Amasa did not take notice of the sword which Joab had, and he struck him in the side, and shed out his bowels to the ground, and gave him not a second wound, and he died. And Joab and Abishai his brother pursued after Ziba the son of Bochri. In the meantime some men of Joab's company, stopping at the dead body of Amasa, said, Behold, he that would have been in Joab's stead, the companion of David. And Amasa, imbrued with blood, lay in the midst of the way. A certain man saw this, that all the people stood still to look upon him. So he removed Amasa out of the highway into the field, and covered him with a garment, that they who passed might not stop on his account. And when he was removed out of the way, all the people went on following Joab to pursue after Ziba the son of Bochri. Now he had passed through all the tribes of Israel unto Abilah and Bethmaachah, and all the chosen men were gathered together unto him. And they came and besieged him in Abilah and in Bethmaachah, and they cast up works round the city, and the city was besieged, and all the people that were with Joab labored to throw down the walls. And a wise woman cried out from the city, Hear, hear, and say to Joab, Come near hither, and I will speak with thee. And when he was come near to her, she said to him, Art thou Joab? And he answered, I am. And she spoke thus to him, Hear the words of thy handmaid. He answered, I do hear. And she again said, A saying was used in the old proverb, They that inquire, let them inquire in Abilah. And so they made an end. Am not I she that answered truth in Israel, and thou seekest to destroy the city, and to overthrow a mother in Israel? Why wilt thou throw down the inheritance of the Lord? And Joab answering said, God forbid that I should. I do not throw down nor destroy. The matter is not so, but a man of Mount Ephraim, Ziba the son of Bochri by name, hath lifted up his hand against King David. Deliver him only, and we will depart from the city. And the woman said to Joab, Behold, his head shall be thrown to thee from the wall. So she went to all the people, and spoke to them wisely, and they cut off the head of Ziba the son of Bochri, and cast it out to Joab. And he sounded the trumpet, and they departed from the city, every one to their home. And Joab returned to Jerusalem to the king. So Joab was over all the army of Israel, and Benaias the son of Joiada was over the Kerethites and Philethites, but Aduram over the tributes, and Josaphat the son of Ahilud was recorder, and Siva was scribe, and Sadok and Abiathar priests, and Ira the Jairite was the priest of David. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. And there was a famine in the days of David for 3 years successively, and David consulted the oracle of the Lord. And the Lord said, It is for Saul and his bloody house, because he slew the Gibeonites. Then the king, calling for the Gibeonites, said to them, Now the Gibeonites were not of the children of Israel, but the remains of the Amorites, and the children of Israel had sworn to them, and Saul sought to slay them out of zeal, as it were, for the children of Israel and Judah. David therefore said to the Gibeonites, What shall I do for you, and what shall be the atonement for you, that you may bless the inheritance of the Lord? And the Gibeonites said to him, We have no contest about silver and gold, but against Saul and against his house, neither do we desire that any man be slain of Israel. And the king said to them, What will you then that I should do for you? And they said to the king, The man that crushed us and oppressed us unjustly we must destroy in such manner that there be not so much as one left of his stock in all the coasts of Israel. Let 7 men of his children be delivered unto us, that we may crucify them to the Lord in Gibeah of Saul, once the chosen of the Lord. And the king said, I will give them. And the king spared Mephibosheth, the son of Jonathan, the son of Saul, because of the oath of the Lord that had been between David and Jonathan, the son of Saul. So the king took the 2 sons of Resphah, the daughter of Aiah, whom she bore to Saul, Armoni and Mephibosheth, and the 5 sons of Michal, the daughter of Saul, whom she bore to Hadriel, the son of Barzillai, that was of Molathi, and gave them into the hands of the Gibeonites, and they crucified them on a hill before the Lord. And these 7 died together in the first days of the harvest, when the barley began to be reaped. And Resphah, the daughter of Aiah, took haircloth and spread it under her upon the rock from the beginning of the harvest, till water dropped upon them out of heaven, and suffered neither the birds to tear them by day, nor the beasts by night. And it was told David what Resphah, the daughter of Aiah, the concubine of Saul, had done. And David went and took the bones of Saul, and the bones of Jonathan his son, from the men of Jabesh Gilead, who had stolen them from the street of Bethsan, where the Philistines had hanged them when they had slain Saul in Gilboa. And he brought from thence the bones of Saul, and the bones of Jonathan his son, and they gathered up the bones of them that were crucified, and they buried them with the bones of Saul and of Jonathan his son in the land of Benjamin, in the side, in the sepulchre of Kis his father. And they did all that the king had commanded, and God showed mercy again to the land after these things. And the Philistines made war again against Israel. And David went down, and his servants with him, and fought against the Philistines. And David, growing faint, Jezbenob, who was of the race of Arapha, the iron of whose spear weighed 300 ounces, being girded with a new sword, attempted to kill David. And Abishai the son of Sarvia rescued him, and striking the Philistine, killed him. Then David's men swore unto him, saying, Thou shalt go no more out with us to battle, lest thou put out the lamp of Israel. There was also a second battle in Gob against the Philistines. Then Sobokai of Hushathi slew Saph of the race of Arapha, of the family of the giants. And there was a third battle in Gob against the Philistines, in which Adeodatus, the son of the Forest, an embroiderer of Bethlehem, slew Goliath the Gethite, the shaft of whose spear was like a weaver's beam. A fourth battle was in Geth, where there was a man of great stature, that had 6 fingers on each hand, and 6 toes on each foot, 24 in all, and he was of the race of Arapha. And he reproached Israel, and Jonathan the son of Shimei, the brother of David, slew him. These 4 were born of Arapha in Geth, and they fell by the hand of David and of his servants. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22. And David spoke to the Lord the words of this canticle, in the day that the Lord delivered him out of the hand of all his enemies, and out of the hand of Saul. And he said, The Lord is my rock, and my strength, and my Saviour. God is my strong one, in him will I trust, my shield and the horn of my salvation. He lifteth me up, and is my refuge. My Saviour, thou wilt deliver me from iniquity. I will call on the Lord, who is worthy to be praised, and I shall be saved from my enemies. For the pangs of death have surrounded me, the floods of Belial have made me afraid. The cords of hell compassed me, the snares of death prevented me. In my distress I will call upon the Lord, and I will cry to my God, and he will hear my voice out of his temple, and my cry shall come to his ears. The earth shook and trembled, the foundations of the mountains were moved and shaken, because he was angry with them. A smoke went up from his nostrils, and a devouring fire out of his mouth. Coals were kindled by it. He bowed the heavens and came down, and darkness was under his feet. And he rode upon the cherubims, and flew, and slid upon the wings of the wind. He made darkness a covering round about him, dropping waters out of the clouds of the heavens. By the brightness before him the coals of fire were kindled. The Lord shall thunder from heaven, and the Most High shall give forth his voice. He shot arrows and scattered them, lightning and consumed them. And the overflowings of the sea appeared, and the foundations of the world were laid open at the rebuke of the Lord, at the blast of the Spirit of his wrath. He sent from on high, and took me, and drew me out of many waters. He delivered me from my most mighty enemy, and from them that hated me, for they were too strong for me. He prevented me in the day of my affliction, and the Lord became my stay. And he brought me forth into a large place. He delivered me because I pleased him. The Lord will reward me according to my justice, and according to the cleanness of my hands he will render to me. Because I have kept the ways of the Lord, and have not wickedly departed from my God. For all his judgments are in my sight, and his precepts I have not removed from me. And I shall be perfect with him, and shall keep myself from my iniquity. And the Lord will recompense me according to my justice, and according to the cleanness of my hands in the sight of his eyes. With the Holy One thou wilt be holy, and with the valiant perfect. With the elect thou wilt be elect, and with the perverse thou wilt be perverted. And the poor people thou wilt save, and with thy eyes thou wilt humble the haughty. For thou art my lamp, O Lord, and thou, O Lord, will enlighten my darkness. For in thee I will run girded, in my God I will leap over the wall. God, his way is immaculate. The word of the Lord is tried by fire. He is the shield of all that trust in him. Who is God but the Lord, and who is strong but our God? God, who hath girded me with strength, and made my way perfect, making my feet like the feet of harts, and setting me upon my high places. He teacheth my hands to war, and maketh my arms like a bow of brass. Thou hast given me the shield of my salvation, and thy mildness hath multiplied me. Thou shalt enlarge my steps under me, and my ankles shall not fail. I will pursue after my enemies, and crush them, and will not return again till I consume them. I will consume them and break them in pieces, so that they shall not rise, they shall fall under my feet. Thou hast girded me with strength to battle, thou hast made them that resisted me to bow under me. My enemies thou hast made to turn their back to me, them that hated me, and I shall destroy them. They shall cry, and there shall be none to save to the Lord, and he shall not hear them. I shall beat them as small as the dust of the earth. I shall crush them and spread them abroad like the mire of the streets. Thou wilt save me from the contradictions of my people. Thou wilt keep me to be the head of the Gentiles. The people which I know not shall serve me. The sons of the stranger will resist me. At the hearing of the ear they will obey me. The strangers are melted away, and shall be straitened in their distresses. The Lord liveth, and my God is blessed, and the strong God of my salvation shall be exalted. God, who giveth me revenge, and bringest down people under me, who bringest me forth from my enemies, and liftest me up from them that resist me. From the wicked man thou shalt deliver me. Therefore will I give thanks to thee, O Lord, among the Gentiles, and will sing to thy name, giving great salvation to his king, and showing mercy to David his anointed, and to his seed forever. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23. Now these are David's last words. David the son of Isai said, The man to whom it was appointed concerning the Christ of the God of Jacob, the excellent psalmist of Israel, said, The Spirit of the Lord hath spoken by me, and his word by my tongue. The God of Israel said to me, The strong one of Israel spoke, the ruler of men, the just ruler in the fear of God. As the light of the morning when the sun riseth shineth in the morning without clouds, and as the grass springeth out of the earth by rain, neither is my house so great with God, that he should make with me an eternal covenant, firm in all things and assured. For he is all my salvation, and all my will, neither is there aught thereof that springeth not up. But transgressors shall all of them be plucked up as thorns, which are not taken away with hands. And if a man will touch them, he must be armed with iron, and with the staff of a lance, but they shall be set on fire, and burnt to nothing. These are the names of the valiant men of David. Jezbaam, sitting in the chair, was the wisest chief among the three. He was like the most tender little worm of the wood, who killed 800 men at one onset. After him was Eleazar, the son of Dodo the Ahohite, one of the 3 valiant men that were with David when they defied the Philistines, and they were there gathered together to battle. And when the men of Israel were gone away, he stood and smote the Philistines till his hand was weary and grew stiff with the sword. And the Lord wrought a great victory that day, and the people that were fled away returned to take spoils of them that were slain. And after him was Sema, the son of Agi, of Arari. And the Philistines were gathered together in a troop, for there was a field full of lentils. And when the people were fled from the face of the Philistines, he stood in the midst of the field, and defended it, and defeated the Philistines, and the Lord gave a great victory. Moreover, also before this, the 3 who were princes among the 30 went down and came to David in the harvest time into the cave of Adullam, and the camp of the Philistines was in the valley of the giants. And David was then in a hold, and there was a garrison of the Philistines then in Bethlehem. And David longed and said, Oh, that some man would get me a drink of the water out of the cistern that is in Bethlehem by the gate. And the 3 valiant men broke through the camp of the Philistines, and drew water out of the cistern of Bethlehem that was by the gate, and brought it to David. But he would not drink, but offered it to the Lord, saying, The Lord be merciful to me, that I may not do this. Shall I drink the blood of these men that went, and the peril of their lives? Therefore he would not drink. These things did these 3 mighty men. Abishai also, the brother of Joab, the son of Sarvia, was chief among 3, and he lifted up his spear against 300, whom he slew, and he was renowned among the 3, and the noblest of 3, and was their chief, but to the 3 first he attained not. And Benaias, the son of Joiada, a most valiant man of great deeds of Kabseel, he slew the 2 lions of Moab, and he went down and slew a lion in the midst of a pit in the time of snow. He also slew an Egyptian, a man worthy to be a sight, having a spear in his hand, but he went down to him with a rod, and forced the spear out of the hand of the Egyptian, and slew him with his own spear. These things did Benaias, the son of Joiada. And he was renowned among the 3 valiant men, who were the most honorable among the 30, but he attained not to the first 3, and David made him of his privy council. Asael, the brother of Joab, was one of the 30. Elihanan, the son of Dodo of Bethlehem, Sema of Harode, Elika of Harode, Helez of Phalte, Hira, the son of Achis of Thekua, Abiezer of Anathoth, Mabonai of Husati, Salmon the Ahohite, Maharai the Netophathite, Heled the son of Baanah, also a Netophathite, Ithai the son of Ribai of Gibeath of the children of Benjamin, Benaiah the Pharathonite, Hiddai of the torrent Gaius, Abialban the Arbathite, Asmaveth of Berome, Eliabah of Salaboni, the sons of Jasen, Jonathan, Sema of Aurore, Eliam the son of Serar the Aurorite, Eliphalet the son of Aisbai, the son of Makati, Eliam the son of Achitophel the Gilonite, Hezrai of Carmel, Pharai of Arbi, Egael the son of Nathan of Soba, Bani of Gadi, Silek of Ammoni, Naharai the Berothite, armor-bearer of Joab the son of Sarvia, Ira the Jethrite, Gareb also a Jethrite, Urias the Hittite, 37 in all. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24. And the anger of the Lord was again kindled against Israel, and stirred up David among them, saying, Go, number Israel and Judah. And the king said to Joab, the general of his army, Go through all the tribes of Israel, from Dan to Beerzebub, and number ye the people, that I may know the number of them. And Joab said to the king, The Lord thy God increase thy people, and make them as many more as they are now, and again multiply them 100-fold in the sight of my lord the king. But what meaneth my lord the king by this kind of thing? But the king's words prevailed over the words of Joab, and of the captains of the army. And Joab and the captains of the soldiers went out from the presence of the king to number the people of Israel. And when they had passed the Jordan, they came to Aroer, to the right side of the city, which is in the vale of Gad. And by Jazer they passed into Galead, and to the lower land of Hodsi, and they came into the woodlands of Dan. And going about by Sidon, they passed near the walls of Tyre, and all the land of the Hivite and the Canaanite, and they came to the south of Judah into Beerzebub. And having gone through the whole land, after 9 months and 20 days, they came to Jerusalem. And Joab gave up the sum of the number of the people to the king, And there were found of Israel 800,000 valiant men that drew the sword, and of Judah 500,000 fighting men. But David's heart struck him after the people were numbered, and David said to the Lord, I have sinned very much in what I have done, but I pray thee, O Lord, to take away the iniquity of thy servant, because I have done exceeding foolishly. And David arose in the morning, and the word of the Lord came to Gad the prophet, and the seer of David, saying, Go and say to David, Thus saith the Lord, I give thee thy choice of 3 things. Choose one of them which thou wilt, that I may do it to thee. And when Gad was come to David, he told him, saying, Either 7 years of famine shall come to thee in thy land, or thou shalt flee 3 months before thy adversaries, and they shall pursue thee. Or for 3 days there shall be a pestilence in thy land. Now therefore deliberate, and see what answer I shall return to him that sent me. And David said to Gad, I am in a great strait, but it is better that I should fall into the hands of the Lord, for his mercies are many, than into the hands of men. And the Lord sent a pestilence upon Israel from the morning unto the time appointed, and there died of the people from Dan to Beerseba 70,000 men. And when the angel of the Lord had stretched out his hand over Jerusalem to destroy it, the Lord had pity on the affliction, and said to the angel that slew the people, It is enough, now hold thy hand. And the angel of the Lord was by the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. And David said to the Lord, when he saw the angel striking the people, It is I am he that have sinned, I have done wickedly. These that are the sheep, what have they done? Let thy hand, I beseech thee, be turned against me, and against my father's house. And Gad came to David that day, and said, Go up and build an altar to the Lord in the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. And David went up according to the word of Gad, which the Lord had commanded him. And Araunah looked, and saw the king and his servants coming towards him. And going out, he worshipped the king, bowing with his face to the earth, and said, Wherefore is my lord the king come to his servant? And David said to him, To buy the threshing floor of thee, and build an altar to the Lord, that the plague which rageth among the people may cease. And Araunah said to David, Let my lord the king take and offer, as it seemeth good to him. Thou hast here oxen for a holocaust, and the wain, and the yokes of the oxen for wood. All these things Araunah as a king gave to the king. And Araunah said to the king, The Lord thy God receive thy vow. And the king answered him and said, Nay, but I will buy it of thee at a price, and I will not offer to the Lord my God holocausts free cost. So David bought the floor and the oxen for 50 siklahs of silver. And David built there an altar to the Lord, and offered holocausts and peace offerings. And the Lord became merciful to the land, and the plague was stayed from Israel. End of chapter 24. 1 Kings, chapters 1 through 8 of the Bible, Douay-Rheims, 1899 American edition. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Now King David was old and advanced in years, and when he was covered with clothes he was not warm. His servants therefore said to him, Let us seek for our lord the king a young virgin, and let her stand before the king, and cherish him, and sleep in his bosom, and warm our lord the king. So they sought a beautiful young woman in all the coasts of Israel, and they found Abishag, a Synamitess, and brought her to the king. And the damsel was exceeding beautiful, and she slept with the king and served him, but the king did not know her. And Adonias, the son of Haggith, exalted himself, saying, I will be king. And he made himself chariots and horsemen, and 50 men to run before him. Neither did his father rebuke him at any time, saying, Why hast thou done this? And he also was very beautiful, the next in birth after Absalom. And he conferred with Joab the son of Sarvia, and with Abiathar the priest, who furthered Adonias' side. But Zadok the priest, and Benaias the son of Joiada, and Nathan the prophet, and Shimei, and Rei, and the strength of David's army was not with Adonias. And Adonias, having slain rams and calves, and all fat cattle by the stone of Zoheleth, which was near the fountain Rogel, invited all his brethren, the king's sons, and all the men of Judah, the king's servants. But Nathan the prophet, and Benaias, and all the valiant men, and Solomon his brother, he invited not. And Nathan said to Bethsabee, the mother of Solomon, Hast thou not heard that Adonias the son of Haggith reigneth, and our lord David knoweth it not? Now then come, take my counsel, and save thy life, and the life of thy son Solomon. Go and get thee in to King David, and say to him, Didst not thou, my lord, O king, swear to me thy handmaid, saying, Solomon thy son shall reign after me, and he shall sit on my throne? Why then doth Adonias reign? And while thou art yet speaking there with the king, I will come in after thee, and will fill up thy words. So Bethsabee went in to the king into the chamber. Now the king was very old, and Abishag the Synamitess ministered to him. Bethsabee bowed herself and worshipped the king, and the king said to her, What is thy will? She answered and said, My lord, thou didst swear to thy handmaid by the Lord thy God, saying, Solomon thy son shall reign after me, and he shall sit on my throne. And behold, now Adonias reigneth, and thou, my lord the king, knowest nothing of it. He hath killed oxen, and all fat cattle, and many rams, and invited all the king's sons, and Abiathar the priest, and Joab the general of the army. But Solomon thy servant he invited not. And now, my lord, O king, the eyes of all Israel are upon thee, that thou shouldst tell them, Who shall sit on thy throne, my lord the king, after thee? Otherwise it shall come to pass, when my lord the king sleepeth with his fathers, that I and my son Solomon shall be counted offenders. As she was yet speaking with the king, Nathan the prophet came. And they told the king, saying, Nathan the prophet is here. And when he was come in before the king, and had worshipped, bowing down to the ground, Nathan said, My lord, O king, hast thou said, Let Adonias reign after me, and let him sit upon my throne? Because he is gone down today, and hath killed oxen and fatlings, and many rams, and invited all the king's sons, and the captains of the army, and Abiathar the priest, and they are eating and drinking before him, and saying, God save King Adonias. But me, thy servant, and Zadok the priest, and Benaias the son of Joiada, and Solomon thy servant, he hath not invited. Is this word come out from my lord the king? And hast thou not told me, thy servant, who should sit on the throne of my lord the king after him? And King David answered and said, Call to me Bathsheba. And when she was come in to the king and stood before him, the king swore and said, As the Lord liveth, who hath delivered my soul out of all distress, even as I swore to thee by the Lord the God of Israel, saying, Solomon thy son shall reign after me, and he shall sit upon my throne in my stead, so will I do this day. And Bathsheba, bowing with her face to the earth, worshipped the king, saying, May my lord David live forever. King David also said, Call me Zadok the priest, and Nathan the prophet, and Benaias the son of Jehoiada. And when they were come in before the king, he said to them, Take with you the servants of your lord, and set my son Solomon upon my mule, and bring him to Gihon. And let Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet anoint him there king over Israel, and you shall sound the trumpet, and shall say, God save King Solomon. And you shall come up after him, and he shall come, and shall sit upon my throne, and he shall reign in my stead, and I will appoint him to be ruler over Israel and over Judah. And Benaias the son of Jehoiada answered the king, saying, Amen, so say the Lord, the God of my lord the king. As the Lord hath been with my lord the king, so be he with Solomon, and make his throne higher than the throne of my lord King David. So Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet went down, and Benaias the son of Jehoiada, and the Kerethi and Philethi, and they set Solomon upon the mule of King David, and brought him to Gihon. And Zadok the priest took a horn of oil out of the tabernacle, and anointed Solomon, and they sounded the trumpet, and all the people said, God save King Solomon. And all the multitude went up after him, and the people played with pipes, and rejoiced with a great joy, and the earth rang with the noise of their cry. And Adonias and all that were invited by him heard it, and now the feast was at an end. Joab also, hearing the sound of the trumpet, said, What meaneth this noise of the city in an uproar? While he yet spoke, Jonathan the son of Abiathar the priest came, and Adonias said to him, Come in, because thou art a valiant man, and bringest good news. And Jonathan answered Adonias, Not so, for our lord King David hath appointed Solomon king, and hath sent with him Zadok the priest, and Nathan the prophet, and Benaias the son of Jehoiada, and the Kerethi and Philethi, and they have set him upon the king's mule. And Zadok the priest and Nathan the prophet have anointed him king in Gihon, and they are gone up from thence rejoicing, so that the city rang again. This is the noise that you have heard. Moreover, Solomon sitteth upon the throne of the kingdom, and the king's servants going in have blessed our lord King David, saying, May God make the name of Solomon greater than thy name, and make his throne greater than thy throne. And the king adored in his bed. And he said, Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who hath given this day one to sit on my throne, my eyes seeing it. Then all the guests of Adonias were afraid, and they all arose, and every man went his way. And Adonias, fearing Solomon, arose and went, and took hold on the horn of the altar. And they told Solomon, saying, Behold, Adonias, fearing King Solomon, hath taken hold of the horn of the altar, saying, Let King Solomon swear to me this day that he will not kill his servant with the sword. And Solomon said, If he be a good man, there shall not so much as one hair of his head fall to the ground. But if evil be found in him, he shall die. Then King Solomon sent, and brought him out from the altar, and going in, he worshipped King Solomon. And Solomon said to him, Go to thy house. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. And the days of David drew nigh that he should die, and he charged his son Solomon, saying, I am going the way of all flesh. Take thou courage, and show thyself a man, and keep the charge of the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and observe his ceremonies, and his precepts, and judgments, and testimonies, as it is written in the law of Moses, that thou mayest understand all thou dost, and whithersoever thou shalt turn thyself, that the Lord may confirm his words, which he hath spoken of me, saying, If thy children shall take heed to their ways, and shall walk before me in truth with all their heart and with all their soul, there shall not be taken away from thee a man on the throne of Israel. Thou knowest also what Joab, the son of Sarvia, hath done to me, what he did to the 2 captains of the army of Israel, to Abner the son of Ner, and to Amasa the son of Jether, whom he slew, and shed the blood of war in peace, and put the blood of war on his girdle that was about his loins, and in his shoes that were on his feet. Do therefore according to thy wisdom, and let not his hoary head go down to hell in peace. But show kindness to the sons of Barzillai the Gileadite, and let them eat at thy table, for they met me when I fled from the face of Absalom thy brother. Thou hast also with thee Shimei the son of Gera the son of Gemini of Bahurim, who cursed me with a grievous curse when I went to the camp. But because he came down to meet me when I passed over the Jordan, and I swore to him by the Lord, saying, I will not kill thee with a sword, do not thou hold him guiltless, but thou art a wise man, and knowest what to do with him, and thou shalt bring down his gray hairs with blood to hell. So David slept with his fathers, and was buried in the city of David. And the days that David reigned in Israel were 40 years. In Hebron he reigned 7 years, in Jerusalem 33. And Solomon sat upon the throne of his father David, and his kingdom was strengthened exceedingly. And Adonias, the son of Haggith, came to Bethsabee, the mother of Solomon. And she said to him, Is thy coming peaceable? He answered, Peaceable. And he added, I have a word to speak with thee. She said to him, Speak. And he said, Thou knowest that the kingdom was mine, and all Israel had preferred me to be their king. But the kingdom is transferred, and is become my brother's, for it was appointed him by the Lord. Now therefore I ask one petition of thee, turn not away my face. And she said to him, Say on. And he said, I pray thee speak to King Solomon, for he cannot deny thee anything, to give me Abishag the Sunamatess to wife. And Bethsabee said, Well, I will speak for thee to the king. Then Bethsabee came to King Solomon to speak to him for Adonias. And the king arose to meet her, and bowed to her, and sat down upon his throne. And a throne was set for the king's mother, and she sat on his right hand. And she said to him, I desire one small petition of thee. Do not put me to confusion. And the king said to her, My mother, ask, for I must not turn away thy face. And she said, Let Abishag the Sunamatess be given to Adonias thy brother to wife. And King Solomon answered and said to his mother, Why dost thou ask Abishag the Sunamatess for Adonias? Ask for him also the kingdom, for he is my elder brother, and hath Abiathar the priest, and Joab the son of Sarvia. Then King Solomon swore by the Lord, saying, So and so may God do to me, and add more, if Adonias hath not spoken this word against his own life. And now, as the Lord liveth, who hath established me, and placed me upon the throne of David my father, and who hath made me a house as he promised, Adonias shall be put to death this day. And King Solomon sent by the hand of Benaias, the son of Jehoiada, who slew him, and he died. And the king said also to Abiathar the priest, Go to Anathoth to thy lands, for indeed thou art worthy of death. But I will not at this time put thee to death, because thou didst carry the ark of the Lord God before David my father, and hast endured trouble in all the troubles my father endured. So Solomon cast out Abiathar from being the priest of the Lord, that the word of the Lord might be fulfilled, which he spoke concerning the house of Deli in Silo. And the news came to Joab, because Joab had turned after Adonias, and had not turned after Solomon. And Joab fled into the tabernacle of the Lord, and laid hold on the horn of the altar. And it was told King Solomon that Joab was fled into the tabernacle of the Lord, and was by the altar. And Solomon sent Benaias the son of Jehoiada, saying, Go, kill him. And Benaias came to the tabernacle of the Lord, and said to him, Thus saith the king, Come forth. And he said, I will not come forth, but here I will die. Benaias brought word back to the king, saying, Thus saith Joab, and thus he answered me. And the king said to him, Do as he hath said, and kill him, and bury him, and thou shalt remove the innocent blood which hath been shed by Joab from me, and from the house of my father. And the Lord shall return his blood upon his own head, because he murdered 2 men, just and better than himself, and slew them with the sword, my father David not knowing it, Abner the son of Ner, general of the army of Israel, and Amasa the son of Jether, general of the army of Judah. And their blood shall return the head of Joab, and upon the head of his seed forever. But to David and his seed and his house, and to his throne, be peace forever from the Lord. So Benaias the son of Jehoiada went up, and setting upon him, slew him, and he was buried in his house in the desert. And the king appointed Benaias the son of Jehoiada in his room over the army, and Zadok the priest he put in the place of Abiathar. The king also sent and called for Shimei, and said to him, Build thee a house in Jerusalem, and dwell there, and go not out from thence any whither. For on what day soever thou shalt go out, and shalt pass over the brook Kedron, know that thou shalt be put to death. Thy blood shall be upon thy own head. And Shimei said to the king, The saying is good. As my lord the king hath said, so will thy servant do. And Shimei dwelt in Jerusalem many days. And it came to pass after 3 years, that the servants of Shimei ran away to Achish, the son of Maacah, the king of Geth. And it was told Shimei that his servants were gone to Geth. And Shimei arose and saddled his ass, and went to Achish to Geth to seek his servants, and he brought them out of Geth. And it was told Solomon that Shimei had gone from Jerusalem to Geth, and was come back. And sending, he called for him, and said to him, Did I not protest to thee by the Lord, and tell thee before, on what day soever thou shalt go out and walk abroad any whither, know that thou shalt die? And thou answeredst me, The word that I have heard is good. Why then hast thou not kept the oath of the Lord, and the commandment that I laid upon thee? And the king said to Shimei, Thou knowest all the evil of which thy heart is conscious, which thou didst to David my father. The Lord hath returned thy wickedness upon thy own head, and King Solomon shall be blessed, and the throne of David shall be established before the Lord forever. So the king commanded Benaias the son of Jehoiada, and he went out and struck him, and he died. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. And the kingdom was established in the hand of Solomon, and he made affinity with Pharaoh the king of Egypt. For he took his daughter, and brought her into the city of David, until he had made an end of building his own house, and the house of the Lord, and the wall of Jerusalem round about. But yet the people sacrificed in the high places, for there was no temple built to the name of the Lord until that day. And Solomon loved the Lord, walking in the precepts of David his father, only he sacrificed in the high places, and burnt incense. He went therefore to Gibeon to sacrifice there, for that was the great high place. 1,000 victims for holocausts did Solomon offer upon that altar in Gibeon. And the Lord appeared to Solomon in a dream by night, saying, Ask what thou wilt that I should give thee. And Solomon said, Thou hast shown great mercy to thy servant David my father, even that he walked before thee in truth and justice, and an upright heart with thee, and thou hast kept thy great mercy for him, and hast given him a son to sit on his throne, as it is this day. And now, O Lord God, thou hast made thy servant king instead of David my father, and I am but a child, and know not how to go out and come in. And thy servant is in the midst of the people which thou hast chosen, an immense people, which cannot be numbered nor counted for multitude. Give therefore to thy servant an understanding heart, to judge thy people, and discern between good and evil. For who shall be able to judge this people, thy people, which is so numerous? And the word was pleasing to the Lord that Solomon had asked such a thing. And the Lord said to Solomon, Because thou hast asked this thing, and hast not asked for thyself long life or riches, nor the lives of thy enemies, but hast asked for thyself wisdom to discern judgment, behold, I have done for thee according to thy words, and have given thee a wise and understanding heart, insomuch that there hath been no one like thee before thee, nor shall arise after thee. Yea, and the things also which thou didst not ask, I have given thee, to wit, riches and glory, as that no one hath been like thee among the kings in all days heretofore. And if thou wilt walk in my ways, and keep my precepts and my commandments, as thy father walked, I will lengthen thy days. And Solomon awaked, and perceived that it was a dream. And when he was come to Jerusalem, he stood before the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and offered holocausts, and sacrificed victims of peace offerings, and made a great feast for all his servants. Then there came 2 women that were harlots to the king, and stood before him. And one of them said, I beseech thee, my lord, I and this woman dwelt in one house, and I was delivered of a child with her in the chamber. And the 3rd day after that I was delivered, she also was delivered, and we were together, and no other person with us in the house, only we 2. and this woman's child died in the night, for in her sleep she overlaid him. And rising in the dead time of the night, she took my child from my side, while I thy handmaid was asleep, and laid it in her bosom, and laid her dead child in my bosom. And when I rose in the morning to give my child suck, behold, it was dead. But considering him more diligently, when it was clear day, I found that it was not mine which I bore. And the other woman answered, It is not so, as thou sayest, but thy child is dead, and mine is alive. On the contrary, she said, Thou liest, for my child liveth, and thy child is dead. And in this manner they strove before the king. Then said the king, The one saith, My child is alive, and thy child is dead. And the other answereth, Nay, but thy child is dead, and mine liveth. The king therefore said, Bring me a sword. And when they had brought a sword before the king, Divide, said he, the living child in two, and give half to the one, and half to the other. But the woman whose child was alive said to the king, for her bowels were moved upon her child, I beseech thee, my lord, give her the child alive, and do not kill it. But the other said, Let it be neither mine nor thine, but divide it. The king answered and said, Give the living child to this woman, and let it not be killed, for she is the mother thereof. And all Israel heard the judgment which the king had judged, and they feared the king, seeing that the wisdom of God was in him to do judgment. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. And King Solomon reigned over all Israel, and these were the princes which he had: Azarias, the son of Zadok the priest; Elihoreph and Ahiah, the sons of Sisas, scribes; Josaphat, the son of Ahilud, recorder; Benaias, the son of Joiada, over the army; and Zadok and Abiathar, priests; Azarias, the son of Nathan, over them that were about the king; Zabud, the son of Nathan the priest, the king's friend; and Ahizar, governor of the house; and Adoniram, the son of Abda, over the tribute. And Solomon had 12 governors over all Israel, who provided victuals for the king and for his household. For every one provided necessaries, each man his month in the year. And these are their names: Ben-Hur in Mount Ephraim, Bendekar in Machis, and in Salabim, and in Bethsemes, and in Elon, and in Bethanan; Ben-Hesed in Araboth, his was Socho, and all the land of Epher; Ben-Abinadab, to whom belonged all Nephath Dor, he had Tapheth the daughter of Solomon to wife; Benah the son of Ahilud, who governed Thanak and Megiddo, and all Bethsan, which is by Sarthana beneath Jezreel, from Bethsan unto Abel-Meholah, over against Jachmaon; Ben-Geber in Ramoth Gilead, he had the towns of Jair the son of Manasses in Gilead, he was chief in all the country of Argob, which is in Basan, 80 great cities with walls and brazen bolts. Abinadab the son of Edo was chief in Manaim; Achimaeus in Naphtali, he also had Basemath, the daughter of Solomon, to wife; Baana the son of Husai in Ezer and in Beloth; Josaphat the son of Pharu in Issachar; Semei the son of Elah in Benjamin; Geber the son of Uri in the land of Gilead, in the land of Sihon the king of the Amorites, and of Og the king of Basan, over all that were in that land; Judah and Israel were innumerable as the sand of the sea in multitude, eating and drinking and rejoicing. And Solomon had under him all the kingdoms, from the river to the land of the Philistines, even to the border of Egypt. And they brought him presents and served him all the days of his life. And the provision of Solomon for each day was 30 measures of fine flour, and 60 measures of meal, 10 fat oxen, and 20 out of the pastures, and 100 rams, besides venison of harts, roes, and buffaloes, and fatted fowls. For he had all the country which was beyond the river, from Thaphsah to Gazan, and all the kings of those countries, and he had peace on every side round about. And Judah and Israel dwelt without any fear, every one under his vine and under his fig tree, from Dan to Beerzebub, all the days of Solomon. And Solomon had 40,000 stalls of chariot horses, and 12,000 for the saddle. And the foresaid governors of the king fed them, and they furnished the necessaries also for King Solomon's table, with great care in their time. They brought barley also, and straw for the horses and beasts, to the place where the king was, according as it was appointed them. And God gave to Solomon wisdom and understanding exceeding much, and largeness of heart as the sand that is on the seashore. And the wisdom of Solomon surpassed the wisdom of all the Orientals and of the Egyptians, and he was wiser than all men, wiser than Ethan the Ezrahite, and Heman, and Calcol, and Dorda, the sons of Mehol, and he was renowned in all nations round about. Solomon also spoke 3,000 parables, and his poems were 1,005. And he treated about trees, from the cedar that is in Libanus, unto the hyssop that cometh out of the wall. And he discoursed of beasts, and of fowls, and of creeping things, and of fishes. And they came from all nations to hear the wisdom of Solomon, and from all the kings of the earth who heard of his wisdom. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. And Hiram king of Tyre sent his servants to Solomon, for he heard that they had anointed him king in the room of his father, for Hiram had always been David's friend. And Solomon sent to Hiram, saying, Thou knowest the will of David my father, and that he could not build a house to the name of the Lord his God, because of the wars that were round about him, until the Lord put them under the soles of his feet. But now the Lord my God hath given me rest round about, and there is no adversary nor evil occurrence. Wherefore I purpose to build a temple to the name of the Lord my God, as the Lord spoke to David my father, saying, Thy son, whom I will set upon the throne in thy place, he shall build a house to my name. Give orders, therefore, that thy servants cut me down cedar trees out of Libanus, and let my servants be with thy servants, and I will give thee the hire of thy servants whatsoever thou wilt ask. For thou knowest how there is not among my people a man that has skill to hew wood like to the Sidonians. Now when Hiram had heard the words of Solomon, he rejoiced exceedingly, and said, Blessed be the Lord God this day, who hath given to David a very wise son over this numerous people. And Hiram sent to Solomon, saying, I have heard all thou hast desired of me, and I will do all thy desire concerning cedar trees and fir trees. My servants shall bring them down from Libanus to the sea, and I will put them together in floats in the sea, and convey them to the place which thou shalt signify to me, and will land them there, and thou shalt receive them, and thou shalt allow me necessaries to furnish food for my household. So Hiram gave Solomon cedar trees and fir trees, according to all his desire. And Solomon allowed Hiram 20,000 measures of wheat for provision for his house, and 20 measures of the purest oil. Thus gave Solomon to Hiram every year. And the Lord gave wisdom to Solomon as he promised him, and there was peace between Hiram and Solomon, and they two made a league together. And King Solomon chose workmen out of all Israel, and the levy was of 30,000 men. And he sent them to Libanus 10,000 every month by turns, so that 2 months they were at home, and Adoniram was over this levy. And Solomon had 70,000 to carry burdens, and 80,000 to hew stones in the mountain, besides the overseers, who were over every work, in number 3,300, that ruled over the people and them that did the work. And the king commanded that they should bring great stones, costly stones, for the foundation of the temple, and should square them. And the masons of Solomon and the masons of Hiram hewed them, and the Gibleans prepared timber and stones to build the house. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. And it came to pass in the 480th year, after the children of Israel came out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of the reign of Solomon over Israel, in the month Zio, the same is the 2nd month, he began to build a house to the Lord. And the house which King Solomon built to the Lord was 80 cubits in length, and 20 cubits in breadth, and 30 cubits in height. And there was a porch before the temple of 20 cubits in length, according to the measure of the breadth of the temple, and it was 10 cubits in breadth before the face of the temple. And he made in the temple oblique windows. And upon the wall of the temple he built floors round about, in the walls of the house round about the temple and the oracle, and he made sides round about. The floor that was underneath was 5 cubits in breadth, and the middle floor was 6 cubits in breadth, and the 3rd floor was 7 cubits in breadth. And he put beams in the house round about on the outside, that they might not be fastened in the walls of the temple. And the house, when it was in building, was built of stones hewed and made ready, so that there was neither hammer nor axe, nor any tool of iron heard in the house when it was in building. The door for the middle side was on the right hand of the house, and by winding stairs they went up to the middle room, and from the middle to the 3rd. So he built the house and finished it, and he covered the house with roofs of cedar. And he built a floor over all the house 5 cubits in height, and he covered the house with timber of cedar. And the word of the Lord came to Solomon, saying, This house which thou buildest, if thou wilt walk in my statutes and execute my judgments, and keep all my commandments, walking in them, I will fulfill my word to thee, which I spoke to David thy father. And I will dwell in the midst of the children of Israel, and will not forsake my people Israel. So Solomon built the house and finished it. And he built the walls of the house on the inside with boards of cedar, from the floor of the house to the top of the walls, and to the roots. He covered it with boards of cedar on the inside. And he covered the floor of the house with planks of fir. And he built up 20 cubits with boards of cedar at the hinder part of the temple, from the floor to the top, and made the inner house of the oracle to be the Holy of Holies. And the temple itself before the doors of the oracle was 40 cubits long, and all the house was covered within with cedar, having the turnings and the joints thereof artfully wrought, and carvings projecting out. All was covered with boards of cedar, and no stone could be seen in the wall at all. And he made the oracle in the midst of the house, in the inner part, to set there the ark of the covenant of the Lord. Now the oracle was 20 cubits in length, and 20 cubits in breadth, and 20 cubits in height. And he covered and overlaid it with most pure gold, and the altar also he covered with cedar. And the house before the oracle he overlaid with most pure gold, and fastened on the plates with nails of gold. And there was nothing in the temple that was not covered with gold. The whole altar of the oracle he covered also with gold. And he made in the oracle 2 cherubims of olive tree, of 10 cubits in height. One wing of the cherub was 5 cubits, and the other wing of the cherub was 5 cubits. That is, in all 10 cubits, from the extremity of one wing to the extremity of the other wing. The second cherub also was 10 cubits, and the measure and the work was the same in both the cherubims. That is to say, one cherub was 10 cubits high, and in like manner the other cherub. And he set the cherubims in the midst of the inner temple, and the cherubims stretched forth their wings, and the wing of the one touched one wall, and the wing of the other cherub touched the other wall, and the other wings in the midst of the temple touched one another. And he overlaid the cherubims with gold, and all the walls of the temple round about he carved with divers figures and carvings, and he made in them cherubims and palm trees, and divers representations, as it were, standing out and coming forth from the wall. And the floor of the house he also overlaid with gold, within and without. And in the entrance of the oracle he made little doors of olive tree, and posts of 5 corners, and 2 doors of olive tree. And he carved upon them figures of cherubims, and figures of palm trees, and carvings very much projecting. And he overlaid them with gold, and he covered both the cherubims and the palm trees, and the other things with gold. And he made in the entrance of the temple posts of olive tree foursquare, and 2 doors of fir tree, one of each side, and each door was double, and so opened with folding leaves. And he carved cherubims and palm trees, and carved work standing very much out, and he overlaid all with golden plates in square work by rule. And he built the inner court with 3 rows of polished stones, and 1 row of beams of cedar. In the 4th year was the house of the Lord founded, in the month Zio. And in the 11th year, in the month Bul, which is the 8th month, the house was finished in all the works thereof, and in all the appurtenances thereof, and he was 7 years in building it. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. And Solomon built his own house in 13 years, and brought it to perfection. He built also the house of the forest of Libanus. The length of it was 100 cubits, and the breadth 50 cubits, and the height 30 cubits, and 4 galleries between pillars of cedar, for he had cut cedar trees into pillars. And he covered the whole vault with boards of cedar, and it was held up with 45 pillars, and one row had 15 pillars, set one against another, and looking one upon another, with equal space between the pillars, and over the pillars were square beams, in all things equal. And he made a porch of pillars of 50 cubits in length, and 30 cubits in breadth, and another porch before the greater porch, and pillars and capiters upon the pillars. He made also the porch of the throne, wherein is the seat of judgment, and covered it with cedar wood from the floor to the top. And in the midst of the porch was a small house, where he sat in judgment, of the like work. He made also a house for the daughter of Pharaoh, whom Solomon had taken to wife, of the same work as this porch, all of costly stones, which were sawed by a certain rule and measure both within and without, from the foundation to the top of the walls, and without unto the great court. And the foundations were of costly stones, great stones of 10 cubits or 8 cubits, and above there were costly stones of equal measure, hewed, and in like manner planks of cedar. And the greater court was made round with 3 rows of hewed stones, and 1 row of planks of cedar. Moreover, also in the inner court of the house of the Lord, and in the porch of the house. And King Solomon sent and brought Hiram from Tyre, the son of a widow woman of the tribe of Naphtali, whose father was a Tyrian, an artificer in brass, and full of wisdom, and understanding, and skill to work all work in brass. And when he was come to King Solomon, he wrought all his work. And he cast 2 pillars in brass, each pillar was 18 cubits high, and a line of 12 cubits compassed both the pillars. He made also 2 capiters of molten brass, to be set upon the tops of the pillars. The height of one capiter was 5 cubits, and the height of the other capiter was 5 cubits. And a kind of network and chain work, wreathed together with wonderful art. Both the capiters of the pillars were cast. 7 rows of nets were on one capiter, and 7 nets on the other capiter. And he made the pillars, and 2 rows round about each network, to cover the capiters that were upon the top, with pomegranates. And in like manner did he to the other capiter. And the capiters that were upon the top of the pillars were of lily work in the porch of 4 cubits, and again other capiters in the top of the pillars above, according to the measure of the pillar over against the network, and of pomegranates there were 200 in rows round about the other capiter. And he set up the 2 pillars in the porch of the temple, and when he had set up the pillar on the right hand, he called the name thereof Jachin. In like manner he set up the 2nd pillar, and called the name thereof Boaz. And upon the tops of the pillars he made lily work, so the work of the pillars was finished. He made also a molten sea of 10 cubits, from brim to brim, round all about. The height of it was 5 cubits, and a line of 30 cubits compassed it round about. And a graven work under the brim of it compassed it, for 10 cubits going about the sea. There were 2 rows cast of chamfered sculptures. And it stood upon 12 oxen, of which 3 looked towards the north, and 3 towards the west, and 3 towards the south, and 3 towards the east. And the sea was above upon them, and their hinder parts were all hid within. And the laver was a handbreadth thick, and the brim thereof was like the brim of a cup, or the leaf of a crisped lily. It contained 2,000 batis. And he made 10 bases of brass. Every base was 4 cubits in length, and 4 cubits in breadth, and 3 cubits high. And the work itself of the bases was intergraven, and there were gravings between the joinings. And between the little crowns and the ledges were lions and oxen and cherubims, and in the joinings likewise above, and under the lions and oxen, as it were, bands of brass hanging down. And every base had 4 wheels, and axle trees of brass, and at the 4 sides were undersetters under the laver molten, looking one against another. The mouth also of the laver within was in the top of the capiter, and that which appeared without was of 1 cubit all round, and together it was 1 cubit and a half, and in the corners of the pillars were divers engravings. And the spaces between the pillars were square, not round. And the 4 wheels, which were at the 4 corners of the base, were joined one to another under the base. The height of a wheel was 1 cubit and a half. And they were such wheels as are used to be made in a chariot, and their axle trees, and spokes, and strakes, and naves were all cast. And the 4 undersetters that were at every corner of each base were of the base itself cast and joined together. And in the top of the base there was a round compass of 1/2 cubit, so wrought that the laver might be set thereon, having its gravings and divers sculptures of itself. He engraved also in those plates which were of brass, and in the corners cherubims and lions and palm trees, in likeness of a man standing, so that they seemed not to be engraven, but added round about. After this manner he made 10 bases, of 1 casting and measure, and the like graving. He made also 10 lavers of brass. 1 laver contained 4 bases, and was of 4 cubits, and upon every base in all 10 he put as many lavers. And he set the 10 bases, 5 on the right side of the temple, and 5 on the left, and the sea he put on the right side of the temple over against the east southward. And Hiram made cauldrons and shovels and basins, and finished all the work of King Solomon in the temple of the Lord. The 2 pillars and the 2 cords of the capiters upon the capiters of the pillars, and the 2 networks to cover the 2 cords that were upon the top of the pillars, and 400 pomegranates for the 2 networks, 2 rows of pomegranates for each network, to cover the cords of the capiters which were upon the tops of the pillars, and the 10 bases and the 10 lavers on the bases, and 1 sea and 12 oxen under the sea, and the cauldrons and the shovels and the basins, all the vessels that Hiram made for King Solomon for the house of the Lord were of fine brass. In the plains of the Jordan did the king cast them in a clay ground between Sokoth and Sartham. And Solomon placed all the vessels, but for exceeding great multitude the brass could not be weighed. And Solomon made all the vessels for the house of the Lord, the altar of gold, and the table of gold upon which the leaves of proposition should be set, and the golden candlesticks, 5 on the right hand and 5 on the left, over against the oracle, of pure gold, and the flowers like lilies, and the lamps over them of gold, and golden snuffers, and pots, and flesh hooks, and bowls, and mortars, and censers of most pure gold, and the hinges for the doors of the inner house of the Holy of Holies, and for the doors of the house of the temple were of gold. And Solomon finished all the work that he made in the house of the Lord, and brought in the things that David his father had dedicated, the silver and the gold and the vessels, and laid them up in the treasures of the house of the Lord. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. Then all the ancients of Israel, with the princes of the tribes, and the heads of the families of the children of Israel, were assembled to King Solomon in Jerusalem, that they might carry the ark of the covenant of the Lord out of the city of David, that is, out of Sion. And all Israel assembled themselves to King Solomon on the festival day in the month of Ethanim, the same is the 7th month. And all the ancients of Israel came, and the priests took up the ark, and carried the ark of the Lord, and the tabernacle of the covenant, and all the vessels of the sanctuary that were in the tabernacle, and the priests and the Levites carried them. And King Solomon and all the multitude of Israel that were assembled unto him went with him before the ark, and they sacrificed sheep and oxen that could not be counted or numbered. And the priests brought in the ark of the covenant of the Lord into its place, into the oracle of the temple, into the Holy of Holies, under the wings of the cherubims. For the cherubims spread forth their wings over the place of the ark, and covered the ark and the staves thereof above. And whereas the staves stood out, the ends of them were seen without in the sanctuary before the oracle, but were not seen farther out, and there they have been unto this day. Now in the ark there was nothing else but the 2 tables of stone, which Moses put there at Horeb, when the Lord made a covenant with the children of Israel, when they came out of the land of Egypt. And it came to pass, when the priests were come out of the sanctuary, that a cloud filled the house of the Lord, and the priests could not stand to minister because of the cloud, for the glory of the Lord had filled the house of the Lord. Then Solomon said, The Lord said that he would dwell in a cloud. Building, I have built a house for thy dwelling, to be thy most firm throne forever. And the king turned his face, and blessed all the assembly of Israel, for all the assembly of Israel stood. And Solomon said, Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who spoke with his mouth to David my father, and with his own hands hath accomplished it, saying, Since the day that I brought my people Israel out of Egypt, I chose no city out of all the tribes of Israel for a house to be built, that my name might be there, but I chose David to be over my people Israel. And David my father would have built a house to the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. And the Lord said to David my father, Whereas thou hast thought in thy heart to build a house to my name, thou hast done well in having this same thing in thy mind. Nevertheless, thou shalt not build me a house, but thy son, that shall come forth out of thy loins, he shall build a house to my name. The Lord hath performed his word which he spoke. And I stand in the room of David my father, and sit upon the throne of Israel, as the Lord promised, and have built a house to the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. And I have set there a place for the ark, wherein is the covenant of the Lord which he made with our fathers when they came out of the land of Egypt. And Solomon stood before the altar of the Lord in the sight of the assembly of Israel, and spread forth his hands towards heaven, and said, Lord God of Israel, there is no God like thee in heaven above or on earth beneath, who keepest covenant and mercy with thy servants that have walked before thee with all their heart, who hast kept with thy servant David my father what thou hast promised him. With thy mouth thou didst speak, and with thy hands thou hast performed, as this day proveth. Now therefore, O Lord God of Israel, keep with thy servant David my father what thou hast spoken to him, saying, There shall not be taken away of thee a man in my sight, to sit on the throne of Israel, yet so that thy children take heed to their way, that they walk before me as thou hast walked in my sight. And now, Lord God of Israel, let thy words be established, which thou hast spoken to thy servant David my father. Is it then to be thought that God should indeed dwell upon earth? For if heaven and the heavens of heavens cannot contain thee, how much less this house which I have built? But have regard to the prayer of thy servant, and to his supplications, O Lord my God. Hear the hymn and the prayer which thy servant prayeth before thee this day, that thy eyes may be open upon this house night and day, upon the house of which thou hast said, My name shall be there, that thou mayest hearken to the prayer which thy servant prayeth in this place to thee, that thou mayest hearken to the supplication of thy servant and of thy people Israel, whatsoever they shall pray for in this place, and hear them in the place of thy dwelling in heaven, and when thou hearest, show them mercy. If any man trespass against his neighbor, and have an oath upon him, wherewith he is bound, and come because of the oath before thy altar to thy house, then hear thou in heaven, and do and judge thy servants, condemning the wicked, and bringing his way upon his own head, and justifying the just, and rewarding him according to his justice. If thy people Israel shall fly before their enemies, because they will sin against thee, and doing penance and confessing to thy name shall come and pray and make supplications to thee in this house, then hear thou in heaven, and forgive the sin of thy people Israel, and bring them back to the land which thou gavest to their fathers. If heaven shall be shut up, and there shall be no rain because of their sins, and they, praying in this place, shall do penance to thy name, and shall be converted from their sins by occasion of their afflictions, then hear thou them in heaven, and forgive the sins of thy servants and of thy people Israel, and show them the good way wherein they should walk, and give rain upon thy land, which thou hast given to thy people in possession. If a famine arise in the land, or a pestilence, or corrupt air, or blasting, or locust, or mildew, if their enemy afflict them, besieging the gates, whatsoever plague, whatsoever infirmity, whatsoever curse or imprecation shall happen to any man of thy people Israel, when a man shall know the wound of his own heart, and shall spread forth his hands in this house, then hear thou in heaven, in the place of thy dwelling, and forgive, and do so as to give to every one according to his ways, as thou shalt see his heart. For thou only knowest the heart of all the children of men. that they may fear thee all the days that they live upon the face of the land, which thou hast given to our fathers. Moreover also the stranger, who is not of thy people Israel, when he shall come out of a far country, for thy name's sake. For they shall hear everywhere of thy great name, and thy mighty hand, and thy stretched out arm. So when he shall come and shall pray in this place, then hear thou in heaven, in the firmament of thy dwelling place, and do all those things for which that stranger shall call upon thee, that all the people of the earth may learn to fear thy name, as do thy people Israel, and may prove that thy name is called upon on this house which I have built. If thy people go out to war against their enemies, by what way soever thou shalt send them, they shall pray to thee towards the way of the city which thou hast chosen, and towards the house which I have built to thy name. And then hear thou in heaven their prayers and their supplications, and do judgment for them. But if they sin against thee, for there is no man who sinneth not, and thou being angry deliver them up to their enemies, so that they be led away captives into the land of their enemies, far or near, then if they do penance in their heart in the place of captivity, and being converted make supplication to thee in their captivity, saying, We have sinned, we have done unjustly, we have committed wickedness, and return to thee with all their heart and all their soul in the land of their enemies to which they had been led captives, and pray to thee towards the way of their land, which thou gavest to their fathers, and of the city which thou hast chosen, and of the temple which I have built to thy name, then hear thou in heaven, in the firmament of thy throne, their prayers and their supplications, and do judgment for them. And forgive thy people that have sinned against thee, and all their iniquities, by which they have transgressed against thee, and give them mercy before them that have made them captives, that they may have compassion on them. For they are thy people and thy inheritance, whom thou hast brought out of the land of Egypt, from the midst of the furnace of iron, that thy eyes may be open to the supplication of thy servant, and of thy people Israel, to hear them in all things for which they shall call upon thee. For thou hast separated them to thyself for an inheritance from among all the people of the earth, as thou hast spoken by Moses thy servant, when thou broughtest our fathers out of Egypt, O Lord God. And it came to pass, when Solomon had made an end of praying all this prayer and supplication to the Lord, that he rose from before the altar of the Lord, for he had fixed both knees on the ground, and had spread his hands towards heaven. And he stood and blessed all the assembly of Israel with a loud voice, saying, Blessed be the Lord, who hath given rest to his people Israel, according to all that he promised. There hath not failed so much as one word of all the good things that he promised by his servant Moses. The Lord our God be with us, as he was with our fathers, and not leave us, nor cast us off. But may he incline our hearts to himself, that we may walk in all his ways, and keep his commandments, and his ceremonies, and all his judgments, which he commanded our fathers. And let these my words, wherewith I have prayed before the Lord, be nigh unto the Lord our God day and night, that he may do judgment for his servant and for his people Israel day by day, that all the people of the earth may know that the Lord he is God, and there is no other besides him. Let our hearts also be perfect with the Lord our God, that we may walk in his statutes and keep his commandments, as at this day. And the king and all Israel with him offered victims before the Lord. And Solomon slew victims of peace offerings, which he sacrificed to the Lord, 22,000 oxen, and 120,000 sheep. So the king and the children of Israel dedicated the temple of the Lord. In that day the king sanctified the middle of the court that was before the house of the Lord, for there he offered the holocaust and sacrifice and fat of the peace offerings, because the brazen altar that was before the Lord was too little to receive the holocaust and sacrifice and fat of the peace offerings. And Solomon made at the same time a solemn feast, and all Israel with him, a great multitude from the entrance of Emeth to the river of Egypt before the Lord our God, 7 days and 7 days, that is, 14 days. And on the 8th day he sent away the people, and they blessed the king and went to their dwellings rejoicing, and glad in heart for all the good things that the Lord had done for David his servant, and for Israel his people. End of chapter 8.